Oh Shadow! Come va? Stavo cercando il canale su YouTube in live, ce l'avevo il link, me lo son perso, dammi una mano. Prima che lo trovo vince. Eccolo là, puntuale come le tasse, grande Shadow. No. Cioè, hai dato il canale. Il mio canale mi va. Mi sa che hai sbagliato il link. Hai dato il link al mio canale. Al canale nostro. Buonasera Fabio Pace. Fuori il link dell'udienza SEC. Dai. Me lo sono perso nei meandri delle chat. Ciao Fabio, com'è andata la giornata di trading? Come sta andando, visto che ancora non è finita? Ah, te l'ho trovato. Fermi tutti. Ok. 24 minuti e ci siamo. Ottimo. Nasdaq in apnea, oggi sì, però con qualche operazione intraday, ragazzi, io ho fatto un po' di operatività positiva anche oggi, devo dire, non so se eravate in live, non so se avete visto la mia operatività, ma io non mi lamento. Io di oggi non mi lamento. Speravo che questo appuntamento della SEC offrisse un attimo di spinta in più al titolo GME, ma vedo abbastanza stabile. O sbaglio? Anzi, un buon meno 3,5%. Allora, vediamo un po' i titoli che abbiamo seguito oggi. Quick. Oh, io papà! 20 minuti inizia l'udienza, 8:40, quick. Com'è andata la giornata di trade, papà? Fammi vedere GTAC 16,35. Ragazzi, se tenevo la posizione short che avevo aperto a 25, spaccavo tutto oggi. Però non è il mio stile. È proprio nel mio stile. Spaccavo tutto. Cioè, guarda che roba. Ehi! Cos'è tutta sta maleducazione, Lucino? Quando potrò rivedere la live di ieri? Allora, Fed, abbiamo avuto dei problemi con il caricamento su YouTube perché dice che pesano troppi video. Ci stavano lavorando proprio in questo momento, ce li abbiamo scaricati, quindi non te li perdi. Ce li abbiamo, sono in nostro possesso. E il prima possibile. Soprattutto se molti me l'hanno chiesto, voglio ricaricare anche l'intervista di Angelo di lunedì. Vi ricordo che domani, seconda parte dell'intervista, sempre con Angelo, alle 20, dalle 20 alle 21, che poi è facile che si finisca anche alle 22, sempre con Angelo. Domani operatività su Interactive Broker, opzioni, aperture tramite opzioni, con lo strumento delle opzioni, delle option, quindi domani sarà molto interessante. E invece stasera, visto che c'è questa cosa della SEC che ci tenevo a vederla con voi, facciamo 5:30, 7:30. Stasera poi ci riaggiorniamo dopo sul Telegram stasera per la fine dei mercati, anche se bagno di sangue anche oggi. Bagno di sangue sì, bagno di sangue sì, però qualcuno anche oggi, devo dire, che ci ha fatto poi. La tua sedia è in arrivo? Ni. Già, profezie. La sedia, mancano 20-30 euro, quindi ancora me la devo sudare un po'. Ma quindi non mi dite niente oggi, come avete operato, come non avete operato, che avete fatto, se è andata bene, è andata male. Proprio curioso. Io quello che ho fatto l'ho dichiarato alle 15:15, cioè avete lo screen. No, non ci credo. Preso. Ah, no. Adesso guarda, E Toro mi ha tirato fuori dal discorso GME. Come ti ha tirato fuori? Te l'ha chiusa forzatamente per mancanza di margine? Io comunque ogni giorno che passa più, cioè, ho sempre più. Mi ha chiuso l'account per mancata verifica dell'indirizzo con del capitale dentro. No, non ci posso credere. Non ci credo. Non ci credo. Con soldi dentro. Mi stai prendendo in giro, Sheldon. Ma sei sicuro che non è solo bloccato provvisoriamente? Oggi mi è arrivato il rimborso su PayPal. Oggi ho chiuso un po' di posizioni positive, certo sono il Castor marittimo, ottimo. Non ho aperto nulla. Bene, Fed, bene. Giorno di incassi, è sempre bene. Nope, account bloccato, azioni chiuse forzatamente. Mai che le chiudono quando le apro a 3,50. Sempre quando le apro a 50. Stimane. Però farò sempre il tifo per GM. Sempre comunque. Beh, puoi rientrare, no? sempre lì. No, allora che tipo fai? Non è che... E poi la scimmia ti sente. Sì, infatti, guarda, oggi mi ha detto una cosa, che è rientrato, non dico con quanto. Io personalmente per lui spero che non sia vero, però... Spero veramente per lui che non sia entrato con quella cifra lì. È innamorato di quel titolo, ormai veramente la presa come dovrebbe poi essere presa. Comunque se uno c'ha il capitale. Lui è just married con lo stock, non gli piace solo se potesse. Buonasera Xeno. Comunque io oggi chirurgico, ragazzi. Oggi chirurgico io nell'intraday. Buonasera Pets. Ragazzi, non spoilerò niente, ma il primo che si abbona con Amazon Prime o che fa una donazione, oggi ci facciamo le risate. Oggi mi è esplosa la capa in faccia, ma non ho agito. No, allora ragazzi, prima che inizia fra 14 minuti l'udienza, da 17 a 25 Oro Daphnin, secondo me GMA non andrà più sulla luna. Innanzitutto benvenuto nel canale, non mi pare di averti già visto in questo canale. Poi è ovviamente un punto di vista. Benvenuto, grazie del follow. Allora, già vedo che non va bene. Devo metterlo sopra allora, finestra degli avvisi. Devo mettere solo perché non si vede niente. Grazie del follow comunque. Secondo me è uno dei due punti di vista, tanto o va o non va. Ovviamente con tutta la sfiducia che c'è adesso è difficile prevedere come andranno le cose, molto difficili. Molto difficile. Tornare a 450-500 dollari la vedo difficile anch'io. Che possa fare un altro mezzo. Sera Nicord, benvenuto nel canale. Non mi pare di averti già visto qui. Se ti va lascia un follow. Anche a 100 mi va bene. 100 ni 150 150 ci metterei la firma. Esco non in pareggio, però meno di quanto sono esposto adesso. Ragazzi, vi ricordo di lasciare un follow al canale, così riceverete la notifica via mail o una push notification nel cellulare se avete l'app installata. Se avete Amazon Prime vi potete abbonare gratuitamente, totalmente gratuitamente al canale. A voi non vi costa nulla. Grazie del follow, Luca. Dicevo che vi potete abbonare con Prime gratuitamente. A noi ci arrivano 2 speciali per mantenere la baracca aperta e a voi non costa nulla, quindi avanti con gli abbonamenti Amazon Prime. E fra 11 minuti inizia l'udienza SEC e ve la faccio e ce la guardiamo bene tutti insieme. Plot twist: la SEC obbliga Robinhood e gli hedge ad andare long su gemme fino a quando non torna a 500. Vabbè, ma non mi spoilerare così, su. Vabbè, allora io la sparo ancora più alta. Li blocca in maniera automatica tutte le posizioni short naked. Secondo voi il prezzo reagisce al rialzo oggi? Oggi assolutamente no, anche perché è un'udienza, dopo devono decidere. Cioè ne potrebbero uscire anche rafforzati i ragazzi oggi, Cioè, quelli è ormai 2 settimane, 3 settimane che si stanno preparando con fiori di team di avvocati a come rispondere, Non è detto, cioè, che ne escano. Cioè, per dirti, guardate Ripple come è in uscita. Secondo me Ripple dall'udienza come la sta impostando, al momento ne sta uscendo rafforzato più che demolito. Il top sarebbe che scendesse fino alla sentenza, sì, e che la gente continua a soldare. Sicuramente se oggi l'udienza li mette un po' alle strette, darebbe forza alla gente almeno di continuare a soldare e non chiudere le posizioni, anche se scendesse a quota 25-30. Non dico di rientrare, ma almeno di soldare, no? Ma ragazzi, ma io cerco di fare il... come posso dire, il democratico, ma sono totalmente di parte. Non una puntata di CSI in un'ora risolve il caso, anche meno, 45 minuti. Arriva Orazio. Ieri ci fosse Orazio. Sai se ci fosse Orazio, quelli degli hedge fund dove si attaccherebbero, sì? No, non facciamo volgari, fuori. Se finisce a taralli pugliesi e vino, si prendono 30 milioni di multa. La SEC ha fatto la sua sporca figura, che gli dà sta strigliatina d'orecchia molto soft. Loro 30 milioni... con 30 milioni se la cavano egregiamente e finisce tutto a tarallo e vino. No, allora, adesso... può succedere di tutto. Comunque qualcosa per limitare effettivamente l'attività già illegale dei naked short la devono fare. Qualcosa in quel senso lo devono fare. Taralli pugliesi. Tarallucci volevi scrivere. Taralli pugliesi. Infatti sono stato zitto. Poi non è che mi è venuto a dire no, i taralli pugliesi non esistono. No. Stato zitto, sono saputo. 8 minuti e 37 ragazzi, 8 minuti e 37. Mi sta salendo un po' di tenso. Ma se io oggi non chiudevo la mia posizione short aperta a 25 con leva 1 a 10 e la tenevo aperta e la chiudevo, per dirti adesso, con quanto ne uscivo? Cosa ti aspetti dalla sentenza di oggi? Dalla sentenza di oggi, allora, io da tutta questa vicenda lo dico da ormai un mese, 2-3 settimane tutte, che secondo me li danno dai 20 ai 40 milioni di euro di multa per le posizioni short naked. Fanno un comunicato che promettono maggiori controlli, che non si verificano più queste faccende qui, e talo lucevino. Lo dico anche un po' per scaramanzia. Ne uscivi con un bel po', stesso ragionamento socket. Allora, devo dire che io oggi sono contento della mia operatività, perché come dicevo prima ho beccato i 23, ho beccato i 25, ho beccato i 27, ne ho beccati 2, non 3, 2 posizioni, e poi ho beccato la terza in short. Quindi oggi ho fatto il doppio di quello che mi sono prefissato di fare al giorno, quindi posso permettermi tranquillamente. Vabbè, diciamo che mi sono rifatto dalla giornata del pareggio di ieri, quindi a livello mensile, di gain mensile, sono totalmente ancora on. Però sai, col senno di poi, io lo sapevo che crollava, io lo sapevo. È 3 giorni, ragazzi, non è assolutamente quello che è una legge, però è 3 giorni che tutti i titoli che fanno 150, 200, 250, addirittura ieri Lode ha fatto il 350 in pre-market, fanno un piccolissimo piccolo long e poi calano drasticamente. Poi ovvio, la volta che ti becchi in faccia la socket, vabbè, prendi lo stop loss e poi rientri. Per oggi chirurgico, ragazzi. Ecco, prima che inizi fra 5 minuti, a me non mi è piaciuta, non faccio nomi perché non faccio nomi, non è giusto, non mi è piaciuta l'operatività di un ragazzo in chat che aveva aperto intorno alle 9.2, aveva presa e non ha chiuso a 11, 11.3, dicendo oh, vabbè, tanto era solo un 30%. Non dico niente, ma un 30% come posizione è ottimo, ragazzi. Scordatevi, già il 30% in altri mercati sarebbe una cifra da chiusura del titolo, neanche ce la fanno arrivare. Ma anche nel mercato uso, scordatevi la storia che è sempre per gain 800, 900, 1200, 2000%, cioè non è la normalità quella cosa lì. Cioè il 30% tu devi chiudere e portare a casa, dal mio punto di vista. C'è gente che non ha chiuso il 30% di gain oggi, ma poi a me mi dispiace tantissimo, ragazzi, ognuno con i suoi soldi fa quello che vuole, però adesso c'è il rosso se non ha chiuso. Ciao Martins, non mi pare di averti già visto, piacere. 3%, ragazzi, 3% quotidiano in base mensile non te lo dà mica nessuno. Oh no, forse ci siamo già visti. Consiglio da va subito, grazie del feedback, faccio subito, ma dopo durante l'udienza che inizia fra 4 minuti spengo completamente tutto. Voglio massima concentrazione, che già sarà in americano con linguaggi tecnici, diamoci una mano. Ho avuto pochissimo tempo, ragazzi, di trovare una persona italo-americana, madrelingua, un professionista a darmi una mano, peccato perché sarebbe stato utile. Talmente il 30% che con De Giro ci ho perso per il ritardo. No, se esce quello che sbiascica, ragazzi... No, innanzitutto, cioè, GG a lui che è ancora vivo con tutta questa storia del Covid, perché a me non mi sembrava un formissima con Zuckerberg. Dopo, GG a lui, tanto quelli lì sono quelle rocce che fino ai 100 ci campano, ma proprio così in tranquillità. Meglio analisi fondamentale o tecnica? Il meglio assoluto è cioè fare tutte e due. Poi dipende come vuoi operare. Se vuoi operare intraday, tecnica, più tecnica che fondamentale. Se vuoi operare più lungo, leggermente più la fondamentale della tecnica, ma bene o male devi fare tutte e due. È ovvio che se scalpi a un minuto la fondamentale serve poco e niente. L'udienza SEC l'hanno anticipata? No, è il 22. Però c'è stata una contromossa di Ripple molto interessante, che praticamente ne parlavo ieri. È stato molto interessante perché ha messo in gioco anche Ethereum e Bitcoin e fa: ma scusate, voi questi non li avete mai considerati degli asset finanziari, non avete mai applicato la burocrazia che c'è per dirti nell'azionario, e perché a loro sì e noi no? Obbligandoli a fare il discorso che se fanno qualcosa a Ripple lo devono fare a tutti, perché se no non ha senso che lo facciano solo a Ripple, capito? Se gli avvocati di Ripple mi sono piaciuti, però c'è anche da dire che non mi piace il fatto che magari ci casca tutto il palco delle cripto, quindi eccoci qua. Via la musica dal vivo, ma la chat? Perché ci sono anche questi. Con chat, va bene, noi della chat non ci interessa niente. Ah, ma... Madonna, ragazzi, ma... ovviamente... Però non ti si sente. Però l'audio. Look at me. Ah, madonna. Ma... Ma sono io? Ah, ok. Qualcuno chiami la SEC, per favore. Datemi il numero della SEC. Dai, bro, fai qualcosa. Tu hai la faccia da regista. Ti sei lavato i capelli giusto oggi. Si vede che è un mese. Questo fra un po' se lo mangiano a colazione. Questo fra un po' se lo mangiano a colazione. Hanno denunciato. Ma ieri l'hanno denunciato, eh. È arrivata la notifica della class action. Ci credo che sta atteso. Io non sapevo neanche che ci fosse oggi lui, fa te. No, lui sta un bel po' tenso, lui sì. Sì. Sacca ruba ai poveri per dare ai ricchi. Ecco. Per chi non lo sapesse, quest'uomo ha scatenato tutto il caso. Ni. Shadow. Ni. Ni. È stato sicuramente una pedina fondamentale di tutto quello che è successo. Ni, ragazzi, ni. Spero che capiscano la finanza di più della live. Io spero che... Vabbè, sto zitto. Mo si sente. Sono in ritardo? Mi fa una giornata? Eccolo!
Are asking questions of our witnesses. The staff have been instructed not to mute members except where a member is not being recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. Members are also reminded that they may only participate in one remote proceeding at a time. If you are participating today, please keep your cameras on, and if you choose to attend a different remote proceeding, please turn your camera off. Today we will make an exception and allow members from Texas to participate without their video function. If they are experiencing power
Vabbè, sta dicendo le regole di come devo andare alla conferenza oggi. Lei è la relatrice. Alza, siamo sordi.
Please identify yourself by name to facilitate recognition. I would also ask that members be patient as the chair proceeds, given the nature of conducting committee business virtually.
Ciao Giulio.
So, this hearing is entitled Game Stopped. Who wins and loses when short sellers, social media, and retail investors collide? I now recognize myself for 3 minutes to give an opening statement. Good afternoon, everyone. This hearing will be the first in a series of hearings for the committee to examine the recent market
Praticamente la giornata di oggi si chiama GameStop, chi ha vinto, chi ha perso. Adesso si prende 3 minuti per spiegare, per fare un recap della situazione.
And the companies they represent contributed to the historic trading events in January. This recent market volatility has put a national on institutional practices by Wall Street firms and prompted discussion about the evolving role of technology and social media in our markets. These events have illuminated potential conflicts of interest and the predatory ways that certain funds operate, and they have demonstrated the enormous potential power of social media in our markets. They have also raised issues involving gamification of trading, potential harm to retail investors, and the business models of apps with retail investors as their users. All of this is why we have witnesses.
A me sta cosa che spostano ogni tanto l'attenzione sulla potenza dei social media sul mondo finanziario non mi piace, perché sposta un po' il focus di quello che vorrei io. Cioè io non vorrei che spostassero di più l'attenzione anche con la convocazione di Deep più sulla questione social media e Reddit che non sull'operato poi degli hedge fund. Attenzione.
Short selling disclosures were never implemented. Many Americans feel that the system is stacked against them, and no matter what, Wall Street always wins. In this instance, many retail investors appeared motivated by a desire to beat Wall Street at its own game, and given the losses that many retail investors have sustained as a result of volatility in the system, there are many whose beliefs that the system is rigged against them has been reinforced. Others have noted that there are winners and there are losers in every trade in our financial markets. Our role as a Financial Services Committee is to ensure fairness in our financial markets and system, robust protections for investors and accountability.
Sì, lei dice che è normale che in un investimento c'è chi vince e c'è chi perde, però loro in qualità di ente controllatrice devono essere sicuro che tutto sia regolare.
About the role each of
L'allero.
the witnesses represent played in the events we are examining today. Now, I recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just begin by saying I believe Americans are far more sophisticated, informed, and capable than people in D.C. give them credit for. When I called for this hearing last month, I wanted this to be a fact-finding mission. We have speculation, we have headlines and finger-pointing, but we don't have the facts. We need facts, not just the salacious bits or nasty comments on Reddit. And look, there's plenty of that. We need the facts today. Now, some on the left are already floating new restrictions or things to, quote, protect these so-called uninformed retail investors who, in their eyes, don't know the difference between the Dogecoin and the Dow Jones without Congress telling them. I think if we've learned anything from the past few weeks, it's that these average, everyday investors are pretty darn.
La Corte di Giustizia americana ora da fine. La Corte Suprema.
So let's zoom out on that idea just for a moment. The GameStop story represents a larger truth. A fundamental change is happening. Like never before, everyday investors can communicate, access more information, and work collectively to move markets all in real time. Technology is fueling this revolution. Congress cannot put technology back in the box. GameStop is the culmination of years of pent-up frustration. That frustration is now paired with faster, cheaper, and better technology. Consider for a moment that for every story of someone being able to pay off their student debt from the GameStop trade, or conversely, every story of someone who lost money, there were stories of those who said they were investing in protest. In protest. They would gladly risk losing money just to prove a point. And now, and while no one should ever risk investing money that they cannot afford to.
Praticamente sta dando dei coglioni a chi ha investito per protesta.
Something like that. The sad truth is the K-shaped economy is nothing new in our capital markets because the structural core of our regulations literally enshrined in equity. Policies like the accredited investor definition blatantly pick winners and losers. If you're wealthy, you're good to go. And if you're not, you're deemed too dumb to be trusted with your own money. So a privileged few get to invest alongside Ivy League endowments.
Praticamente sta dicendo che quando investi lo fai con i tuoi soldi, quindi se ti fai invogliare da una cosa più grande di te, sei un coglione. E questo qua diciamo che sta dando la colpa a Reddit e co.
Protected from your
Ecco,
own
sapevo
decisions,
che...
protected from your own money, protected from more opportunities. So you're left with a savings account which pays no interest. And if you need more money than that, well, we created a world where it's easier to go buy a lottery ticket than it is to invest in the next Google. Is it any wonder why the unhealthy dynamics of GameStop happened? It's time we get serious about equity and ownership in the American economy. We should live in a world where the construction worker or Uber driver trading on Robinhood has the same access to equity shares in Robinhood itself as the white-collar employees who work there. Same goes for Reddit and Reddit users, by the way. Both contributed to its success. Why can't both share in its future success? So I'll conclude with a reminder for some of my colleagues who want to regulate more and more. In the 1980s,
Beh, lui dice sì, però dopo non ti lamentare se perdi.
journal called The Latest High Technology Companies that occurred that year. What IPO was too risky in the eyes of the government? Apple. So instead of shutting the American public out through new regulations, new forms of taxation, or so-called protections, let's use this opportunity instead to side with them. So I'll begin where I started. Americans are far more sophisticated, informed, and capable.
Sì, sì, questo è ufficialmente il primo mister ovvio della serata.
Treat them that way. I look forward to the hearing, and I yield back.
Thank you so very much. I'm so pleased that you are cooperating today and you were eager to join with us when we call for this committee. So I want to welcome today the distinguished witnesses to the committee.
Se la ride, se la ride, il tizio se la ride. Avete sentito il sottofondo, se la ride.
With a trading app that after increased trading activity in GameStop and certain other stocks.
Avete sentito chiaramente.
Of those stocks for a period of time.
Tutto serio.
Mr. Kenneth C. Griffin is the Chief Executive Officer of Citadel, LLC, a fund which is one of Robinhood's main customers.
Grazie Martin del CIR.
Which also provides financial support to Melvin Capital Management LP when Melvin faced significant losses over GameStop and other trades. Gabriel is the Chief Executive Officer of Melvin Capital Management LP, which held a significant short position in GameStop.
Parla Melvin, mi sa.
Experienced significant losses due to its positions. Steve Huffman is the Chief Executive Officer, co-founder of Reddit, a social media platform which is home to the subreddit wallstreetbets, where retail investors discuss trading and where a large number of members
ma ci sono anche quelli di Reddit.
Of GameStop and other stocks which experience volatility. Mr. Keith Gill is a retail investor who posted on Reddit and YouTube regarding.
Vabbè, sta facendo l'elenco della gente. Praticamente ha detto che la gente con i propri soldi deve fare di testa sua, non si deve fare, diciamo, invogliare da altri a investire, ma soprattutto che se dopo ti fai invogliare da altri a investire non ti devi lamentare. Sotto ha detto questo.
Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize testimony.
Chairman here. It was I believe that there are only 3 minutes of Democratic opening statements with the idea that the subcommittee chair on the Democratic side would be called as well. That's what I was told by your staff.
Well, thank you very much.
Grazie, Dima.
If that is the order that has been organized, I will cease my introductions And I will call on you, Mr. Sherman, to please go ahead and make an opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back in
Chiudi
the
il
day,
microfono,
the law
please.
school professor would create an exam where he'd weave together a story that would exemplify each of the issues in that area of the law. But never did the professor do it as good a job as the GameStop saga, which identifies most of the
No,
issues
vabbè, ma c'è la relatrice, non chiude il microfono, non si capisce un cazzo.
or required additional disclosures. What do we do with market participants, whether they be on Reddit or on Wall Street, who are shorting a stock or buying a stock for the purpose of influencing its price? What is this payment for order flow model? And what does it mean when some participants get best execution and some get enhanced best execution? The price enhanced best execution. And are all traders being treated fairly? And is payment for order flow free to the consumer? We need to look at the plumbing, where it takes 2 days to settle a transaction, but also why is it the broker's capital rather than the customer's capital that is posted during the 2-day period? And finally, we need to look at the gamification and glorification of high-frequency trading. I thank the chairwoman for the time, and I hope that in the months to come, we have several hearings to explore these issues, and that we're able to pass legislation this year to deal with each of them, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the subcommittee of oversight and investigations, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I greatly appreciate the opportunity.
No, lui ha detto che hanno
to express
detto.
some concerns that I have. It is a fact that Citadel Securities has paid over $100 million in penalties. And my concern is this. It deals with whether we can allow a market maker's profits from misleading clients and improperly trading ahead of clients to become something as simple as the cost of doing business. The risk of punishments for violations must always exceed the rewards to deter the risk. I'm concerned, and my hope is that we'll get some additional intelligence on how these punishments have impacted the rewards that have been received. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I will go back to the introduction of our witnesses. I left off.
Lui ha detto che, come si è visto in passato, da quello che ho capito, perché poi c'è un casino in sottofondo, vuole sperare che se ci sarà una, tra virgolette, una presa di posizione della SEC nel dare una multa, che la multa non sia inferiore a quello che loro in realtà ci fanno. Non ha detto una stronzata.
It will indicate how much time you have left, and a chime will go off at the end of your time. I would ask you to be mindful of the timer and quickly wrap up your testimony if you hear the chime. Now, before we begin with your oral testimonies, I would like to swear in the witnesses. I will call each of your names individually to respond. Would you please raise your hands?
Alzate le mani.
Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you will give before this committee in the matters now under...
Stava facendo il giuramento di dire la verità, tutta la verità e nient'altro che la verità.
Mr. Griffin?
I do.
Mr. Plotkin? Mr. Plotkin?
Plotkin e Melvin, vero? Se l'è data, Melvin se l'è data.
I apologize, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Gill?
I do.
Ms. Scott?
I do.
Thank you very much. Let the record show that all of the witnesses answered in the affirmative.
Inizia pure a laggare.
With their oral testimonies. Mr. Tenev, you are recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, members of the committee. My name is Vlad Tenev, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Robinhood. Thank you for the invitation to speak about Robinhood and the millions of people we serve. Almost 8 years ago, Beju Bhatt and I founded Robinhood. We believed then, as we do now, that the financial system should be built to work for everyone, not just a select few. We dreamed of making investing more accessible,
Cazzate.
especially for people without a lot of money. The stock market is a powerful wealth creator, but only half of U.S. households participate in it.
Mr. Staff, I would like you to use your limited time to talk directly to what happened January 28th and your involvement in it.
Ottimo.
Certainly.
Madam Chair, the witness has the opportunity to give their own testimony.
Excuse me, you are
Use your
not,
time.
Esatto,
you are not
esatto.
recognized.
Ci frega un cazzo di chi
Mr.
siete. Dici come sono andate le cose. E fai anche veloce.
Please go right ahead and speak directly to the question.
McHenry.
E tagliati quei
Mr.
capelli.
McHenry, yes, of course.
E qui non siamo qui mica per
We created
sentire.
Robinhood to economically empower all Americans by opening financial markets to them. I was born in Bulgaria, a country with a financial system that was on the verge of collapse. At the age of 5, I immigrated with my family to America in search of a better life. I have benefited from all America has to offer. And Robinhood's mission to democratize finance.
Fermatelo. Che cazzo ce ne frega che a 5 anni è venuto in America.
Robinhood's platform allows people from all backgrounds to invest with no account minimums and zero commissions. Contrary to some very misleading and highly uninformed reports, we see evidence that most of our customers are investing for the long term, with features like fractional shares, dividend reinvestment, recurring investments. Our customers can start with small amounts and grow their investments in blue chip stocks and ETFs over time. We've always recognized the responsibility that comes with helping people invest. We'll continue to enhance our educational platform to help customers no matter where they are in their financial journey. Hundreds of free educational resources are available to everyone.
L'ho fatto per voi a sto pari buy. L'ho fatto per
While
noi.
markets fluctuate, this tells me our business model is working for everyday Americans.
Kylo Ren.
The total value of our customers' assets on Robinhood exceeds the net amount of money they have deposited with us by over $35 billion. This tells me our business model is working for everyday Americans, the Robinhood community. Many people say that Robinhood has helped them to pay car loans, reduce student loan debt, meet daily bills, save for the future, and we're proud to serve them. You've invited me today to discuss the events of last month, and I welcome this opportunity. In late January, many brokerage firms saw a massive increase in trading activity in a handful of stocks. Prices were moving dramatically day to day, even hour to hour. One specific day, January 28th, proved to be a completely unprecedented event. The spike in trading activity and volatility.
Dai, sta tirando fuori la storia della liquidità, su.
Broker had to hold the line and post additional firm capital as collateral.
Sta andando a toccare la storia della liquidità, su.
To put it in perspective, on January 28th, our daily deposit requirement was 10 times more than on January 25th. As a result, Robinhood Securities, along with many other firms, imposed temporary trading restrictions on certain securities. We began allowing limited buys of these securities the following day, and we have since lifted the restrictions entirely. There are 2 points I want to make clear about these temporary restrictions. First, Robinhood Securities put the restrictions in place in an effort to meet increased regulatory deposit requirements, not to help hedge funds. We don't answer to hedge funds. We serve the millions of small investors who use our platform every day to invest. Second, Robinhood immediately secured additional funds. Altogether, through capital raising and other measures, we increased our liquidity by more than $3 billion to cushion ourselves against
Perché non hanno chiuso il titolo allora? Perché hanno chiuso solo il buy?
Despite the unprecedented market conditions in January, at the end of
Se è così, dovevano chiudere il titolo.
Unacceptable to us. To our customers, I'm sorry and I apologize. Please know that we are doing everything we can to make sure this won't happen
Dai,
again.
bisogna chiederlo perché non hanno chiuso il server ma solo il buy. Su.
The existing 2-day period to settle trades exposes investors and the industry to unnecessary risk. There is no reason why the greatest financial system in the world cannot settle trades in real time. I believe we can and should act now to deploy our intellectual capital and our engineering resources to move to
Sta
real-time
raccontando la
settlement.
storiella.
Together, we can solve this. Before I close, I want to sincerely thank the millions of customers who continue to use Robinhood to access the markets every day. We are grateful and committed to you. Members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to answer your questions.
Sì, guarda l'avvocato.
Mr. Griffin, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the recent market events. The U.S. capital markets are the envy of the world. Our nation's ability to allocate capital to its best and highest use creates jobs, drives innovation, and fuels our economy. America's retail investors play an important role in our capital markets. According to Gallup, about 55% of Americans own stock right now. Citadel Securities, as the largest market maker in the U.S. equities market, executes more trades on behalf of retail investors than any other firm. As I will discuss shortly, Citadel Securities played an important role in meeting the needs of retail investors during the week of January 25th. Before doing so, I want to be perfectly clear. We had no role in Robinhood's decision to limit trading in GameStop or any of the other meme stocks. I first learned of Robinhood's trading restrictions only after they were publicly announced. All of us at Citadel Securities are committed to the healthy functioning of the U.S. equities markets. Now, I first participated in the financial markets as a retail investor. In the late 1980s, while attending college, I traded stocks and options from my dorm room. My passion for investing led to my founding of Citadel in 1990. Today, Citadel is one of the world's leading alternative investment managers. Our capital partners include pension plans, colleges.
Vabbè, queste sono le testimonianze, cioè sono le testimonianze tra virgolette iniziali. Il succo, la ciccia arriva dopo quando devono rispondere alle domande. L'avvocato? Gli avvocati.
Citadel Securities invests hundreds of millions of dollars each year to serve the needs of our customers.
No, wait, questo è l'inizio. Come funziona? Avrebbero 3 minuti, in realtà la fanno più lunga, per presentare i fatti dal loro punto di vista. Dopo ci sarà Melvin, poi ci saranno tutti. La ciccia arriva dopo quando devono rispondere alle domande. Sì, la presentazione, ragazzi, ovvio che adesso... Sì, chiaro. Calmi, ragazzi. Calmi, non fate come me che mi sta già salendo il sangue al cervello. Calmi. Se chi fa le domande fa il lavoro fatto bene, sì, Io le due domande, adesso tanto ragazzi muto che tanto questo stava facendo la presentazione di Citadel, quanto sono bravi, belli, importanti. Io le due domande che ci terrei a Robinhood una Robinhood è: ma perché avete bloccato solo le posizioni buy e non quelle sell? E 2, a Citadel gli chiederei se effettivamente loro con una loro società partecipata sono dentro a Robinhood. Fatte queste due domande io già ho, e a Melvin ci hanno operato in short, in naked short, come hanno operato con tutta... Fatte queste 3 domande. Aspetta.
To present your oral testimony.
Vabbè, questo adesso è Melvin.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to share Melvin Capital's perspective on...
Vedi, questa è tutta una strategia, una stampante messa lì, un comodino vuoto, un comodino dietro rotto. Questa è tutta strategia per loro vogliono passare come i pezzenti, quelli che c'hanno, cioè guarda che studio, le tapparelle rotte, cioè ragazzi, lui con un po' di barbe, questa è tutta roba studiata. Che cos'è sta cosa qua? Un santino, che è? Cioè, ragazzi. La stampante si vede anche scollegata.
We learned about those limits from news reports. I also want to make clear at the outset that, contrary to many reports, Melvin Capital was not bailed out. Citadel proactively reached out to become a new investor, similar to the investments others make in our funds. It was an opportunity for Citadel to buy low and earn returns for its investors if and when our fund's value went up. To be sure, Melvin was managing through a difficult time, but we always had margin excess and we were not seeking a cash infusion.
Sì, esatto.
I'm here testifying today far removed from my background. I grew up in a middle-class family in Portland, Maine. I went to a public high school. I studied hard and got into a good college. Upon graduation, I did not have a job. Today, I'm married with 4 children. And my time is spent with my family.
Vengo da una famiglia umile. Tutto quello che ho fatto me lo sono sudato. Vabbè, non la reggo. Vabbè, ve la faccio sentire.
Hard work, taking care of customers and employees, and commitment to excellence. Melvin Capital manages a hedge fund. Investors such as academic institutions, medical research and other charitable foundations, pension funds, retirees, and others invest with us. We have 36 employees and hundreds of investors, and I feel a personal duty to all of them. Melvin specializes in the consumer and technology sector, including companies like GameStop, AutoZone, and Expedia. Most of our investments are long. In other words, we buy stock in companies that create jobs, grow the economy, and develop new products for consumers. We do this after extensive fundamental research, sometimes literally for years. When our research convinces us that a company will grow relative to expectations, we make a long-term investment. When our research suggests a company will not live up to expectations and its stock price is overvalued, we might short a stock. Like with our long positions, our practice is to short.
Ma almeno la supercazzo la impara dalla memoria. Sì, non lo posso dire, però sì, Enima. Si sta lisciando. Sì, no, ragazzi, questi è gente che ha salvato. Cioè, fra un po' sono loro quelli che ci hanno perso fra un po', ragazzi, eh? Fra un po' sono loro, non lo vedi? Questo neanche si è fatto la barba stamattina.
In fact, we've been short GameStop since Melvin's inception 6 years earlier, because we believed and still believe that its business model, selling new and used video games in physical stores, is being overtaken by digital downloads through the internet. And that trend only accelerated in 2020 when, because of the pandemic, people were downloading video games at home. As a result, the gaming industry had its best year ever, but GameStop had significant losses. In January 2021, a group on Reddit began to make posts about Melvin's specific investments. They took information contained in
Vabbè, sta spiegando che praticamente dalle loro analisi GameStop era un business vecchio e quindi ci puntavano contro.
The post said things like,
che è fin qui nulla da dire a riguardo. È fin qui nulla da dire.
Text messages to me. In the frenzy during January, GameStop stock rose from $17 to a peak of $483. I do not think anyone would claim that the price had any relationship to the intrinsic value of the business. The unfortunate part of this episode is that ordinary investors who were convinced by a misleading frenzy to buy GameStop at $100, $200, or even $483 have now lost significant amounts. When this frenzy began, Melvin started closing out its position in GameStop at a loss. Not because our investment thesis had changed, but because something unprecedented was happening. We also reduced many other Melvin positions at significant losses, both long and short, that were the subject of similar posts. I'm personally humbled by what happened in January. Investors in Melvin suffered significant losses. It is now our job to earn it back. And while I do not think that anyone could have anticipated these events, I've learned much from them and I'm taking steps to protect our investors from anything like this happening in the future. I look forward.
Praticamente cosa state dicendo? Ragazzi, noi siamo dovuti correre ai ripari perché naturalmente abbiamo perso un sacco di soldi e dovevamo proteggere i nostri investitori.
Thank you, Mr. Plotkin. Mr. Huffman, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Ranking Member, honorable members of the committee, my name is Steve Huffman. I am the co-founder and CEO of Reddit, and I'm pleased to talk with you today about how Reddit works and what we have seen on our site in the past few weeks. Reddit's mission is to bring community and belonging to everyone in the world. What started in 2005 as a single community has since evolved.
Questo porazzo sono trovati in mezzo alla rogna e dicono ma che cazzo, abbiamo fatto pure la pubblicità al Super Bowl, ma che cazzo volete dalla nostra vita? Cioè, questo è lì, non sa neanche il perché, poraccio.
We have turned to Reddit after losing their jobs during the pandemic. Our communities are created and run by our
Ma
users.
questo, ma che
Because of
deve
this,
fare
we describe Reddit
questo?
as the most human thing.
Questo che deve
Though
fare?
we are small compared to the largest platforms, our communities provide an
Che
online
deve fare? Cioè, gestiscono un forum di svariate milioni e milioni di persone che devono fare. Cioè, nelle loro subreddit si parla di come costruire le armi. C'è gente che ha postato attentati prima di farle. Ma perché tirare in ballo di mano? Perché, cioè, ballo Reddit? Perché analizzano a 360 gradi tutta la faccenda. Allora devono vedere se Reddit ha avuto una sua particolare funzione nella storia, perché qualcuno gli potrebbe dire sì, ma ragazzo, quando è scoppiata tutta la cosa non potevate chiudere la subreddit.
minutes. Such speech is not tolerated on Reddit, and we will of course investigate any further claims of this nature. Centralized moderation is common, but Reddit additionally uses a governance structure to communicate with communities, where the aforementioned policies and teams represent the federal government and the communities themselves. All communities, may be as strict as they like, as long as they are not in conflict with the platform-wide policies, and they have a variety of tools of enforcing these rules independently. Moderators are not paid employees, but rather users who are passionate about their communities. They have the context and judgment to make decisions no algorithm could. The members of each community contribute both the content no matter how famous.
È praticamente il suo mentore che era un rito propiziatorio per fare del bene.
This layered approach has helped our users create the most authentic communities online. The specific community we'd like to talk about today is wallstreetbets. It's important to understand that
È un rito tribale, perché nella finanza le scimmie sono quelli che poi se si mettono insieme fanno la differenza. C'è tutta
investments than what you might find in other more conservative financial communities on Reddit, with such names as personal finance, investing, and financial independence. I will stress that wallstreetbets is first and foremost a real community. The self-deprecating jokes, the memes, the crass at times language all reflect this. And if you spend any time on wallstreetbets, you'll find a significant depth to this community exhibited by the affection its members show one another. They are just as quick to support us.
Ma poi io mi immagino anche un senatore che dice vabbè, vado a leggermi la subreddit e incomincia a vedere i video meme, il linguaggio meme, un settantenne.
Investors against the criticism of the financial establishment. With the increase in attention, wallstreetbets unsurprisingly faced a surge in traffic and new users. At Reddit, our first duty in these situations is to our communities, and our role in this moment was to keep wallstreetbets online. Working around the clock, we scaled our infrastructure, made technology changes to help this community withstand the onslaught of traffic, and we acted as diplomats to help resolve conflict within Wall Street.
Ma tanto qualcuno si fa la domanda, ma perché tutte queste scimmie non ho capito? Gliela fanno.
Bad actors played a significant role. They have not. In every metric we checked, the activity in wallstreetbets was well within normal parameters, and its moderation.
Comunque, Funnel SEO, grazie del follow, grazie del subscript, dell'iscrizione. Ricordo che a chiunque ci abbia Amazon Prime si può iscrivere in maniera gratuita al canale. A voi non costa niente, a noi ci dà un po' di linfa vitale per farci continuare a fare quello che facciamo, cioè le scimmie.
Means they've managed to raise important issues about fairness and opportunity in our financial system. I'm proud they use Reddit to do so. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Ragazzi, per un attimo si è visto quello che leggevo.
Mr. Gill, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
In teoria c'è Deep adesso.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, members of the committee. I'm happy to discuss with the committee my purchases of GameStop shares and my discussions of their fair value on social media. It is true that my investment in that company multiplied in value many times. For that, I feel enormously fortunate. I also believe the current price of the shares demonstrates that I've been right about the company. A few things I am not. I am not a cat. I am not an institutional investor, nor am I a hedge fund. I do not have clients, and I do not provide personalized investment advice for fees or commissions. I'm just an individual whose investment in GameStop and posts on social media were based upon my own research and analysis. I grew up in Brockton, Massachusetts. My family was not wealthy. My father was a truck driver and my mom a registered nurse. I was one of 3 kids and the first in my family to earn a 4-year college degree.
Sta chiedendo la grazia. Sta chiedendo la grazia.
From 2010 to 2017, I worked.
Hanno lo stesso avvocato chi, scusami?
Even though I had very little money, I used those times to educate myself and learn more about investing. In 2019, after nearly 2 years unemployed,
Sarà fatta l'emoticon.
education job at Mass Mutual.
Mio padre era un guidatore, mia madre era una cassiera, ho 2 o 3 figli, signori.
My job was to help develop financial education classes that advisors could present to prospective clients. I was not a stockbroker or a financial advisor. I did not talk to clients and I did not.
$500 solo di microfono, mortacci, su.
Before and after I joined Mass Mutual.
Io non dico che voglio una sedia del genere, però se mi sganciate altri $20-30, c'ho un tronco come sedia, ragazzi. C'ho la schiena che mi fa Giacomino. No, vabbè, andiamo avanti.
I studied the company, I became more and more confident in my analysis. 2 important factors, based entirely on publicly available information, gave me confidence that GameStop was undervalued. First, the market was underestimating the prospects of GameStop's legacy business and overestimating the likelihood of bankruptcy. I grew up playing video games and shopping at GameStop, and I plan to continue shopping there. GameStop stores still provide real value to consumers and reliable revenue.
Vabbè, sta dicendo esattamente il contrario di quello che ha detto Melvin. Melvin non ci credevano e lui ci ha creduto.
As the ultimate destination for gamers within the rapidly growing 200.
Solo 140?
GameStop has a unique opportunity to pivot toward a technology-driven business. By embracing the digital economy, GameStop may be able to find new revenue streams that vastly exceed the value of its business.
Ma questa sarà la seconda volta dopo la cresima che avrà messo una cravatta.
When I wrote and spoke about GameStop and social.
Che poi se noti qui c'è la bandana che lui usa sempre, ragazzi, questo è un messaggio subliminale per dire io comunque sono dei vostri.
Hedge funds and other Wall Street firms have teams of analysts working together to compile research and analyze shares of companies. Individual investors do not have those resources. Social media platforms like Reddit, YouTube, and Twitter are leveling the playing field. The idea that I use social media to promote GameStop stock to unwitting investors
è il gatto di Twitter, sono tutti messaggi subliminali, ragazzi.
Caused the movement of billions of dollars into GameStop shares.
Anche perché lui è com'è il suo soprannome? Kitty Roar Kitty, dai su.
Demonstrates again that investing in public securities is extremely risky. As I said earlier, I consider myself and my family fortunate with our investment. When the stock price broke $20 in December, I knew my investment was a success. I was so happy to.
Però allora lui non doveva fermare di postare. Lui allora doveva continuare a postare anche le perdite. Poi ovviamente ha fatto quello che gli avvocati gli hanno detto. Però
loss of my sister Sarah in June. I am grateful to be in a position to give back to and support my family. As for what happened in January, others will have to explain it.
Oh, si mette a piangere che ha perso la sorella. No, cringe.
The right of individuals to send a message based on how they invest.
Ha fatto il piantino.
As for me, I like the stock. I'm as bullish as I've ever been on a potential turnaround for GameStop, and I remain invested in the...
Lui ha posizioni ancora aperte, però ha chiuso posizioni per 13 fucking deep million.
Ms. Schlupp, you are now recognized
L'ha
for
detto,
5
l'ha
minutes
detto,
to
è l'anche
present
di stock,
your
l'ha
oral
detto, l'ha
testimony.
detto.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member
L'ho detto.
McHenry, and distinguished members of the Committee on Financial Services. My name is Jennifer Schulp, and I am the Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute's Center for Monetary and Financial...
Ragazzi, questa è quella che dovrebbe trivellare.
Before addressing the GameStop
Silenzio.
phenomenon specifically, I'd like to talk about the participation of retail or individual investors in our public equities markets. Retail participation has ebbed and flowed over the years, but the recent upward trend accelerated sharply during the pandemic. Most point to zero commission trading, but several other factors also likely attracted retail investors, including fractional share trading, low account minimums, and easy app-based platforms. More time at home during the pandemic probably even played a role. Retail participation in our equities markets is important. The fact that retail investors behave differently from institutional ones and differently from each other can be particularly valuable in times of market stress. In fact, individual investors may have helped stabilize the market in March 2020. Importantly, investing in the stock market also provides a path to wealth for individual investors. But stock ownership traditionally has been skewed towards the already wealthy, and it is highly correlated with race, education, and age. Retail investors making up this new surge are different. Recent research by the FINRA Investor Education Foundation and NORC at the University of Chicago found that investors who opened accounts for the first time in 2020 were younger, had lower incomes, and were more racially diverse. These new investors also held lower account balances. This may portend, as one of the researchers noted, quote, a shift towards more equitable investment participation. These new opportunities for individuals to grow their wealth should be welcomed and expanded, not restricted. Now I'll turn to GameStop.
Praticamente sta dicendo che tutta questa vicenda ha fatto una cosa importante, che ci sono stati un sacco di piccoli investitori che si sono entrati per la prima volta in tutta questa faccenda e che vanno tutelati.
As the Treasury Department recognized, the market's, quote, core infrastructure was resilient during high volatility and heavy trading volume. This is not surprising. Despite the huge trading volume and rapid increase in value, only a small part of the market was affected, and spillover effects on the wider market were mild and short-lived. The fact that GameStop traded temporarily, and perhaps still trades above fair estimates of the company's value, is not, by itself, a reason for concern. Stock prices move in and out of alignment all the time, and markets are no strangers to bubbles. If a company is valued by the market differently than a review of its fundamentals suggests, it might indicate that the analysis is missing relevant information about a company's prospects, or it might indicate that the company's stock price is due for a correction. The market's mechanisms, including the tool of short selling, generally work well to handle these circumstances. Stepping in to prevent trading where a stock price moves contrary to conventional wisdom could deprive the market of important information. The SEC, among a host of others, is reviewing the relevant trading and conducting a study of the events. The SEC will have access to far more information than has been made publicly available, and I believe it has the tools necessary to address any harmful misconduct that may have occurred. I cannot opine on whether any regulatory changes are warranted on this incomplete record. I tend to believe the answer will be no in light of the minimal impact on the market's function. But as regulators learn more, there may be areas identified for improvement. By no means, though, should these events lead to restrictions on retail investors' access to the markets. Thank you, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Schlupp.
Grazie Felice.
myself?
Cioè, se n'è uscita come dire che per lei non è necessario dare delle restrizioni ai piccoli investitori perché che già gli strumenti di mercato di per sé riescono da soli a regolamentizzare le cose, sempre se la SEC non fa fare vabbè, se è un mercato regolare. Se il mercato è regolare, gli strumenti che il mercato ha già tutelano abbastanza i piccoli investitori. Se è così, se la SEC lavora bene. Non ha parlato male la signora.
To meet deposit requirements, isn't that a liquidity problem? Or could you just answer yes or no?
Chairwoman Waters, I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
Just yes or no?
Yes or no?
We always felt comfortable with our liquidity and the additional capital that Robinhood raised.
Please answer yes or no.
Oh,
We
così!
always felt comfortable with our liquidity.
Devi rispondere o sì
I
o
just
no.
need a yes or no answer.
I stand by my statement. The additional capital we raised
Oh, ma
wasn't
non
to
capisce,
meet
eh?
capital requirements or deposit
So the
requirements.
gentleman,
Excuse me.
I'm reclaiming my time. This liquidity problem had real consequences for your customers, but I wonder if they were all that surprised. Between December 2019 and December 2020,
Primo fail.
Robinhood customers experienced
Primo fail.
monetary losses due to system outages. Customer accounts were reportedly compromised. The firm repeatedly failed to testify its best execution obligations and it misled its customers regarding its revenue sources. It seems retail investors often get a bad deal at Robinhood. Mr. Taneve, also, while you testified
Porca
today,
troia, è partita in quinta, l'assista.
customers benefit greatly from payment for order flow, quote unquote. In December 2020, the SEC
Mica, ma è partita in quinta,
not disclosing that it was getting paid to
Gliela sta dicendo,
Citadel Securities and
Gliela sta facendo la domanda.
makers and for not seeking the best terms for its customers' orders. Robinhood provided such
Minchia,
superior
montante
trading
gli è
prices
arrivato.
it
In
cost
faccia al
customers
tizio,
over
non ha
34
capito niente,
million. Is your testimony after Robinhood paid, is it your testimony after Robinhood paid the SEC $65 million to settle those charges, that this conflict of interest is in your customers' best interest? Yes or no?
Chairwoman Waters, first
No,
let
non
me say
risponde, non
regulatory
risponde.
compliance is at the center of everything that we do.
Sì o
We've made
no?
mistakes in the past. I'm not
Bloccalo.
claiming that
Bloccalo.
Yes or no to that question?
So Citadel Securities is an important counterparty. Nobody's denying that. The reason
L'ha
that-
detto, l'ha detto.
Answer yes or no, I'm reclaiming my time. Meanwhile, Mr. Griffin, Citadel's role in this event also raises
L'ha
significant
detto.
questions
L'ha detto. Citadel è un nostro partner. L'ha detto,
of dollars to process trades by Robinhood's customers. This relationship gives Citadel Enterprise key non-public information as to direction and volume of trades by retail investors. Your firm makes use of private exchanges called dark pools and other off-exchange trading to trade large sizes without moving the market against you. In fact, at some point last month, 50% of all trades
Minchia, se
occur in
sa.
dark pools or via OTC off-exchange trades. Your business strategy is designed intentionally to undermine market transparency and skim profits from companies.
Ragazzi, ma gliela sta dicendo in faccia,
How central your firm has become to the capital markets. Mr. Griffin, does Citadel handle 47% of the U.S. listed retail volume? Please, yes or no.
Excuse me, Chairman Waters, what percentage? I couldn't hear that number.
47%.
So, Chairman Waters, to the best
Yes
of
or
my knowledge,
no?
so the best of my knowledge, we handle in excess of
Yes or no?
40% of all retail volume.
Thank you very much for reclaiming my time. Mr. Griffin, on January 27, did Citadel execute 7.4 billion shares for retail investors, which would be more trades than the average.
Mamma mia, gli ha detto una cazzata. E lei sta dicendo io ho i documenti.
Chairman Waters, that was by written and oral testimony.
Thank you very much. And with that, I now recognize
Se non rispondono va avanti.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tanev, I'm going to come to you first. I just want to get to what happened on that day in January. So let's take a step back here. You get a call in the middle of the night, according to what I've heard you in interviews say. And based off that conversation with your compliance team, you decided to halt the buying of GameStop stock. People were furious. We'll get into the regulations and the settlement parts of that today. We will get to that. But there's
dai, vacci, non c'è
needs to be answered about your decision. Why did Robinhood restrict the buying but not the selling of GameStop? And why did folks get locked out on the buy side only?
Ranking Member McHenry, I appreciate the opportunity to address that. The reason that Robinhood, first of all, let me say Robinhood is always committed to providing access. It's in our name. It's in everything that we do. The decision to restrict GameStop and other securities was driven purely by deposit and collateral requirements imposed by our clearinghouses. So buying securities increases our collateral requirements. Selling does not. Moreover, preventing customers from selling is a very difficult and painful experience where customers are unable to access their money. So we don't want to impose that type of experience on our customers unless we have no other choice. And even though I recognize customers were very upset and disappointed that we had to do this, I imagine it would have been significantly worse if we prevented customers from selling.
Senza senso.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Is payment for order flow legal?
Yes, payment for order flow is legal and regulated and a common industry.
And is this disclosed to those users of your app?
Yes, payment for order flow is disclosed in multiple places. And moreover, payment for order flow enables commission-free trading. And that's why it's become the industry standard model as other brokerages have replicated our model and started offering.
Ha detto una cazzata. Vabbè, dopo ne parliamo.
Okay. So to that, to this greater point of what happened that day and the model that you're using, let's be crystal clear. That decision you made to restrict the buying but not the selling of GameStop was based on pressure from anyone on the witness panel here today?
Not at all. Zero pressure from anyone. It was a collateral depository requirement decision made by our Robinhood Securities president.
All right. So let me get into this other question. Let me get into this question. You want to democratize finance.
Non hanno avuto pressioni.
Wall Street to retail investors. You say that Robinhood's mission is to democratize finance for all. So let's talk about that. So yes or no, can a Robinhood customer invest in Robinhood, the company?
Robinhood's currently a private company, so that's not possible, no.
And so you mean to tell me that the people that use your platform, that make you a successful company, and I would say directly contribute to your company's exponential growth and success, they don't get the same access to equity shares as a Robinhood employee or your institutional investors. Is that correct?
Currently, that is correct, yes.
All right, Ms. Schultz, let me pivot to you. Why is that? Why is it that everyday investors on the Robinhood app, people that I would argue contributed to its success, can't invest in Robinhood itself?
The SEC limits a lot of investment in private companies to those folks that are known as accredited investors. And to become an accredited investor, you have to have meet a wealth test of earning at least $200,000 a year, or having a net worth of over $1 million. The vast majority of people in this country don't meet that standard and are unable to invest in most private companies.
Okay, so let me just clear this. Mr. Tanev, I don't blame you for the restriction you put on your customers not being able to invest in equity. I'd like to have more opportunity to ask Mr. Gill his thoughts on this, but let me just say this. I don't fault you for the inequitable regulatory structure that DC has created, but I think we need to clear this up. Final thing, Madam Chair, I have for the record, I'd like to submit a letter from the DTCC, which is the clearing company, that was not on the panel today, and your staff has this letter already.
Order.
All right, thank you all, and look forward to getting to the facts of the matter here today.
Other members, Ms. Maloney, you
Thank
recognize.
you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry for convening this hearing. I hope today's hearing sheds light on how our markets are working, or in many cases are not working, for smaller investors and ways we can fix that. The events of late January saw tremendous volatility and stock prices that were totally divorced from market fundamentals. The whole enterprise was viewed by some as a giant video game, trading stocks instead of properties and monopoly money. But it's not all fun and games, because people can lose their life savings, their hard-earned cash, and tragically, last summer we know of at least one suicide linked to potential trading losses. Beyond those possible losses, the actions of Robinhood and other trading platforms during the GameStop frenzy caused confusion, anger, and undermined investor confidence in the fundamental fairness of our capital markets. None of this is healthy for our markets or good for investors. What makes markets work fairly is when everyone knows the rules and that the rules remain consistent and predictable and are enforced. But because of Robinhood's actions, too many customers did not get that predictability. Many retail investors woke up on January 28th to find that they could no longer buy and sell stocks the same way they could the days prior, and they were being treated differently than other market participants who could still buy and sell those same stocks. So I don't blame them for thinking that things were stacked against the little guy.
Non per GME, per una email che poi si è verificata sbagliata di Robinhood.
Including GameStop.
Un'email automatica. Poi ve la spiego.
With your clearinghouse. But when I go to Robinhood's website and the blog post you initially released on January 28th, your financial requirements with your clearinghouse are not mentioned. You only mention market volatility. And when I review the Robinhood customer agreement, you don't include specifics on how and when you may decide to restrict trading, which you did. And you don't include any language or disclosures regarding your capital.
Madonna, quanto li odio i politici. Che cazzo me ne frega di quello che...
Robinhood can restrict trading. In other words, you seem to reserve the right to make up the rules as you go along. So I have two questions for you.
Eccoci.
First, do you think you owe your customers more disclosure and transparency than you gave them? And second, do you believe your lack of candor with your customers might have contributed to the wild speculation and confusion that resulted in the aftermath of your trading restrictions?
Congresswoman, I appreciate the question. So to answer the second question, look, I'm sorry for what happened.
What?
I apologize. And I'm not going to say that Robinhood did everything perfect and that we haven't made mistakes in the past. But what I commit to is making sure that we improve from this, we learn from it, and we don't make the same mistakes in the future. And Robinhood as an organization will learn from this and improve to make sure it doesn't happen again. And I'll make sure
succederà più, ragazzi, scusateci, dai.
Well, I expect we will experience future events with increased volatility, and Robinhood's recent actions appeared arbitrary, which is why I don't blame customers for feeling treated unfairly. Your trading restrictions came out of the blue, and your communication was not clear. So my next question, Mr. Tenev, Looking forward, what operational changes
Amici come
is
prima,
Robinhood
ragazzi.
making to better respond to future market volatility, to improve transparency with your customers, and to ensure retail customers don't get the rug pulled out from under them at the last minute?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. We'll be committing to reviewing absolutely everything about this. The $3.4 billion that we raised, I think, goes a long way to cushioning the firm from future market volatility and other similar black swan events. And I believe that even throughout this process, we improved our risk management processes and strengthened them so that the experience customers had on Friday of that week was much improved from Thursday.
Thank you.
We'll continue to learn and improve upon this.
Ms. Wagner, you're recognized for comments.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to welcome our witnesses for testifying today to discuss the late January market volatility that took place, along with what I hope is a broader discussion on market functions and their effect on everyday investors.
Questa picchia.
Since I was very first elected, I have advocated
Non si capisce un
for
cazzo
America's
perché
Main
la relatrice
Street
non crede.
investors and worked tirelessly to ensure that all Americans, especially those low and middle income savers, are given the investment choice, access, and affordability that they deserve. Retail investors are the strength of our stock market, and I have fought throughout my career for their best interests in the financial markets, and this hearing today is no different. The advances in financial technology that we've witnessed in the last decade have improved the way that Americans and our businesses perform financial activities. In just the past year, we have seen retail investors' market participation more than double. And I think this is great. I believe in the wisdom of the retail investors.
Sta rispondendo al tizio di prima che faceva il simpatico a dire se sono arrivati un sacco di piccoli investitori a fare i fenomeni, e lei dice ok, ma tutti questi investitori si sono approcciati al mondo finanziario informandosi, studiando. Io credo fermamente che sia una grandissima cosa. Sta tirando una frecciatina al simpatico di prima.
Reducing barriers to market participation, which is rarely
ridurre le barriere alla partecipazione al mercato e non metterne altre, perché fa delle sporcate. Questa è dei nostri.
To the financial instruments that can create long-term investment savings. All of these changes have given millions of Americans the ability to invest better for their families and their future. My hope is that the majority does not use this hearing as an excuse to once again add new federal regulatory burdens to an industry that is already heavily regulated, that will prevent people from participating in our capital markets. Letting existing regulations work is key, not burdening everyday investors with new and more costly barriers to entry. Mr. Tanev, it appears at the time your company did not have enough money to meet the collateral requirements for that level of trading by your customers. In your view, were collateral requirements from the DTCC unreasonably high? Was the amount of trading on your platform unforeseeable? Or was your company...
Sta dicendo, se non avete i soldi, non fate le cose.
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. So this event was a 5 Sigma event, which is a 1 in 3.5 million event.
Ha detto che se non avete i soldi per garantire la liquidità, non fatelo. E lui adesso dirà, ma è un evento straordinario, non ce l'aspettavamo. Non riesco a fare un piccolo riassunto, Felice, lo faccio alla fine. Ti chiedo scusa.
We can learn from it. And in this particular case, our risk management processes worked appropriately to keep us in compliance with all of our deposit requirements and collateral requirements.
Well, Mr. Tanev, I realize that you are doing a full review of your practices and such. I encourage you to do that. And certainly communication with your investors is going to be key to that, because you didn't communicate with them early on. Let me just say, as a ranking member on the Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee, I am delighted to be speaking with our witness, Ms. Jennifer Schultz. Ranking Member McHenry and I have spent countless hours stressing the importance of having qualified women in finance. So I'm pleased to have you here today to lend your expertise. Ms. Schultz, we now know that it was the daily collateral demands set by the National Security Clearing Corporation that were the reason Robinhood had to temporarily restrict trading. Can you briefly explain the purpose of these capital requirements and their overall relationship to ensuring our markets function in an orderly manner? And did you see any broad failures of market function during these events, ma'am?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. The SCC's collateral requirements, yes.
Vabbè, stop, gli ha chiesto, vabbè, te sei un'esperta, spiegaci come funziona il mercato. È una domanda, sta spiegando cosa avrebbe dovuto fare Robinhood per non trovarsi in una situazione del genere. Ragazzi, allora, me ne approfitto adesso per fare un piccolo recap. Sì, gli è andata malissimo con le donne, gli è andata malissimo. Praticamente stanno picchiando forte, adesso si sono concentrati principalmente su Robinhood e la prima domanda seria che gli hanno fatto è quella che una delle 3 domande che io volevo che stasera affrontassero. E gli hanno detto, scusami, ok, ma perché tu, quando c'è stato tutto con l'impiccio di GameStop, non avete chiuso il titolo, ma avete solo chiuso la possibilità di andare long? E lui cosa ha risposto? Ha risposto perché se chiudevamo il sell non davamo la possibilità di controllare i soldi alle persone. Ha dato una risposta e non ha nessuno.
Yeah, Perlmutter, just to remind people to
Comunque stanno picchiando bene, sono contento.
mute themselves because there's a lot of feedback when the question is asked and the mic stays open and the people are answering the question. Just remind everybody, mute when you're not speaking, that's all.
Thank you very much. You heard Mr. Perlmutter. I would hope that every member would.
Gli ha detto, cazzo. Scusate.
Mr. Sherman, you're recognized.
Gli ha detto, chiudete sti Cristo di microfoni quando non parlate. E non lo fa.
When you're not paying for it, it's not free.
E non lo fa. Sei tu che dovevi chiudere il microfono e non lo fai.
When you go onto Facebook and it's free, you're the product being sold to the advertiser, and your information is sold to God knows whom.
Vabbè.
So we now have a system where we're telling investors that it's free to invest to buy and sell stock. There are 2 ways to pay the folks involved in Wall Street for buying and selling stock. One is a commission, and you know what it is. And so we discourage investors a little bit from buying and selling stock because they have to pay a commission and they know they're paying a commission. The other way to do it is to give them a worse execution. Whenever there's a stock being purchased and sold, the market maker, perhaps Citadel, might be willing to sell the stock for $10.05, but will buy it for only $10. The difference is 5 cents. And so the issue is whether Robinhood and other people who are being told you get it for free are really getting it for free. Mr. Griffin, you're a market maker. You pay some brokers for order flow. You don't pay others for order flow. So when you pay for order flow, you're not making as much on the transaction. You have to pay some of that back to the broker. That's hidden the amount of that is hidden from the customer. The fact that it exists has perhaps recently been disclosed. SEC rules require that people get the best execution, but I've recently learned that there's best execution and enhanced pricing. So if you get an order from Fidelity and you get an order from Robinhood and you're paying for the Robinhood order flow, is the Robinhood customer getting as good a price as the Fidelity customer? Mr. Griffin.
So, Congressman, I believe that's an excellent question. The execution quality that we can provide as measured in terms of price improvement is heavily related or correlated to the size of the order that we receive. So if I were to speculate,
I didn't. Don't tell me that that there are other factors involved and take us down another road. I'm asking you a clear question.
Esatto.
Assuming
Domanda chiara,
same
risposta chiara.
size of order.
Siete un market
One
maker.
comes in from Robinhood, one comes in from Fidelity. Is it not true that one is going to get a enhanced best execution, and the other one is just going to get best execution?
So as I was trying to explain, because the Robinhood order comes from a community of traders who tend to trade in smaller size.
That isn't my question, sir. You're evading my question by making up other questions.
Così.
Let me repeat. Two identical orders come in. Same stock, same quantity. One's from Robinhood, one's from Fidelity. What happens?
The quality of the execution varies by the channel of the order. This is a commonly understood phenomena in economics that channels matter. So, for example, when you go get a mortgage from JP Morgan to their clientele has a different rate of interest than a mortgage.
Okay, reclaiming my time, sir. Who gets the better deal? Well, one that comes from a broker who is being paid for order flow, and one not. Can you testify that on balance, there is no difference, assuming the same size of the order?
Non puoi dire
So,
di sì.
as I said earlier, size of the order is only one factor.
You are doing a great job of wasting my time. If you're going to filibuster, you should run for the Senate. Everyone else I've talked to in this industry says when you pay for order flow, you get when your broker is being paid for order flow, you get a worse execution. Otherwise, you're in a peculiar circumstance where you're making more money on a Fidelity
Ragazzi, state capendo, sì?
than a Robinhood transaction.
Ho la pelle d'oca,
Would be an absurd business practice.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Lucas,
ho
you're
la pelle
recognized
d'oca.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for agreeing to testify. It's been reported that approximately 20% of market volume is now attributable to retail customers, which I think is just fascinating considering that's up from 10% in 2019. And that's an overwhelmingly positive development for more market liquidity, more stability, additional avenues for households to grow their wealth. And it's important to increase market access for retail customers.
No, allora ha fatto una domanda molto tecnica e lui sapeva già, tutti sanno già la risposta. Ha detto, se tu sei un market maker, no? Cosa succede se ti arriva un ordine di un broker e un ordine di uno che non è un broker? Come lo gestite? Qual è la qualità, la differenza della qualità della gestione dei due ordini? Se il broker ti paga per l'overflow e uno non ti paga per niente, voi come la gestite? Nella stessa maniera, sì o no? E lui stava dicendo, facendo una spiegazione. Lui ha detto, guarda, è inutile, grazie per avermi fatto perdere tempo, tutti lo sanno che non la gestite nella stessa maniera, ma date precedenza al broker che vi paga, dandogli effettivamente un vantaggio nel market rispetto a chi non vi paga. L'ha distrutto.
In total across equities and options, and we route without consideration for payment for order flow. All payment for order flow arrangements are uniform across the market makers, and our system routes orders based on who provides the best execution quality for our customers. So the reason Citadel gets a relatively high percentage of our customer order flow is because they provide superior execution quality for our customers. And that's first and foremost the most important consideration.
Lui ha detto che noi rispondiamo con maggior qualità a Citadel perché Citadel ci fa degli ordini di maggior qualità.
The execution quality that Citadel Execution Services provides on any subset of orders. Our system is set up to automatically
Diamo precedenza ai piccoli investitori. Siamo uno di voi.
continuing down this line because
Perché
clearly
allora non lo scrivi nel tuo sito, nel tuo cazzo di index? Perché non lo scrivi nell'index? Che siamo come tutti, che diamo prima precedenza alle grosse istituzioni e poi ai piccoli investitori perché è così. Magari è così, ma lo devono scrivere chiaramente, non devono fare i Robin Hood della situazione, capito?
best price to the retail investor from the market maker perspective. Could you expand on that? As you outlined in
No, la fedeltà della transazione, no, tra uno... No, Fed.
The orders that are allocated amongst the market makers today are allocated principally on the basis of price improvement. We have fought for 15 years to make that the basis by how which orders are allocated, because we strongly believe that Citadel is able to provide a better execution for retail orders in the long run.
Buonasera Crazy, ti sei perso... Guarda, tanto sto registrando.
How is it that we are able to provide better execution quality than exchanges? Because exchanges are limited in their ability to do business by regulatory mandate. Exchanges by law have a minimum 1 cent wide market, which for low price securities means that they are less competitive than they otherwise could be. We're able to
No, are you here and what are you doing?
Excuse me?
that wasn't either one of us. Continue, Mr. Griffin.
So we're able to share our trading acumen with
Stavo parlando con un altro.
and we're able to give them a better price, and we're able to make payments for order flow to firms like Robinhood that allow them to have lower, or today in most cases no commission. And of particular note, we're able to help Robinhood and other brokers pay exchange fees to the exchange.
Si era dimenticato il microfono aperto, quello che gli ha fatto la domanda, stava parlando con un'altra persona. Sì, Demap, per farla... Tra virgolette, cioè la fedeltà e la qualità del processamento degli ordini non è lo stesso. Danno, tra virgolette, precedenza a loro, sì. Non siamo sullo stesso piano.
I believe the full play-by-play of that situation was described in detail in my written testimony. Just to clarify, though, this decision had nothing to do with margin.
Unfortunately. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Has expired. Mr. Meeks, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this hearing, and Mr. Ranking Member. Let me ask a question to Mr. Taneev.
Chi fa le domande ai senatori e membri del congresso, chi risponde sono Citadel, Robinhood e di Melvin ancora non ho fatto a nessuno. Comunque Melvin, Citadel e Robinhood, ma fino ad ora hanno risposto Citadel e Melvin.
We thought that opening the market up, where people had adjustable rate mortgages, etc., they were able to get into the market, people who may not have been before, but a lot of disclosure had not happened. So they didn't look, nor was there was no documents to look at.
La SEC doveva garantire che ci fossero tutti, poi giustamente è ovvio che chiedono a chi ha mosso le cose.
Who bought those mortgages, or who initially agreed to those mortgages, sold them immediately because they did know that the people would not be able to afford them and they would default shortly thereafter. Now, so I understand your model of trying to get more people, more democratization, but that means that there's a greater responsibility of ensuring that your customers have all of the information they need to assess riskier trades. Now, for me, the information that has to be digestible and accessible. Now, one of the problems I have, for example, you're allowing up to $1,000 to buy stocks on margin, and borrowing on margin is risky. So how do you disclose this? How do you make determination of individuals who are not the sophisticated investors
Sta facendo la paternale a Robinhood di dire ma perché se sai che sono piccoli investitori non gli dai delle limitazioni in quel che fanno?
For the opportunity to address that. Let me set the stage a little bit by saying that about 2% of our customers borrow on margin. About 13% on a monthly basis perform an options transaction.
Magico, le leve. Cioè gli dice perché dai degli strumenti molto pericolosi in mano ai tuoi clienti. E lui ha risposto guarda solo il 2% usano questi strumenti, non ti preoccupazzi.
Now to clarify your point on the $1,000 margin.
Sì, quasi tutti fanno il buy e hold quando glielo permettete, pezzo di fango.
And it's provided as a courtesy. When a customer initiates a deposit, we allow them access to up to $1,000 of that deposit immediately. Similar to how if you deposit a check at a bank, as a courtesy, they might provide access to those funds or a portion of them before that check clears. As for margin specifically, borrowing money on margin, the rules are very ironclad industry-wide. Obviously, Robinhood Securities conforms to all
Questo è Robinhood, sì.
rules. And Robinhood's product is in many ways more restrictive than that of our competitors because in order to even qualify for borrowing on margin, you have to be a Robinhood Gold customer, which involves paying $5 a month for the service.
So I think that you have, you say that everything is restrictive, but when you are going after the less sophisticated investor, it's more than that. There's a greater responsibility that you have because they have, they could lose. And when they lose, it could make a determination of whether or not they can pay their mortgage or their rent or not. And they can be taken advantage of. Oftentimes we find in the financial industry, it is those that have the least that are really taken advantage of. So the big guys, it becomes a reverse Robin Hood situation, which really concerns me. Let me get to this real quick because there was just something else that you said in regards to liquidity. And you said that you didn't borrow the money because you needed it at the time. But that then you later in a question you asked that you raised the additional money because I want to know how you spent the money for future situations, which means to me that you did have a liquidity problem or you anticipated possibly having a liquidity problem or would have one in future transactions. Could you, what's the deal there?
I appreciate that question. I stand by what I said. Robinhood was able to meet our deposit requirements. We were in compliance with firm net capital obligations throughout the period. And that additional capital, the $3.4 billion, wasn't to service our requirements. It was entirely to prepare for a future, even greater black swan event and to unrestrict and remove restrictions on the trading and buying of these securities.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Huizenga, you're next with 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And this would have been a little nicer 10 minutes ago when I was supposed to go, but I'm going to go
Grazie del follow, Alba Panico.
And the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, ranking member, I think was filibustering himself. And I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Griffin, you had that opportunity to feel comfortable with the explanation of that best execution and what was attempted apparently to try to be asked.
Congressman, I hope so. I think it's important to emphasize that we have vigorously advocated for execution quality to be one of the dominant decision-making factors.
Melvin sta passando il secondo piano, non mi piace.
This has saved retail investors billions of dollars over the year, in contrast to the executions that they would receive through other execution strategies.
Okay.
With respect to payment for order flow, we simply play by the rules of the road. Payment for order flow has been expressly approved by the SEC. It is a customary practice within the industry. If they choose to change the rules of the road, we need to drive on the left side versus the right side. That's fine with us. I do believe that payment for order flow has been an important source of innovation in the industry. As the CEO of Robinhood has testified, they drove the industry towards $0 commissions. This has been a big win for American investors.
Get to Ms. Sculp from Cato Institute. And I know that there was Greenwich Associates had a study, and others are out there. Do you concur that this has been good for consumers in the most part?
I think that there's still ongoing studies, but I do think that payment for order flow and the price improvements have largely been good for improvements for customers. And I agree with Mr. Griffin that this has helped drive innovation in the industry. I think disclosure can always be better, and I think people should understand that their broker still needs to make money even if they're providing a zero commission trading service.
Praticamente si stanno interrogando se è un'innovazione, se ha senso fare pagare non fare pagare le commissioni fisse per ogni apertura come fanno i broker tradizionali, ma fare pagare l'overflow, cioè la differenza di gap. E lei, da qualità di esperta, ha detto sì, potrebbe essere un'innovazione, naturalmente questo gap deve essere giustificato.
I think if you see a few of my colleagues playing to the cameras, but we need to have
Non lo so, ora,
important
non lo so.
questions answered at the end of the day. And one of the assertions that you've heard already today is that investing is, quote, casino gambling. It's using monopoly funny money. I guess I want to know, is individual retail participation
È un senatore, questo fa le domande.
gambling, casino gambling, or using funny money? Mr. Gill, why don't we just start with you?
Sono tutti politici in commissione finanza che fanno le domande.
I don't hear him. Mr. Huffman, let's move to you.
No, I believe that investing is investing.
Okay. Mr. Griffin.
Questo è Reddit.
I believe the vast majority of retail participation are people saving to meet their dreams.
All right, Mr. Tanev.
Congressman,
Molto low
thank you. As I
profile.
mentioned in my opening statement, Robinhood customers
Finché non gli fanno le domande, loro non
essentially
devono rispondere.
made over $35 billion in unrealized and realized gains on all of their assets.
It's thing for them, correct?
Absolutely, it's investing and it's building wealth.
Go back to
Questo è Robinhood.
Yes, of course. I do. I believe it's an opportunity for investors to participate in the market just as institutional.
Tipo fucking value.
Okay, so actually the business channels had a good question.
Melvin non si ricalcola nessuno.
So you recommended
Melvin proprio non lo prendono. Mi sa che la tattica dello sgabuzzino ha funzionato, ragazzi. Melvin Uber Alles.
When it hit cross 20. So are you buying that stock today?
Well, let me just say that investing can be risky, and my particular approach to investing is rather aggressive and may not be suitable for anyone else. But for me personally, yes.
So yes or no, are you buying the stock? And
for me personally, yes, I do find it's an attractive investment at this price point.
Quick question. Did you invest in GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order?
Dice la verità. I like this stock, prezzo interessante, sono entrato.
Because they don't know that.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Did you buy GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order flow?
My investment in GameStop was based on the fundamentals.
Okay. I think that answers it. I believe my time has expired.
Ms. Velasquez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Perché devi picchiare col martello? Fa un
Thank you,
casino.
Chairwoman. Mr. Tanev, Robinhood seems to have perfected the gamification of trading.
Gamification.
Providing the user with the perception that investing through the
Spagnolita,
Robinhood
lei.
app offers recreational gain, playing with little or no downside risk. Of course, many of us understand that investing is not...
Ragazzi, oggi i DIP l'hanno denunciato, è quello che al momento rischia più di tutti.
Robinhood balance disclosures around the potential downside risk of investing, including the risk of substantial loss and the more enticing claims of profitability and the ease of trading.
Certo.
Congresswoman, I appreciate that question. Giving people what they want in a responsible way is what Robinhood is about. We don't consider that gamification. We know that investing is serious, and we're investing in all of the educational tools and customer support to help people on their investing journey. What we see is most of our customers are buy and hold. A very small percentage are trading options, about 13%, and less than 3% borrow on margin. So most people use Robinhood to build up portfolios over time. And
But can you answer my question?
Così.
How do you balance disclosures around the potential downside risk of?
So we make lots of disclosures, Congresswoman. We also we're also a self-directed brokerage, so that means we don't provide advice and we don't make recommendations for what customers should.
Dei privati cittadini gli hanno fatto una class action dicendo che praticamente lui in qualità di broker li ha invogliati a entrare nel mercato e perdono un sacco di soldi.
And ease of trading over the risk of loss that many amateur investors were unaware of the situation they currently find themselves in?
No,
no
manipolazione di mercato. Manipolazione di mercato lo decide un ente superiore, non lo decide una persona.
Earned more than $35 billion in unrealized and realized gains on top of what they've deposited. So I think this shows us that
Dip ha due situazioni. Uno, la SEC lo sta indagando per manipolazione di mercato. Due, da oggi dei privati ne hanno fatto una class action.
I have been concerned and spoken out about the dangers of short selling. While I understand that short selling can be used for legitimate purposes, too often I have seen abuse, and it ends up harming ordinary workers and families. I first saw it against the people of Puerto Rico, and now we are seeing it here against GameStop. Large investors, including hedge funds like yours, have to disclose their long positions when they own 5% or more of the company's shares, but not such disclosure is required for short positions. As we consider reforms, is this type of disclosure for short positions something you will support?
Chi deve rispondere?
Mr. Plotkin?
Yeah, okay. Congresswoman, thank you very much for the question. I think it's a really good question.
Ecco Melvin.
Whatever regulation is put forth in the marketplace, we will obviously, operate within those rules. It's certainly something I'd be happy to follow up with.
But what about my question about short selling?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. It's not really for me to decide, but if those are the rules, I'll certainly abide by them.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that answer. Mr. Gill, public reports credit you with helping to start the GameStop craze.
Non una bella faccetta, Melvin,
investors to bet against the short positions that Mr. Plotkin and others took. But the stock has now fallen from its high, and many amateur investors have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is my understanding that you are a registered broker. Is that correct?
The gentle lady's time has expired.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of the members who are participating today. This is not political theater at all. This is serious oversight responsibility, and members are reminded not to impugn the motive of other members. Thank you. Mr. Lukemeyer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my first question will go to Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill, I guess the question is, you're a very serious investor, somebody who does his homework, invest in the market, your own personal funds. And so I guess the question would be, here today we're discussing the actions around Robinhood, all the transactions that took place. And I guess, do you think we need more legislation as a result of what happened here, or did the system actually work? And let me just make a couple comments on that part. From the standpoint that did it work, was it self-correcting? Did the fact that somebody like yourself was able to invest and maybe take advantage of the over-shorting positions by the hedge fund guys who were trying to really drive down the price of the stock for other reasons, whatever, or did it point out perhaps that we had some companies, perhaps like Robinhood, I would argue that was undercapitalized or under-reserved, or maybe there was over-aggressive other types of investing that was taking place, the algorithms that were there, the different business models, they didn't work because you outsmarted the system, so to speak. Would you like to comment on that, on that sort of questions and how I formatted that?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I would say my expertise is in analyzing the business, the fundamentals of the business, not so much on the inner workings of the market. I'm not so sure about legislation per se. What I would say is that increased transparency could help. That if someone like me could have a better understanding of how those types of things work, I feel as though it would be quite beneficial to retail investors.
Thank you for that. I know that Mr. Tevin, you know, Robinhood has an interesting name. As I recall, the old story is take from the rich.
Ragazzi, io devo andare purtroppo a cena e lascio la live accesa, che così registriamo tutta la fine del congresso, che dopo me la riguardo. Appena finiscono ritorno. Scusatemi ragazzi, non dipende da me.
Will probably help the situation that occurred here, but what other problems occur when you do this in real time? What other things would we have to look at? What other unintended consequences would there be if you did something like that?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I believe that right now, certain market participants rely on next day settlement to be able to take advantage of intraday netting and run up larger one-sided positions in certain stocks with the knowledge that they can close those positions or reduce them by the time settlement happens. And I understand that would be a limitation to the trading activities of some of these institutions. So that's certainly one area to consider. The other is around securities lending. We'd have to make changes to how securities lending works. I don't think any of these are insurmountable challenges, and I'd be happy, as I mentioned earlier, to deploy our intellectual capital and our team's engineering resources to help solve these problems very quickly.
Thank you for that. Mr. Plotkin and Mr. Griffin, the question is for both of you here. Whenever you're short selling, I understand that GameStop stock was short sold 140%. And Mr. Plotkin, you made the comment in your testimony a minute ago that you were not trying to manipulate stock. Yet if you're short selling a stock 140%, for me on the outside looking in, it looks like that's exactly what you're doing. Explain to me why that's not manipulating a stock.
Thank you, Congressman. You know, for us, I can't speak to other people that were shorted. Anytime we short a stock, we locate a borrow. Our systems actually force us to find a borrower, so we always, you know, short stocks within the context of all the rules.
Mr. Griffin, would you like to comment on that? You guys are both market makers and, you know, brokers and hedge fund guys. I mean, you do all of it. Why is this not considered manipulating a stock whenever you can short sell at 140%? Don't you think there should be a limit on something like that?
So I believe that the short interest in GameStop was exceptional, and I'm not sure it's worth us delving into legislative corrections for a very unique situation in terms of the extreme size of the short interest. I will say that all of the large market participants, in fact, every bank, every hedge fund does have to comply with the requirement to borrow shares to short shares in the course of their day in and day out business. The practice of naked shorting was largely curtailed by SEC mandate years ago.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady Waters. And let me just say, Chair Lady, that the people of this country appreciate you for pulling this financial services hearing together because this is a threat to the future of our financial system, and we got to get to the bottom of it. Let me start with you, Mr. Tenney. Let's go through this. The sequence of events that led to the extreme rise in value of GameStop stock and the subsequent market volatility originated through a Reddit discussion. And then that was fueled through social media. And as the story gained traction, tweets by well-known figures with the influence to move markets sent the stock value even higher and higher. So let me start with you, Mr. Tenney. What policies does Robinhood have in place to monitor what happened on social media and how it drives the use of your trading platforms?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Currently, Robinhood does not perform any sort of moderation of social media. We simply don't have the data that the social media platforms have at their disposal to tie these posts to identities. We do, however, within Robinhood Securities, conform to all regulatory requirements around monitoring and trade surveillance and all things of that nature.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, don't you see something is going terribly wrong here? What do you do to monitor the trades in individual stocks, particularly when, in the case of GameStop, they are singled out and moved on social media? What do you do?
I appreciate the question. So our priority throughout the exceptional market conditions in January and early February was to maintain the uptime and performance of our platform and make sure that we're available to customers.
Let me try to get to a point here. Do you, Robinhood, do you have any policies in place to ensure that investors are making trades based on legitimate material, financial information, and not the influence of social media, the design of trading platforms, or any other superfluous information? Do you have anything, any guard to that?
Absolutely. Congressman, we provide educational resources to our customers, including our redesigned Robinhood Learn portal, which is not just available to Robinhood customers, but to the general public, and had over 3.2 million people visiting in 2020.
But don't we need, do we not, I mean, you're at the center of this. Don't you see and agree that something very wrong happened here and that you're at the center of it? And we are looking on this committee of how we can protect our wonderful, precious financial system. We need it from you. What about you, Mr. Hoffman? Do you have anything? What steps is your company taking to guard against this? Anything at all?
Congressman, we spend a lot of time at Reddit ensuring the authenticity of our platform. So we've got a large team dedicated to this exact task. Everything on Reddit, all of the content is created by users, voted on by users, and ranked by users. And we make sure that that is authentic and as unmanipulated as possible. And in this specific case, we did not see any signs of manipulation.
Madam Chairman, lady, I just want to conclude. I got maybe 10 seconds left, but this episode exposes a serious threat to our financial system when tweets, social media posts do more to move the market than material, legitimate information. The risk is enormous.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stivers, you now have 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you calling this hearing. The American financial markets, I believe, are the envy of the world, but they're still imperfect. I would have liked to seen this committee have a meaningful discussion about capital requirements and the T+2 clearing rules that may have contributed to some of Robinhood's customers not being able to purchase stock, including GameStop, for a period of time. But because the majority didn't include the SEC, the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation, or the National Securities Clearing Corporation to testify, we're left with what we have. That's because I believe the majority is attempting to use this hearing to drive a narrative about the U.S. capital markets being rigged. But I do have several questions. Mr. Tanev, you decided to stop allowing your users to buy GameStop and other stocks as a result of capital requirements on Robinhood securities. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. Deposit requirements with our clearing houses.
And you know, those got resolved, but for a period of time, some of your users could only sell and not buy, and that could have contributed to the stock actually going, you know, not going up as fast because some of your users were prohibited from buying. Do you think that is possible that could have happened?
I shouldn't speculate on what could have happened if
there's more sellers than buyers, does the stock price go down or up?
Well, to be clear, Robinhood, Congressman, is a minority of trading activity in these securities.
I understand, but if your buyers can only sell and not buy, then it clearly keeps you from putting upward pressure on the stock price. Is that correct?
On Thursday, customers on our platform could only sell, so there was no ability to buy. That's correct.
Great. So, you know, I know, and you said earlier, by the way, I know some people have attacked your arbitration agreements, but I want you to be clear. If your users were harmed as a result of these actions, they can recover through arbitration. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct. And our arbitration is FINRA supervised and overseen. And we do believe arbitration gives customers a fair and speedier resolution to their claims.
Thank you. Does your user agreement and your arbitration allow for group arbitration or only individual arbitration?
Let me get back to you on that.
If a group was treated similarly and similarly affected or lost upside or lost money, can they do it as a group, or is it only individual in your arbitration agreement?
Well, Congressman, I'm sure you're familiar of the number of class action lawsuits filed against Robinhood.
And I'm not asking about a class action lawsuit. I'm asking, in your arbitration system, can a group of people come together, or is it individual? And this is not a trick question. I'm not a fan of trial lawyers. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Congressman. I think the best thing I can do is get back to you after making sure that we get you the right answer.
Thank you. That'd be helpful. Mr. Plotkin, are you a frequent short seller, yes or no?
You know, we run a long short portfolio. The majority of our investments are long investments, but we also have short investments to hedge out market risk.
Thank you, Mr. Plotkin. Has Melvin Capital ever engaged in short selling of the stock Tesla?
We have been short Tesla in the past. That's correct.
Mr. Plotkin, also, this is a longer question. Did you see the tweet from Tesla CEO Elon Musk about GameStop stock?
I did see that after market hours on, yes, on a Tuesday.
Do you believe that Mr. Musk's tweet had any significant effect of driving the rise in GameStop stock?
I don't want to speculate on what the actions of his tweet were. The stock did rise after hours.
This, then, do you believe that that tweet was targeting you because you had shorted Tesla stock in the past?
You know, we had a very small short position years ago in Tesla. That would be pure speculation as to his motives of putting that tweet out.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to Mr. Tanev on the regulatory requirements. Do you believe that the SEC and the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation should modify
any of their rules as a result of what happened to your users because of capital requirements?
I do believe.
The gentleman's time has expired, and the SEC is not here today because they're in transition with a temporary chair, awaiting the confirmation of the person who's been appointed by the President of the United States. This is a serious hearing. Members are reminded not to impugn the motives of others. Thank you, Mr. Green. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Schultz, there is a reason for penalizing a market maker for improperly trading its own accounts ahead of its clients' accounts. Note that I said improperly trading. I don't want to go through the scenario of there being a time for proper trading ahead of accounts. I'd like for you to tell us what that reason is, please.
Cosa fa questo con la mascherina?
What trading ahead of customer accounts is illegal, and it does not.
I understand that it's illegal. I don't mean to be rude, crude, and unrefined, but I have to ask this question quickly. What can happen that can benefit the market maker? How can that be monetized such that the market maker profits greatly from doing it?
Right. If a market maker trades improperly ahead of the own customer accounts, he can get a better price and can move the market in the process depending on how big the trade is, thus hurting the customer.
Yes, and if this trade is huge, and you can see that this trade that the client has is huge and will have an impact on the market, how does that benefit the market maker to trade ahead of the client?
The market maker can get a better price for himself before the price changes by the client's trade. He can also engage in self-dealing that way as well.
So does it benefit a huge market maker to have a great deal with, let's say, a Robinhood because of the flow that will be coming through that the market maker can take advantage of?
I don't think that they're necessarily congruent situations. When you're trading ahead of a customer order, which is something that is illegal and that the SEC does monitor for, it's very different from having knowledge as to the way that the market might be moving based on.
I understand, but I want to talk about the circumstance where it's improper, not where it's proper. Remember, we started with improper trading. Here's my point. Let me go to it quickly. The market maker Citadel traded over-the-counter stocks for its own accounts in 2012, from 2012 to 2014, while simultaneously delaying client orders for the same shares. And it was fine for this. Citadel has been naughty for some time. 2014, Citadel faced $800,000 in penalties. 2017, 22.6 million. 2018, 3.5 million. 2020, 97 million. And another 2020 of 700,000. This seems like a lot of money. It is for me, more than $124 million. But over the same period of time, Citadel had revenues generated in the amount of $13.2 billion. It seems to me that the punishment for these improper trades and improper actions, because it wasn't just trading, Citadel also did some other things that were not proper. They misled clients. Seems that the punishment is so small given the amount of revenue generated over the same period of time. It seems that Citadel has at least an opportunity to build into its cost of doing business paying penalties. And that concerns me. It concerns me that the punishment doesn't seem to deter Citadel. It concerns me because I know of circumstances wherein persons who are not in the market, they do things that are much less harmful, and they can possibly go to jail. So the question that I have is this: what kinds of systems do we have in place? And it's back to you again, ma'am, to prevent the very things that I have called to the attention
La
of
prima
my
cosa che
colleagues.
fanno è che invece di una multa gli levate la
Well, as a
licenza di
former
farlo.
enforcement attorney at FINRA, I can say that regulators have the same concern with fines and other punishments becoming just a cost of doing business. And it's one of the things that are considered along with the regulations around what can be punished.
The gentleman's
May I, for the record,
has expired. Mr. Green, as you know, we're going to have a series of hearings, and our next panel will include a whole bevy of experts also on some of these issues. With that, Mr. Barr, you're
Chair, may I place something in the record, please? I have additional questions.
Without objection, you may enter into the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Barr, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Griffin, I want to revisit this issue of payment for order flow.
No, è solo l'inizio.
Payment for order flow has been around for...
Ma non ci mettono tanto.
So I know it's been around for at least 1 or 2 decades. I can't answer before that period of time.
And it's a recognized and approved practice by the SEC, correct?
Yes, it is.
And payment for order flow is set by the brokerage firm, not the wholesaler, right?
It is ultimately a negotiated number, but it is a number that is set by the brokerage firm and not by us as the market maker.
Well, as a market maker that provides execution services to retail brokers, you are required to meet best execution requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And in other words, market makers are required to provide the same or better pricing than the exchanges, correct?
That is correct.
And how can market makers offer that better pricing to Mr. Sherman's line of questions?
So there are a number of drivers that permit us to offer better pricing than what is available on exchange. The first is that exchanges have legally mandated minimum tick sizes of a penny. So if you look at a stock like AMC, it trades $5 bid, $5.01 offered. If the exchange could trade with a half-cent increment, it would probably trade $5.005 bid, $5.01 offered, or vice versa. But the exchanges are limited to a 1 cent minimum tick size. And we have been clear on the record in prior testimony that exchanges should be permitted to have a smaller and more competitive tick size. That's fact number one.
Okay.
Number two is that the average retail order is much smaller in totality than the average order that goes onto an exchange. Because this order is smaller, and I'll share a number with you, the typical Robinhood order is ballpark about $2,000 in size. Because it's a small order, the amount of risk that we need to assume in managing that order is relatively small as compared to an order that we have to manage from our on-exchange trading. And as I'm sure you're well aware, we are the largest trader of stocks on exchanges in the United States.
So let me move to Mr. Tenev really quickly on that point. What impact might greater restrictions on the payment for order flow model have on your ability to offer zero commission trades?
We do believe, Congressman, that that's an important question, and payment for order flow helps cover the costs of running our business and offer commission-free trading to customers. When we started, people didn't even think that there was enough margin left to make this business work, but we've been fortunate to make it work.
Grazie al follow,
for
Matriz.
our customers.
Well, let's talk about why Robinhood restricted trades. I think your explanation about margin requirements charged by your clearinghouse makes sense. Is your clearinghouse supervised by the Fed and the SEC?
I believe that That's
Are the margin requirements charged by your clearinghouse in turn approved by federal regulators?
Yes.
And did federal regulators approve the value risk charge that was imposed on Robinhood?
I believe, Congressman, the value at risk charge is outlined in general terms in Dodd-Frank, but I'm not sure who approved the specific implementation of that formula.
So if anyone has a problem with your decision to halt trades, it's fair to say that their frustration should be directed toward federal regulation.
Congressman, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus and direct frustration anywhere. All I can say is Robinhood Securities played this by the books and played it basically the only way that we could remain in compliance with our deposit requirements.
Mr. Plotkin, appreciate your testimony that Melvin always follows laws governing shorting stock, but Melvin lost $6 billion in 20 trading days. Let me ask you about your risk management. Did your short positions exceed float?
Attenzione.
No, they did not.
Well, shorting has an important role to play in our markets, allowing for legitimate hedging and price discovery. But we are interested in naked shorting, and so we would hope that you would clarify that and
Ecco il richiesto di naked.
make sure that you're first locating the borrow.
Has expired. Mr. Cleaver, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
No, dai, proprio la domanda più importante.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too would like to
Ma
thank you
chiedilo
for
prima dei naked shows.
this hearing. It's a question that a lot of people are asking, probably many of us as we go throughout our districts. But let me start with you, Mr. Tanev. I'm just curious if you can give it to me in a short period of time. How did you come up with your name for your company?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, Congressman. Robinhood stands for lowering the barrier to entry and democratizing finance for all. So the idea is the same tools that institutions and wealthier high net worth individuals have had for a long time should be available to the people regardless of their net worth or how much money they have.
Okay.
Adesso è un po' più generica. All'inizio hanno picchiato serio.
Because it's something I would also embrace. However, I have a 23-year-old on the other side of the house who I love dearly. But he has no training, no income, no qualifications. How in the world could he get like $1 million worth of leverage?
Thank you, Congressman. So the leverage that we provide to our customers, which less than 3% of our customers actively use, is regulated strictly by requirements. So the only way to get...
Ha detto, io di là c'ho un figlio che ha 23 anni, non ha nessuna competenza di operare con la leva. Com'è possibile che voi offrite delle leve a $1 milione? E lui dice... Noi seguiamo la legge ce lo permette, la legge lo fa.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, I mean,
E gli ha chiesto, ma a te ti sembra giusto? E ho detto, non è il mio ruolo dire se è giusto.
He was only 20 years old. So I'm just saying, if that's not a policy, that was an error.
Congressman, I appreciate the opportunity to address that really important point. You're referring to Mr. Kearns.
I am.
The man who unfortunately passed last year.
Yes.
First of all, I'm sorry to the family of Mr. Kearns for your loss.
Gli ha detto del ragazzo che è morto.
Mr. Kearns was deeply troubling to me and to the entire company.
Il ragazzo che gli è morto.
We have vowed to take a series of steps, very aggressive steps, to make our options product safer for our customers, including changing the customer interface, adding more additional options education, as well as strengthening and tightening the requirements for people getting options, and adding a live customer support line for acute options cases. So it was a tragedy, and we went into immediate action to make sure that we made not just the most accessible options trading product for our customers, but the safest as well.
Okay, I asked that question. In my real life, I'm a United Methodist pastor, and so I've read your statement. After the tragedy of this young 20-year-old, but I mean, and I don't think you nor I want to get in. I mean, to litigate that right here today. But what improvements did you make in the aftermath to your platform, or were there improvements?
Thank you, Congressman. There were several improvements. One, we added the ability to instant exercise as well as exercise options positions in-app. We clarified the display of buying power, specifically negative buying power, in situations where one leg of a complex multi-leg options transaction were to be assigned.
Ti ha chiesto che cambiamenti hanno fatto dopo la morte del ragazzo e lui gli sta dicendo che hanno fatto fin da subito dei cambiamenti nella piattaforma perché questo non avvenga.
Which has gotten very, very great feedback from customers and is something we're expanding to other use cases, such as cases where customers' accounts have had off-platform.
Ma non sono queste le domande che gli devono fare.
Okay, that's the last one is where I was concentrating on. Because, this young man was trying to get into your system to find out what was going on. He was confused, he was scared, and so he sent emails. And so, to be fair, there was a response, but it was like, hours later.
Black humor.
And so as I became more and more familiar with this particular case.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Mr. Hill, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing, and I want to thank our witnesses for their expertise and their patience. Madam Chair, I have a letter from the American Securities Association I'd like to insert in the record, please.
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Tenev, what a treat to see you, and congratulations on being part of the American dream. I had the pleasure working for President Bush 41, of working in Sofia in 1990 and 1991 to try to bring capitalism to Bulgaria. So I'm glad to see you're an American citizen and innovating here in our country.
Thank you.
I think you've done a good job talking about I'd say the acknowledged lesson that you've learned in terms of these deposits for clearing and the important risk management issues for your firm. So I'd like to turn to follow up on some of the discussions about retail service that you've also touched on today. Do you have a call center generally for Robinhood investors?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. And I want to start by saying customer service is fundamental to everything that we do, and it's one of the areas where we're investing the most. We have customer service centers in a number of states: Colorado, Florida, Texas, and Arizona, and we're looking.
Ha chiesto il customer service. Queste domande non si va da nessuna parte, ragazzi. Anzi, gli date solo degli assist.
That as fast as we can. So as I mentioned earlier, options, advanced options cases, as well as account takeovers, which typically happen through a customer's personal email who's been compromised. And the feedback's been great, and we're looking to expand the live phone channel as well as make improvements to our email channel and even upstream within the product.
Thank you. That's helpful. And on the subject of margin and options, you've talked about that today. But I've spent 40 years in this business and been the general securities principal in 3 different firms. And this issue of granting margin.
Ma vuoi che non ci sia nessuno che gli fa la domanda secca a Melvin e Cetadel se hanno operato in naked short?
And that's low dollar stocks.
is I understand that your policy and
Beh, Crazy, all'inizio hanno picchiato,
that you allow
Non
low
c'eri,
dollar
ma
stocks
all'inizio...
if they're on an exchange, but many brokerage firms are very reticent to allow retail investors to invest in stocks that are under $5. Could you address that issue today?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Congressman. So Robinhood allows customers to trade in and invest in exchange-listed securities. So that's the objective criteria that we use. And it actually excludes several types of securities that customers commonly request to trade in. So on Robinhood, you can't trade over-the-counter bulletin boards, except in limited cases where a listed stock falls to over-the-counter. You can't trade pink sheets. And of course, you can't short sell or enter undefined risk options trades.
Okay.
So our objective criteria involve whether exchanges list these securities.
Thank you, and I think that probably, I'm sure you'll reevaluate that after these effects. Let me turn to Ms. Schulp. Thank you for being here. The Wall Street Bets Reddit platform. I'm curious, when you think about the obligation of this SEC pending investigation, based on your FINRA background, do you think the SEC should look at the bulletin board participants under Section 9A2 on potentially inducing trading in a certain direction? Is that worthy of their review?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I think that there's been little evidence to this time that there's been any sort of false or deceptive conduct taking place on the Wall Street Bets Forum. That does not mean, though, that I think that the SEC should not take a deeper look. Because of the anonymity in the forum, there could have been people that were engaging in deceptive behavior that's not readily apparent to outside to the public. So I do think the SEC should look, but to this point, I've seen very little that would meet a test for manipulation, which generally involves false or deceptive behavior.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Tev, I thought of another question for you. Would a securities transaction tax be beneficial to retail investors in the United States?
Thank you, Congressman. I don't believe it would.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're back.
Witnesses, we will take a short recess.
Ciao, Borsino.
The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Stop di 5 minuti. Guarda, allora, all'inizio devo dire che si era messa male, soprattutto per Robinhood e anche un po' per Citadel. Melvin abbiamo fatto veramente poche domande. Ho fatto delle domande serie, le hanno detto, la domanda, poi sono andato a mangiare, ma la domanda che mi è piaciuta di più è stata: ma perché? Sì, quando hanno incominciato, cioè non hanno ancora tirato fuori la questione, la domanda secca dei naked short, cioè la domanda perché non avete bloccato il titolo completamente ma avete bloccato solo il buy, gliel'ha fatta. E si è visto come ha risposto veramente a caso. Ha risposto: perché non avete bloccato il titolo? Perché la gente che ci aveva dei soldi messi non poteva chiudere la posizione e quindi avrebbero generato il panico, capito? Però fondamentalmente non gli si è detto dovevate bloccare l'operatività di chiudere una cosa, perché hanno... No, vabbè, non so più. No, non penso a niente, non opero sul mercato italiano, non so di che gruppo stai parlando, Ursino, quindi non so assolutamente di cosa stai parlando. Da quello che ho capito 5 minuti di stop. 350 persone non possono assolutamente fare niente. A meno che non sono 350 milionari che ci mettono, che ne so, mezzo milione a testa. Ragazzi, dentro qui che... Boh. No, oggi siete stati capaci di far muovere il titolo, questo è tutto da verificare, Borsino. Se è vero che 350 persone riescono a far muovere un titolo, vuol dire che quel titolo è spazzatura, non c'è un asset societario dietro. Quanto volume avete? Innanzitutto io eviterei di dirlo pubblicamente, perché vabbè, tu sei una persona privata, quindi non rischi niente, ma esiste l'aggiotaggio finanziario che è un reato in Italia, quindi attenzione a dire certe cose. E secondo poi, se 350 piccoli investitori, quali siete immagino, riescono a muovere un titolo, io avrei molto paura di entrare in quel titolo, perché vuol dire che non c'è niente sotto se non speculazione. Se dietro ci sono degli organi finanziari e degli istituti, delle altre società, dei broker, potrebbe essere aggiuttaggio finanziario, sì. E potrebbe configurarsi qualcosa di illegale. Poi sai, non sono un avvocato, quindi non lo so. Il mio consiglio era solo di stare attenti ad esporsi a situazioni del genere. È importante notare che in Hackett short selling non sempre violano la regolamentazione. In effetti la SEC ha notato che in certe circostanze la vendita in Hackett short può contribuire alla liquidità del mercato. Dopo, nel 2010, la SEC ha aggiunto nella regolamentazione alcune regole. Le restrizioni dello short selling durante il periodo di quando uno stock price ha un declino significativo, quindi dovremo effettivamente esserci. Anche quello che si è creato con GML è illegale, ma visto che non si è pubblicato è andata bene. Allora, è sempre fondamentale, è sempre la questione di fondo che chiamano dei rappresentanti politici che possono essere più o meno preparati sulla vicenda. Purtroppo è uno, non dico dei limiti, però uno delle pecche della democrazia, cioè fondamentalmente chi è nella posizione di fare le domande lì, ma si è anche visto, era più interessato ad aspetti sociali o popolari rispetto a effettivi aspetti tecnici, e magari non aveva neanche la competenza per fare alcune domande tecniche, quindi ciao Lucky. Vabbè, sulle regole americane sono molto flat. No, non sono assolutamente d'accordo con quello che dici, Giulio Tiralli. La legge americana, a differenza di quella italiana, non si presta a grossissime interpretazioni. E dai, hanno ripreso.
Mr. Gill, let's start with you since you seem to have started all of this. You began analyzing GameStop in the summer of 2019. Was that your testimony?
I want to know. Yes.
Congressman, I've been following GameStop for a number of years. I started to buy into it in June of 2019, most recently.
So back then, what was the price of the stock when you started investing in it?
At the time, it was in the ballpark of around $5 per share.
Okay, and in your analysis, what did you think a proper price for this
Dai,
share
almeno
was?
tu
'Cause you thought you were
dillo.
getting a good buy.
Dillo.
Sure. At the time, I thought that the value of the business could be worth up to roughly $2 billion.
Okay, but how much is that per share? Just bring it back to you bought at 5, you thought it was worth 10, 20?
I felt as though that it could be worth, at the time, in the range of, say, $20 to $25 per share.
And you continued to invest on and off through 2019 and 2020. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and you also, you bought some shares, but you also did some options trading, did you not?
Correct, I did.
And options trading is not really for the novice investor, is it?
It is a riskier investment, yes.
On January 27th, I think the stock price hit $483 or something like that. Is that true?
I believe it was in that area, yes.
In your analysis, back when you started investing in the stock, did you ever see it being valued at $483 per share?
At the time, I thought it was possible, but a very low probability, I thought.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. In terms of the platforms where you visited and discussed this stock with others, one was the Reddit subreddit wallstreetbets platform, correct?
Correct.
And at any given time, how many people were you talking to on that platform?
I wasn't so much talking to anyone individually, but rather making posts on that public forum.
That GameStop was an attractive stock.
Yeah, early on, I had felt that it was an attractive investment opportunity, and I had shared some of my thoughts as to why that was.
Did you discuss this on any other platforms? Are there any other kinds of Reddit or other kinds of platforms that you talked about the stock?
Yes, I have talked about the stock on some other platforms.
Did you ever talk about the short sellers that had bet against this company?
Yes, the topic did come up.
And about when did that occur?
Oh.
Dai.
Since around the time I had begun investing in it, it was, as someone else has noted, it was an exceptional level of short interest in the stock since the time I had started investing.
Dai, apri il vaso.
Okay. Let me turn my attention now to you, Mr. Plotkin. When did Melvin first take a short position in GameStop?
Thank you, Congressman. That was in 2014, really right at our inception of the fund.
And when you did that, did you continue to maintain a short position?
That's correct.
So you said you analyzed the value of the stock, and you, by taking a short position, you, unlike Mr. Gill, thought that the stock was overpriced. He thought it was underpriced. You thought it was overpriced.
That's a good conclusion. Yes.
Okay. In your analysis, when you started into the short position, what did you think the stock was worth?
I don't remember exactly at the time. I think when we launched, it was probably a $40 stock. I think we believe the company had a lot of structural challenges. We've seen their earnings go from, I think, north of $3 a share to almost negative $3 a share. So there's been a lot of challenges fundamentally.
All right. Last question for you. Were you in a naked position in your short position because the stock was oversold?
No, our systems won't even allow that. So that would be impossible for us to do.
Okay.
Ok.
Well,
Ha detto che non sono... A domanda secca ha risposto no. Non hanno aperto posizione perché il meccanismo non lo permetteva. È stata fatta, eh? Domanda secca, risposta secca. Il bambino dietro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McHenry, for holding this hearing. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today.
Gliel'ha
I
fatta la domanda,
represent the 1st Congressional District of New York, which encompasses much of Suffolk County on Long Island. My home district is full of people from all different walks of life and industries, and having access to cost-efficient investing is crucial. While there are always
Ha detto
ways to
senza
make the
batter
system
ciglia
work
che non
better,
sono mai
our
entrati
capital
short.
markets are the envy of the world with their liquidity and diversity of
A questo
investment
punto,
opportunities.
ragazzi.
Innovations in securities trading brought by the private sector have increased access for retail investors. For better or for worse, and this situation is a perfect example. For example, one of our witnesses here, Mr. Gill, or should I say Roaring Kitty, turned $53,000 into almost $50 million, and that's what you would call some deep you-know-what value. Of course, we know that not all those who invested in these stocks share the same success story. However, I want to highlight a potential vulnerability in these innovations. I've been concerned for some time in general with the sharing of U.S. individual user data with the Chinese Communist Party. I sent a letter, for example, to the Treasury Department in October 2019 expressing concern with the potential sharing of user information by TikTok to its parent company ByteDance and asked for a CFIUS review. Chinese companies are required by law to regulate online behavior that deviates from the political goals of the CCP, obey the CCP's censorship directives, and participate in China's espionage. These policies regulate companies like TikTok in the China market and increasingly their overseas business. Webull and Moomoo are two examples of broker-dealers that are subsidiaries of Chinese parent companies. According to Bloomberg, funds affiliated with Xiaomi Corp own at least 14% of Webull. Xiaomi is a Chinese company that risks being delisted from U.S. exchanges after the U.S. Department of Defense put the company on a blacklist on January 14, 2021. Moomoo is owned by Futu Holdings, which is a company that received a significant investment from entities affiliated with Tencent, a company with known ties to the CCP. On December 8, 2020, Bloomberg Businessweek ran an article on Webull stating the company, quote, has increased its roster of brokerage clients by about tenfold this year to more than 2 million by offering free stock trades with a slick online interface. On January 29, 2020, the day after trading activity for long trades on certain stocks discussed on Reddit threads were limited, Bloomberg ran an article with the headline, Robinhood rival Webull sees 16-fold jump in new trading accounts. It's clear that these apps have rapidly increased their user base, which has me concerned. Ms. Schulp, do you think we should be concerned about the potential for Chinese entities with ties to the CCP receiving personally identifiable information or other user data from their subsidiary broker-dealers that are licensed and registered in the U.S.?
I think it's a potential national security concern, which is a bit outside of my area of expertise. What I can say is that the rules that the brokers have to apply and comply with regarding personally identifiable information and other material data should be applied equally to companies that are based offshore and companies that are based onshore. And I hope that that's the case with respect to Webull or any other competitors that are not domestically owned.
Cazzo di domanda la trampa.
Having a diversity of choice for different trading apps is generally good for market competition. However, is it a good outcome for millions of Americans to flood into trading apps that could be required to share user data to parent companies that have ties to the CCP?
Again, I think choice is key here, as well as understanding from a consumer perspective what companies you are choosing to do business with. Again, the national security concerns are a bit outside of my area of expertise.
Well, I thank you for being here. This is another angle to this issue with these new
Nico, quando ti sei
options that
connesso,
are
quando sei
being provided
disconnesso, dipende.
to average
Sei
retail
connesso adesso per la prima
investors.
volta?
And we want these retail investors to have the most amount of information as possible to be set up for success. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hines, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a big thank you to our panel today for a very interesting conversation. One of the chairwoman's ways of characterizing this hearing was who wins and who loses. And I've spent a bunch of time in the last couple of days looking at the various players here. I'm pretty convinced that the wholesalers, Citadel is one of the winners. They make a lot of money. They're the casino in this story, and the casino tends to win over time. Robinhood has a valuation of $5.6 billion and makes a lot of money from the casino. So who loses? And I want to spend some time talking about the person who usually loses, and that's the retail investor. And while I have supported for many years the democratization of finance, as we say, it's not just in Washington, D.C., but on Wall Street.
Ci sono un po', diciamo, calmati i toni, sono andati in aspetti più sociali che tecnici.
That are set up to take advantage of the retail investor. And I think it's worth looking at that because as much as we're celebrating Mr. Gill here, we're not talking very much
about C'è da dire che però il senatore le ha chiesto a Melvin se hanno operato in naked short e il CEO di Melvin gli ha detto no, non abbiamo operato in naked short.
The value of his position go down 80%. So Mr. Vergara is out $16,000 he doesn't have that he owes to somebody else. And as much as I support the democratization of finance, we need to be thoughtful about this. So Mr. Tenev, my question is for you. You quoted a $35 billion number as what I interpreted to be profits in excess of deposits.
La SEC deve verificare.
If you just look at your customers who traded in GameStop over the period of its increase and subsequent decrease. Mr. Tenev, how did your customers in the aggregate do? Did they win or did they lose?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. I don't have that particular cut of the data top of mind, so maybe we can get back to you on that one.
All right, you don't have that. So you do have a $35 billion figure. The figure doesn't mean a lot to me because it's just a dollar number. Help me convert that to a rate of return. First of all, is that $35 billion, is that gross or net? In other words, is that actual profit or does it include margin shares, other forms of leverage that may actually not belong to the account?
It does include, Congressman, unrealized gains. So it's the value of assets, both including positions in securities and cryptocurrencies.
I capelli di questo non si possono veramente vedere.
But again, $35 billion doesn't mean anything to me unless you can convert that into a rate of return. So do that for me. What is that on what asset under management number is that $35 billion unrealized against?
The asset under management number is not one that Robinhood has publicly shared.
Okay, but you can't share $35 billion. Sorry, Mr. Tenev, I just don't have a lot of time. $35 billion is a meaningless number. I need to know what that is in terms of return. So convert that for me into rate of return. So I can compare it to Treasury, so I can compare it to the S&P 500.
Congressman, with respect, I think the proper comparison is to customers not investing at all. Much of our customers are investing for the first time and are taking money that they otherwise would have spent or consumed and putting it into
Mr. Tenev, again, I don't want to be rude, but it's my time. Again, you offered up the $35 billion number, which, as you and anybody else schooled in finance knows, is meaningless unless you convert it into a rate of return. So just please convert that $35 billion number, which to the folks watching at home sounds like a lot of money. But what does that actually convert to in terms of rate of return, which is what matters?
Congressman, $35 billion is indeed a large amount of money, especially for our customers who are mostly small investors. It's more than most corporations, nearly all corporations have paid.
Mr. Tenev, again, don't make me be rude here. You and I both know that $35 billion of unrealized gains, if that's on a base of $100 billion, that's a 35% of return. if that's under $1 trillion, it's a radically different rate of return. So what I'm trying to get at, Mr. Tenev, here is you threw out the number of $35 billion. I actually think the right comparison is, what if your clients had simply invested in the long run in an S&P index fund? Would that number be more than $35 billion or less?
Congressman, with respect, I don't believe the right comparison is investing in an S&P index fund. I think the right comparison is not having invested at all and having instead spent that money and consumed it.
No, it's most certainly not. It's most certainly not, Mr. Tenev. And so I'm going to ask you, I'm out of time, but again, you put out the $35 billion number. So I think it's only decent, because you and I both know that a hard dollar number is meaningless unless you can convert it to return. So I'm going to ask you to convert that, obviously I'm out of time, into a rate of return for us.
You're out of time. Mr. Loudermilk, you now
Minchia, che
recognize for 5
pettinata.
minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all the members of the panel being here. I think you've seen that there are occasions with some on the committee here that if you're not giving them the answer that they want, that they can use, they're just going to continue to push on you. And I just encourage you to continue speaking the truth, and you'll always stand up head and shoulders above everyone. Not surprisingly, the situation with GameStop trading has resulted in commentators and even some of my colleagues engaging in knee-jerk reactions, calling for new laws and regulations to be hastily enacted. It just seems to be a trend in Washington, D.C. to never let a crisis go to waste. Some have even spread conspiracy theories and alleged that crimes were committed before knowing what even happened. I can even testify to what was just being said, is I know numbers of people, personal friends, who have never invested before, but because of Robinhood and other retail platforms, many of them took the stimulus money that they received during the CARES Act, which they were still working, they didn't need, and they actually started an account and started investing. So yes, more and more people who have never invested before are now investing using these platforms. This hearing is a reminder that with complex situations, we should take time to understand what actually did or did not happen, especially with this GameStop situation. Now, the SEC is the proper authority to determine if any rules were broken, and they are looking into it. Congress has already given the SEC broad authority to oversee the capital markets, and we do not need to rush to enact even more big government regulations until we that could ultimately harm the investors. Now, question, Mr. Tenev, can you remind us again why Robinhood temporarily paused trading of GameStop and other stocks?
Picchia.
Of course. Thank you, Congressman. Robinhood paused trading temporarily, or I should say paused buying of about 13 securities on Thursday so that we could meet our regulatory deposit and collateral requirements.
Okay, so what you're saying is you were paused because you had to comply with regulations. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. So it's ironic that the people who are criticizing brokerage firms because they pause trading, which they sometimes have to do to comply with regulations, these same folks are now saying we need to respond to this with more regulations. I would say if people don't like brokers occasionally having to pause trading, I'd suggest they look at the regulations that required it. At some point, we need to recognize that piling on more and more regulations only increases complexity and does not help investors. Question for Ms. Schultz. Despite the volatility and the frenzy of media and social media activity, it seems to me like the markets functioned as they were supposed to during this situation, and that markets are not broken. In fact, they are working well. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think most reasonable people that are listening to this would agree that there are regulations in place. The SEC has those to pause activities that could be harmful, not only to the markets, but to the individual investors. And so what I'm understanding you saying is that it did work in the way it was supposed to.
Non capisco la
As the
domanda.
facts that I know now, it does appear to have worked the way it was supposed to. This is not a sign to me that the market is broken.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin, What are some of the issues that policymakers should consider in the T+2, T+1, T+0 debate? Obviously, margin requirements exist to make sure firms have enough capital to settle transactions, but
No, sono i CEO.
and lower margin requirements can be positive for retail investors, and we need
Quello di Robinhood è CEO e co-founder.
Address what some of the issues are in
Invece quello di Citadel è più uno messo lì a... Cioè, questo qua non è il proprietario, però è un pezzo grosso.
We started at T5. We will one day be at real-time settlement. And the question is how long does that journey take? From T2 to T1, which reduces the amount of capital required by broker-dealers to meet the needs of their customers. That reduction in capital will be meaningful. Would have been very helpful to Robinhood during this period of time. Reduces counterparty risk holistically, which is good for everybody in the market. We should push for T1. As we go to same-day settlement, you now bring into question the complexity of intraday cash movement, and you bring into play the necessity for all systems to be functioning every moment of every day with no room for error. On a T1 settlement cycle.
This time has expired. Let me remind the members that we're going to have a series of hearings. Today is the first. There will be probably two more. I didn't hear anyone here today say that they were ready to pile on regulations. So let's make sure we know that our statements are accurate. Mr. Foster, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to our witnesses. Mr. Tenov, I'd like to follow up a little bit on payment for order flow and best order execution issues. Democratization of finance is a good and noble goal, but for democracy to work, consumers need transparency and high quality information, and not only about fees, but about order execution quality. Your customers actually don't care directly about who you subcontract order execution to or any payment for order flow, but they need a simple way to compare the execution quality between your app and competing apps or other accounts. And while institutional investors can afford to run their own tests, and they do, and I'm sure Mr. Griffin is quite often on the receiving end of those tests and trying to measure up to his competitors to compete for market share there. The institutional investors have the market power to demand best execution statistics for their prime brokers.
No. Sono tutti CEO. Sono tutti CEO.
I believe there's an SEC rule 606 that
Presidenti
requires
esecutivi.
brokers to disclose at least some order execution data to institutional
Nel caso anche di Robinhood, cofondatore e
does not
proprietario.
apply to retail investors. So, Mr. Tenov, since Robinhood's mission is to democratize finance for all, I ask, what are the mechanisms that you would accept and support to provide transparent order execution quality statistics so that your customers can engage in a clean apples to apples comparison between other brokers, between your app and other people's apps in terms of the total cost of trading?
Thank you, Congressman, for that very important question. I'm generally in favor of a greater amount of transparency than what we've typically seen in the financial industry. And recently, Robinhood and me personally have engaged publicly on the topic of payment for order flow, short selling, and of course, T+2 and real-time settlement. We do publish 606s via Robinhood Securities that detail our payment for order flow arrangements with various market makers.
Hai pure founder?
Just this past year, the industry implemented
Non pensavo fosse uno di
more
founder,
detailed 606 requirements, which we of course conform to. Also, back in December of 2020, we released a public page on our website that provided detail about the execution quality, including price improvement that our customers received. And we're proud to announce in 2020, our customers received in aggregate over $1 billion of price improvement on their execution.
Ero lì.
Right, but that's not a
L'ho capito
comparison to
adesso.
competitors. There are a lot of questions about the accuracy of the best execution reference price. And independent of whether it should be improved, it seems like if I was a customer of you or one of your competitors, what I'd want to see is, I just executed a trade of $2,000 and on average I got X% better or worse than a reference price. And then over time, and see not only the trade that I just executed, but perhaps a running average over the last month or two, that you can compare to the running average of whether you're exceeding some benchmark for trade execution quality that can really be compared with potential competitors. And is that a workable system? Are there difficulties? Is there a reason why industry should move that way in the name of transparency to customers?
Congressman, this is a very interesting topic to me. I'd love to have the conversation. I don't know if this is the right forum to necessarily ideate and brainstorm on all the solutions, but I just want to say I'd be happy to engage with this in a
Quando si muove è un blocco di cemento quella capigliatura.
Okay, well, yeah, we do intend to continue to engage with the industry on this subject, because it's very easy to make payment for order flow sound really creepy. You're basically selling a list of rubes to the sharks. Okay, on the other hand, you make part of an argument that this can net out positive for consumers, but for it to fully net out positive, they have to be able to make the apples to apples comparison. And so that's, I think really an important issue. And I think that probably your reaction to that, if you found your customers were leaving you because of poor execution quality, you would do what large funds do, which is to split your order flow between multiple order execution firms and then demand of them the best order execution and move
Ciao
your
benvenuto.
business to whoever does the best.
Ricordati di mettere un follow nel canale.
Congressman, we already do that. We have 7.
Ragazzi, ricordo a tutti, ciao Pez, bentornato. Ingrafa 96, anche a te, benvenuto. Ricordo a tutti che se ci avete Amazon Prime vi potete registrare gratuitamente al canale, vi potete abbonare, non spendete assolutamente niente e aiutate me e tutti i ragazzi di wallstreetbets Italia a continuare a fornirvi il servizio che vi stiamo offrendo. Continuiamo.
After the market volatility surrounding GameStop in January, Democrats renewed the call, many Democrats anyway, renewed the call for a financial transaction tax. On just January 28th, Congresswoman Ileana Omar tweeted, "How about this? Financial transaction tax now." Congressman Peter DeFazio is the lead sponsor of the bill. He's already put the bill back in for this session of Congress. It's now House Resolution 328 of 2000. So it's called the Wall Street Tax Act of 2021. I actually have a copy of it from the last session here. It's in again now. And he says, Congressman DeFazio says that a financial transaction tax would, quote, help create a more level playing field for Main Street.
Grazie dei complimenti.
So with that background, Mr. Tenev, this question is directed at you. The Robinhood platform has more than 13 million users, and most of them are small dollar retail investors. If the federal government levied a 0.1% transaction tax on the sale of securities, and I know one of my colleagues, French Hill, my good friend, mentioned this earlier, but I want I want to expand upon it a little more. How would that 0.1% transaction tax on the sale of securities affect your platform and the retail investors that are your customers?
Thank you, Congressman. And we'd be happy to engage in this discussion much more in the future. A 10 basis point financial transaction tax would eat into the returns of our customers, which, as you pointed out, are largely smaller investors. And in that sense, it would be a cost to the retail investor. Of course, that would have to be weighed against the potential benefits of this tax. And I know it's a more complicated issue than meets the eye at first glance.
Dopo ti dico.
Okay, well, thank you for that
Soprattutto
answer. My next question is actually for Jennifer Schlupp. I know you spent your career specializing in financial regulation. In your expert opinion, would a financial transaction tax directly prevent fraud or market manipulation?
No, I don't think a financial transaction tax would have an effect on fraud or manipulation. I also don't think that it ultimately, financial transaction taxes often fail to raise money, and they distort trading in a way that's not necessarily foreseen initially by the tax. And I'd like to just add in there as well that financial transaction taxes, while they initially might seem like a small imposition on an individual investor, those taxes often hurt individual investors and their long-term retirement goals by affecting the institutions that also do the trading in mutual funds and with retirement money. I don't think a financial transaction tax is a good idea.
And a quick follow-up to that, Mr. Slough, what do you think a financial transaction tax would have done anything to prevent the market volatility and disruption we saw just this past January?
No, I don't think it's related here. There's been some discussion that it might have decreased the amount of trading, and thus changed the volatility. It's not my opinion that would have had any effect on this particular circumstance.
Totalmente sprecata.
So let me just summarize. The financial transaction tax, supported by many Democrats, would do nothing.
Guarda, questo sta facendo politica. Questo sta facendo politica. Questo sta facendo politica perché è contro la financial tax fatta dai democratici. Questo sta rubando tempo prezioso per fare mera e inutile politica. Mamma mia.
More expensive for small retail investors to trade, and so much for looking out for Main Street. I believe we should be working together to find ways to open up markets to retail investors, not close them. Instead of making trade more expensive with a burdensome tax, let's look for ways to empower retail traders. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Bravo, razza di
Thank you
inutile.
very much. Ms. Beatty, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Miss Baby.
Ms. Beatty?
Miss Baby?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you to the witnesses. My first question is to the CEO, President Ken Griffin. In the first 3 quarters of 2020, your company paid online brokerages like Robinhood $700 million for their order flow. Do you believe that brokers like Robinhood can service the best interest of their users while selling their order flow to companies like yours? And that's yes or no.
Congressman, I believe that Robinhood actually goes further in meeting the best interest of customers by, in fact, routing their order flow to Citadel. We give a better price, a better execution for American retail investors than the going to exchanges.
So I'm going to take that as yes, since you said they go further. Then can you tell me, why did your company urge the SEC to ban the payment for order flow models in a filing to the SEC?
Congressman, that is a terrific question. That filing relates to the U.S. options market. It was a filing back, I believe, in 2004. And in the U.S. options market at the time, trades were committed against listed quotes. We were apprehensive about the direction in which the U.S. options market was heading towards the existence of these price improvement auctions, which diminished the incentives to aggressively provide bids and offers in the options market. We felt that legislative or regulatory efforts to encourage tight quoting, to discourage the existence of these auctions, and this was being, in some sense, fueled by a series of payment for order flow programs, was in the best interest of American institutional and retail investors. Now, regretfully, we did not prevail in our reasoning. The rise of price improvement auctions came into, in essence, the day-to-day model for options trading in the United States. And I do believe that this is a setback for our capital markets.
So, because my clock is ticking, let me ask you this. So, are you saying that you no longer believe that the model is anti-competitive and distorts order routing decisions?
I think it's important to distinguish between a market where you must trade on an exchange. In the options market, we must print the trade on an exchange versus a market where you can trade off exchange, which would be the US equities market.
Vabbè, ma se te la giochi su questi piani, lui ti mangia.
Every single options trade must be executed on an exchange. Equity trades do not. And because of that, I can save Robinhood exchange fees and offer a tighter bid-ask spread.
Okay, clearly we're going to have a further discussion. Let me interrupt you only because my time is clicking, and I want to follow up with a question for Robin.
A cosa ti riferisci onboarding?
Several of the
a queste interrogazioni?
Order flow for the sale to the firm, like with the previous CEO with Citadel. However, the price that Robinhood gets for the order flow is much higher than any other brokers receives. And I could go on and tell you we've pulled the SEC filings that Robinhood receives 17% per 100 shares stock of traded and 58% to 100 shares, and I could go on. But the question is, why do companies like Citadel pay a premium for their order flows of Robinhood's users?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that very important question. There's several reasons that may be the case. One important one is that our model and formula for payment for order flow works a little bit differently. We actually receive payment for order flow as a percentage of the bid-ask spread rather than on a per-share basis. And we do believe that that's the most optimal way to structure payment for order flow arrangements.
Okay, is it not because companies like Citadel can make more money off of Robinhood users than others? And that's a yes or no, because my clock is going to run out.
Yes, lo dico io. Come no?
I'm sorry, I yield back. My time is up.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have Mr. Vargas.
Ma come no?
Excuse me, no, Mr. Davidson next, and then Mr. Vargas. Mr. Davidson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I thank our witnesses. I appreciate the work you've done today. And I just want to share that in May of 2020, the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation unveiled a working proof of concept called Project ION. In this project, DTCC said they would examine the potential use of distributed ledger technology in accelerating the clearing and settlement process. Now, since Project ION...
Cioè, fondamentalmente Crudelia si domandava se la gestione del mercato degli ordini potesse in qualche maniera avvantaggiare dei grossi investitori quali Citadel rispetto a dei piccoli investitori, e fondamentalmente poi l'ha chiesto a Robinhood e Robinhood le ha detto di no. Cioè, se il meccanismo del pagamento delle operazioni tramite overflow, no? Cioè quando paghi una piccola tassa, cioè quando tu apri una posizione e paghi lo spread per pagare al broker, fondamentalmente la cosa, perché Robinhood non ti chiede, a differenza di un Fineco, una tassa d'ingresso, lo paghi con lo spread. Chiedeva se questo meccanismo favoriva i grossi investitori quali Citadel rispetto a dei piccoli investitori. Gli hanno detto che comunque l'overflow si paga in base al size di entrata e quindi fondamentalmente no.
Clearly in your business, just to follow up there, the technology exists where, for trading firms that are engaged in high frequency trading, you measure success in the course of the day in what, milliseconds for high frequency trading?
So, as you know, we are the largest market maker in the world and the largest in the United States in equities. We put great emphasis on the performance of our systems. That was one of the reasons that on the week of January 24th, we were the only major market center for retail order flow that was responsive every minute of every trading day.
Perfect. So I just wanted to make the point that I think the technology exists, whether you use blockchain or not, and applaud you for having the ability to execute with precision, swiftly,
Just
sort of
blockchain.
already, and I don't think it's a barrier. And I'd love to have more dialogue, but unfortunately, I have to go to a few others. Mr. Tenev, do you believe that the root cause of January 28th for the problems that you and others experienced were market infrastructure related, particularly related to T2 versus T0?
I believe, thank you, Congressman. I do believe if we had real-time settlement capability and the infrastructure was modernized, we would not have seen similar problems.
Yeah, and thanks for that. I think, one of the
Vado un secondo in bagno.
of more democratic access
Stanno
to
facendo
capital.
delle domande
It's not
inutili.
just the ability for more people in a broader portion of America to become savers and investors. It's also to engage in corporate governance even. So do you believe that if market infrastructure would guarantee, this is really related to, the over, musical shares where someone could be left with no share when the music stops, multiple claims on a shorted stock. If the market infrastructure would guarantee an investor could retain custody of their shares so that the shares can't be lent to short sellers, there could be downside. How do you feel that only one claim on the shares would resolve this? And that relates to proxy voting as well, or shareholders voting the shares.
Congressman, I believe that that's an important question. It's one that Robinhood and me personally have engaged with. I do believe that the ability for the same share to be shorted an indefinite number of times is somewhat of a pathology, and that should be fixed. And I think step one of that is modernizing the antiquated settlement infrastructure that everything is built on. We simply don't have the ability to properly track what shares have been shorted and how many.
Sicuramente dal nostro punto di vista sì, naturalmente loro qui si stanno chiedendo se le leggi che attualmente regolano il mercato sono utili o inutili. Posso anche capire da loro che sono un organo di vigilanza, gli aspetti da tenere presente sono più ampi rispetto a noi che volevamo solo sentire quello che ci interessava. Link.
Diamond hands that hold. So you might not call yourself a holder, you might use the word diamond hands, but thanks and congratulations for your success.
The gentleman's time has expired, and without objection,
Operai gli fanno i complimenti per il successo di Robinhood.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, you're ready.
Thank you very
minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to apologize to Mr. Plotkin. You spoke of the anti-Semitic attacks that you suffered online, and as a person of color, I always feel the need to confront hate speech and speak out. And I don't think there's ever been a more hateful, evil, sinful event in human history than the Holocaust. So I want to apologize to you and your family for those attacks. You brought it up, and I think we owe you an apology. I want to apologize for that. Sometimes I think some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are devoid of any contact with real people when they say this is just political theater, or they don't want to know the rate of return when that's exactly what people want to know. In fact, there's been a great deal of interest in this hearing, and I think it's because there's great distrust in our society and in government, markets, institutions. And then along comes this story of GameStop. And it's a story really of Robinhood turned on its head. And the reason I say that is Mr. Zuckermeyer brought it up. Robinhood is an English folk hero, 13th, 14th century. And he was supposed to steal, Robin of Lockley was supposed to steal from the rich and give to the poor. And here you almost have the opposite. You have the situation where you have the steal from the small retail investor and giving it the large institutional investor. From an outsider's perspective, you have the bullies, the hedge funds, and their armies of analysts and lawyers and regular old suits attacking the trust GameStop by shorting its stock. And then to rescue, here comes the retail investors, and they're taking stock to these incredible levels. And all of a sudden, Robinhood steps in, but not to help the little guy. He steps in and says, I'm going to help the big guy, and stops the sale because no one knows how high this is going to go. And who's getting it? Who's getting socked in this thing? The bullies are the hedge funds. And that's why people were excited about this. But all of a sudden, Robinhood steps in and they say, no, we had to do this because of other conditions. And my good friends, the Republicans, say it was government. Really, it was, because the government regulations forced them to do this. Well, that's not what the public thinks. The public thinks that there was collusion, that the big guys, all of you guys, were figuring out how to do this and ultimately come out ahead as you always do. And it seems my colleagues on the other side want to help people. Now, Mr. Griffin, if I could just ask you the first question, how many people are in the room with you? You can just count how many people are in the room with you.
There are 5 people, including myself, in this room, sir, Congressman.
So I don't think my colleagues need to help the CEOs or anybody else. They got plenty of help.
Cominciamo a piallare.
You said that you didn't talk to anybody, Citadel Securities. Did anyone in your organization since January 1st contact Robinhood?
Are you asking if we've had contact with Robinhood?
With respect to GameStop and what we're obviously talking about.
So, Congressman, we offered to have my colleague who manages that relationship be here today instead. He has firsthand knowledge. We, of course, are talking to Robinhood routinely in the ordinary course of business to manage a substantial portion of their order flow.
Well, I understand that, but did you talk to them about restricting or doing anything to prevent people from buying, not selling, but buying in GameStop?
Let me be
anybody in your organization.
Let me be perfectly clear. Absolutely not.
So if we depose everyone in your organization, we will find that.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I do want to ask you one thing, and Mr. Sherman was pursuing this. How do you balance the best execution for the order flow from your purchase from Robinhood with the need to profit from the purchased order flow? How do you do that?
So as a market maker, we have to provide to the customer a better price than they can achieve on exchange. Order flow is routed to us on the merits of the execution quality that we provide in contrast to our competitors who we are competing with.
Okay, my time's about to expire, but I have to say, when Mr. Tenev, when you say that you guys made $35 billion and you don't say how much your people lost on HomeStop, people that invested in you, that's like taking the fifth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cazzo,
the gentleman has expired.
L'uscita un po' ad effetto.
Thanks, Chair.
Yes,
ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I want to also thank the panel. Now, I really care about a level playing field for retail investors to access the market. And I've been a long supporter of financial innovation and fintech and the shared goal of democratizing finance and making access to the financial system easier for all. So, Mr. Tenev, your company, it boasts that it's helping to democratize finance and is at the forefront of innovation. Can you talk a little more about what Robinhood is doing to push innovation forward and create a level playing field for all investors, while at the same time making sure that those investors are well informed?
Absolutely, Congressman. Thank you for that very important question. The first thing I should note is many of the witnesses and representatives here have stated that it's never been a better time to be a retail investor in America than it is right now. I think the combination of zero commissions, no account minimums, fractional shares, really things that Robinhood has helped make the industry standard, have helped small investors and helped level the playing field for people to participate in the markets. Over the past year, Robinhood has released fractional shares, the ability to do automated dividend reinvestments, recurring investments, so that you could take $1 or $5 and create a habitual investment into a particular stock. And the theme of this year for Robinhood is how do we take a first-time investor and turn them into a long-term habitual investor? How do we make long-term investing accessible for people around the country? And we're making huge investments in education and customer support to support that. We recently released a revamped Learn portal. We call it Learn 2.0, with the aim of taking a customer from basic concepts such as what is a share, what is a stock, what's an ETF, all the way through to more advanced concepts. And we're continuing to invest more and more on Learn, as well as on Snacks, which is our popular podcast, and all other forms of content that we distribute. Last year, more than 3.2 million.
I want to interrupt you there. Just, I know you have a lot more things. These are great. And I know we could probably talk for a lot longer than this, but I want to shift gears just a bit. But I do want to keep talking about the retail investor, and I want to switch to Ms. Schulp. So back in December, there's an article that you wrote prior to all these events that we're even having the hearing on today. And in the article, I think that you said that it's inappropriate to refer to these very retail investors that we're talking about, that are using these platforms like Robinhood that we're talking about, and referring to those investors as dumb money. I think that's pretty insulting. And my colleague from across the aisle from Connecticut used that term. I think it's insulting. And instead, retail investors are in fact revolutionizing the stock market. So would you elaborate on those views, Ms. Schulp?
Absolutely. Thank you, Congressman. Retail investors are often referred to as dumb money by Wall Street, and it's because they don't have access to the same level of research, or some use the term because they think retail investors make dumb decisions. I think it's insulting. I think that the term needs to go out the window. Retail investors are investors who make their decisions based on the information known to them. And we should focus on educating people so that they can understand the risks and rewards of investing. Here, I think the GameStop situation is proof that the retail investors are revolutionizing the market. No one would have guessed when I wrote that article in December that retail investors were going to initiate a sophisticated short squeeze. I think the retail investors here are learning by doing, which is one of the best ways to learn. And we should spend effort making sure that people are equipped with the knowledge to understand the risks about being in the market.
Well, I appreciate that. And I would like to ask for unanimous consent to insert that letter into the record, Madam Chair.
Dai, il prossimo, su.
Thank you. I just want to look, Robinhood wrote about the need for, and this is open to anyone, and it's got a few seconds left, but I'd like for someone to talk about, is it possible for clearinghouses and real-time settlements on the blockchain to exist? I don't have time for that, but that's something we can come back to at a further point. And Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and yield back.
Thank you very much. And without objection, I want to make sure that that's in the record that your insertion was accepted. Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn to Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Before I begin, Mr. Gill, I read your testimony, and I'd like to offer my heartfelt condolences for the loss your family suffered last year. It's not just Melvin Capital that lost money as part of the frenzy around GameStop. Whether it is a security guard losing $20,000 or a dog walker losing a few $100s, everyday retail investors were left holding the bag after GameStop's stock fell back to earth. Not every investor lost money, and Mr. Gill, sitting before us here today, remains bullish on the stock. Still, Bloomberg reported yesterday that he was served a lawsuit accusing him of misrepresenting himself and his motivations. I'm not here today to take sides in the litigation. However, it does raise important questions about the role of social media websites like Reddit, especially in the context of volatility we experienced with GameStop, AMC, and numerous other stocks last month. Mr. Huffman, what kind of authentication exists for Reddit users to confirm their identities, to verify that are even real people?
Reddit, and this is an important quality of Reddit, so thank you for the question, doesn't require people to reveal their full identity to use the platform. One of our pillars of privacy, and privacy is something that's critically important to us, is that users should be masters of their own identity, and they can choose to reveal as little or as much as they would like. I'll point out that there are two sides of this that are really important. On one side, this allows Reddit to work. Something like wallstreetbets would not exist if users had to reveal their full identity, because in wallstreetbets, people are revealing gains and losses. They're effectively revealing their financial position in life, and we would not put that burden on anybody to force them to do so. I'll also point out that other platforms have real identity, and it doesn't do anything to improve their behavior.
Can I ask a question of that? Is there any way for a regular user of wallstreetbets subreddit to know what content is genuine, written by other users just like themselves, retail investors who are looking for honest information to invest on? Is there any way for that?
So there are a couple aspects to this. So the first is that we as a company invest significant resources in enforcing the veracity of our voting system. It's something we've been doing for 15 years, long before events like this, long before even the election and the politics of the last few years, where these things have become top of mind for everybody. This has been critically important to us. Also, our user base is exceptionally good at sniffing out untruths, misinformation, fake stories, both within this community and Reddit at large. And so in order for any piece of content to be successful on Reddit, it has to be accepted by that community and receive the same votes that anything else would.
Do you have any heightened standards for places like wallstreetbets or other investing subreddits where moderators are able to manipulate content to their own financial gains?
We keep a high standard across the entire site. And in with this particular community over the past few weeks, we've been looking especially closely, anticipating these sorts of issues and questions. And to date, we have not found any nefarious behavior.
Got it. But we could have a situation where thousands, possibly millions of dollars of retail investor money may be being manipulated, right? We don't know that.
People in the United States talk about stocks on Reddit. They talk about it on TV, in magazines. People can say, in fact, they do on television all the time, encourage people to make what I would call bad investment decisions. On Reddit, I think the investment advice is actually probably among the best because it has to be accepted
anche perché chiudono il subreddit di Wall Street Bet, lo vanno a fare da qualche altra parte, cioè non è che puoi chiudere internet. Chiudete l'internet.
Versus an analyst at a major bank or a financial services firm?
Absolutely. I think on Reddit, you're seeing retail investors who are giving authentic advice based on their knowledge, and you would not, call into question what their motivations are or what large positions they may hold before going on TV and talking about them.
Do you plan to do more in this space, and is this something that's going to be a major priority? And do you think overall social media companies like yourselves should be held to a different standard? Should you be responsible for what happens in your content? If someone manipulates something or if it's a bot, should that be on you, or do you think that's just buyer beware?
We take manipulation of Reddit incredibly seriously. That is one of our, first duties on all of this is to ensure the authenticity of our communities. Yes.
Got it, but do you think you should be held responsible if somebody posts something, if there's some collusion, or if there's somebody who it's a bot that's online? Do you think you should be on the line, or this is just a site you offer for people to exchange ideas?
Reddit can be held responsible, and we do take our responsibilities here incredibly seriously.
No.
Thank you. The gentleman's time
Esatto. Non sa prenderti responsabilità che non sono tue, Ruscio.
Mr. Kustoff, you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you and the ranking member for convening today's hearing. If I could, Mr. Tenev, I'd like to echo what many of my colleagues have said today, and we do appreciate the fact that you've created this platform. To a large extent, you've leveled the playing field so that small individual investors can have a shot at the American dream. That's investing. Now, I do want to ask you though, and a lot's been said about the situation that occurred in late January. My question to you is, how did you misjudge your capital requirements to prevent people from being able to trade during that period in January?
Thank you, Congressman. I wouldn't say we misjudged our capital requirements. This was a 1 in 3.5 million occurrence event, one that had never been seen before in capital markets. And we had to play this by the book. Robinhood Securities made the decision that we did so that we could remain in compliance with our regulatory capital and deposit requirements. Unfortunately, it required us to restrict the buying of these securities for Thursday and limit it to some degree on subsequent days until additional capital came in that allowed us to relax the restrictions.
It was Robinhood's mistake, though, correct?
Well, Robinhood owns what happened, certainly, and we need to make sure that it doesn't happen again. But Robinhood Securities had limited options with how to address this, and I fully support the team in making the decision that they did, and I believe they did the right thing and the only thing.
I realize you said at the beginning that you're privately held. With that said, is your primary source of revenue from the order flow payments that you receive from some of the players that we talked about today?
That is correct, Congressman. Payment for order flow is one of our largest revenue sources.
Is it the largest?
It's the largest, yes.
Now, in your testimony, in your written testimony, oral testimony, you talked about the settlement period and what we're probably capable of doing in real time, or instead of T+2, maybe even T+1. If we had real-time settlement, would the situation that did occur in January, would that have been preventable? In other words, that wouldn't have happened if we had real-time settlement?
Congressman, if we were to have real-time settlement, and of course there's some implementation details that would govern this, there would be less of a need for collateral at clearinghouses because the cash and securities transactions would be exchanged in real time. So collateral for counterparty risk would be less necessary. So real-time settlement would lead to reduction, perhaps an elimination in some of these collateral requirements, a reduction in the money that's sort of clogging up the plumbing of the system, and that would have avoided some of these problems altogether.
Thank you very much. Just to be clear, does the same answer apply if I asked you if settlement was T+1 instead of same-day settlement? Would your answer be the same?
Congressman, T+1 certainly would be better, but it doesn't. It reduces the scope of the problem. It doesn't eliminate it from a technology standpoint.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hubman, if I could, I'd like to follow up on some of the questioning that my colleagues, Congressman Hill and Congressman Gottenheimer, asked. You've done an investigation into Reddit, into wallstreetbets. You don't see any bad actors. I'm paraphrasing, but you don't see any bad actors that caused the frenzy. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Congressman, that's right.
You know that Congress is looking at amending section 230.
Cioè, hanno fatto più domande al tizio di Reddit che a Melvin Capital.
So section 230, I think, is a critically important law to the internet as we know
Roba
it.
da matti.
And it was created, in fact, to protect a forum in the early internet for talking about
Melvin
stocks.
Capital veramente.
Section 230, I think it's also important to point out, doesn't protect platforms or companies like ours from civil litigation. So there are mechanisms for coming after companies like ours. What it does protect is our ability to evolve the way we moderate our content, and in which we have done in many ways over the last decade.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Gonzalez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Ranking Member, and I want to thank everyone in the committee here with us today. This is for Citadel. Mr. Griffin, in 2020, Citadel violated regulation SHO, which governs short selling. Citadel is now involved in another short selling problem, and Robinhood routes half of its customers' orders to you. Robinhood halts buying on a position that you're long on, and you own the hedge fund and the clearing broker. What is there to prevent you from taking advantage of that situation and making sure you profit off the confusion and retail investors?
Congressman, I'm trying to understand the question.
Let me give it to you again. In 2020, Citadel violated regulation SHO, which governs short selling. Citadel is now involved in another short selling problem, and Robinhood routes half of its customers to you, orders to you. Robinhood halts buying on a position that you're long on, and you own the hedge fund and the clearing broker. What is there to prevent you from taking advantage of that situation and making sure you profit off the confusion of retail investors?
So in no particular order, I just do not understand the reference to us owning a clearing broker. We do not own DTCC. We do not control DTCC. We are not party to the
È una tecnica.
dialogue or demands between DTCC and Robinhood. So I do not understand the premise of the question, because we have literally nothing.
È una tecnica per prendere tempo, dai.
Other than being a member of DTCC for providing settlement services for us and for doing.
Sai le 4 persone che gli scrivono i cartelloni al volo? E lui deve.
Securities owes
guarda.
a duty of best execution for every order that comes from
marca a destra, marca a sinistra.
And I will tell you that I'm incredibly proud of how seriously my team takes that duty of best execution. Some of the most earnest, hard-working
Fanno prima scrivere
I've
a
ever met in my life
penna, scusa.
work on our retail execution business here at Citadel and take great pride in the execution.
Certo, perché sotto giuramento dopo se la vanno a rivedere e fa fedeltà, capito? Se dice una cazzata sotto giuramento, lì se lo.
Every single one of the
Thank you.
retail.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Gill. But I understand that you made your position known on GameStop as far back as 2019 and are lauded as a diamond hands hero by WallStreetBets community. Have you ever previously experienced or observed the type of restrictions Robinhood and other applications performed on January 28th?
Thank you, Congressman. No, I have not.
Thank you. That's a good question. And Mr. Huffman, I'm not a Redditor, but I do understand the problems around social media and freedom of speech and the tightrope act that goes on where these intersect. In the near decade of WallStreetBets and subreddit, have they shown themselves to be exceptionally problematic, an exceptionally problematic forum, or just one of the many eccentric communities that call Reddit home?
Congressman, I think your latter description is more accurate. They are an eccentric community, but they're well within the bounds of our content policy. And though we do have difficult decisions to make here and there regarding specific communities, one of the things we look to first is whether the community is putting their best efforts to be a good citizen of Reddit. And towards that end, we've had consistent communication with the moderators of that community, and they've been doing, I think, an excellent job.
Thank you. Well, the last financial crisis was caused when we turned a blind eye to the bad practices of our financial institutions. Perhaps today we've seen a warning about the clearing process, and I hope today can be a jumping off point for us to take a hard look at our markets and the practices of these institutions. In a 2-day clearing process, the liability risk and potential financial stress limited trading. But in a peak time in market, and perhaps in a way that materially affected investors in these recent events. So I'm hoping that we all get to take a closer look at what is happening. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on our list, we will have Mr. Hollingsworth for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Griffin, I'm going to direct my questions to you specifically, but I'm hoping to talk a little more philosophically about the market writ large rather than just Citadel itself. Certainly, there's been a significant amount of evidence supporting the advantages market makers offer retail investors. Through sophisticated infrastructure and high-speed technology, bid-ask spreads have decreased from 33 cents to less than a penny over the last 5 decades. And according to some research, saved retail investors $1.6 billion just in the first 6 months of last year alone. None of our discussion after this and the questions I'm going to ask are intended to be pejorative to that reality, but I just wanted to pick your brain, given your deep experience, about some of the implications of off-exchange trading specifically. We've seen this year that off-exchange trading has eclipsed nearly 50% of all trading. Can you talk a little bit about what factors have contributed to off-exchange trading's growth versus on-exchange trading? Certainly, I want to talk about the concerns we may have as market participants about that. But first, just the factors that you think are driving that.
I think one of the most significant drivers of off-exchange trading is that exchanges are handcuffed in their ability to fulsomely compete.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? Is this just regulatory arbitrage?
It is. I hate the word because it has a negative connotation. I believe that the exchanges should have greater latitude in setting their tick sizes in the most liquid securities.
Mm-hmm.
That will allow order flow that's currently going to dark pools to go to exchanges and to receive better executions. So let me just be very clear. It's not that we want to inhibit dark pools or market makers like Citadel from competing. It's that we want to enable and empower exchanges to be better competitors. I started my career as a retail investor in the day where I used to spend 25 cents in a bid-ask spread.
Dai, adesso che fai?
I know the days
Sono uno di voi, vi
we've come a
capisco.
long ways. But to continue on this
Che
journey,
facce
the
da
next
veramente
step is
comunque.
to allow exchanges to be more competitive in the market.
Well, so I think you answered this question, but just to put a fine point on it, there is public policy work that needs to be done in order to help resolve some of this challenge that exists in the movement of volume from on exchange to off exchange. That's incumbent upon us. It's incumbent upon regulators to find a better solution. Is that what you're saying?
Congressman, I'm saying that yes, it's legislators or the SEC. I believe much of this can be done by the SEC as a policy matter.
Right.
Think of it as the next step forward in regulation NMS.
Love it. Great. Thank you for all those answers. Just, I want to highlight this further. Can you talk about some of the challenges or deleterious impacts on the market if more and more volume is off exchange versus lit trading? Can you talk a little bit about why we should be concerned about that to make sure we all understand how important it is to make these changes to empower, as you said, exchanges to be better competitors?
I think there are three salient points I'd like to make. First, price discovery is the most important part of our capital markets function because price discovery combined with liquidity fuels our free enterprise system. It's how companies raise capital, it drives down the cost of capital. The more trading on exchanges,
Loro non manipolano il mercato, ragazzi,
that is good for our capital markets. The second is that dark pools are often willing to engage in business practices where they discriminate against one class of investors versus another. I find it very unsettling that we in any way prohibit discrimination against one group of investors for the benefit or at the expense of another in any part of our capital markets. We want our capital markets to represent the values of our country. The third is that the dark pools themselves create a level
Non lo dovete fare parlare così tanto, no? 5 minuti di tempo, gli fate una domanda di un minuto, lo fate parlare 4 minuti, fate dire quello che vuole lui.
Confidence of retail investors and institutional investors that the United States capital markets are a fair place in which to transact business.
Mr. Griffin, thank you for those answers, and I would call upon my colleagues to recognize the deep experience Mr. Griffin has in these areas and how important it is that we take the steps, either via agency or via legislation, to help empower exchanges to compete on a level playing field, to make sure that we create a public policy.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Lawson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to you and Ranking Member Henry for this forum today, and I want to thank and welcome the panelists to this great forum. One thing, Madam Chair, I want to clarify for the records. One of my colleagues earlier said that when people
Siamo in pareggio. Scusate, mi ero puntato, stavo parlando con Giulio.
that my people got their stimulus money, they were trying to pay the rent, trying to take care of their kids, and I don't want the panel to think that.
Non capisco, questo non lo capisco.
You know that happened, that that people are running out to invest.
Ma nessun senatore dentro il GME non penso che possano, sai, lo muto e tanto non riesco a capirlo questo. Quando tu apri un qualsiasi account con qualsiasi broker, una delle tre domande che ti fanno spesso, quasi sempre, è se tu o un tuo familiare vicino sono un politico. E io penso che i politici non possano aprire posizioni finanziarie.
In that way, it's about making a profit to demonstrate that they can manipulate the system.
Ci sarebbe, cioè, allora, loro facendo, ma soprattutto questi che fanno parte della commissione di vigilanza della finanza nel SEC, penso che abbiano delle informazioni che potrebbero usare tranquillamente a loro favore e si prefigurerebbe un reato di insider trading grande quanto una casa.
Distrust and overall inequality within American financing, and what do you believe are the consequences of big guys like yourself, but also little guys in this process?
Well, thank you for the question. I really can't speculate, in terms of the broader system. I think,
Ecco Melvin.
Focuses on running our portfolio and building a great organization and a strong team. I think some of the issues you speak about are much greater societally, and it's not really my area of expertise.
Okay, well, one other thing, you guys have Series 67 license and everything, but these amateur investors don't have to go through those same standards. And because they do not have to go through those same standards, how are they able to go in and manipulate the market? Maybe someone that can answer over people who have been involved in this research and calculation and investing for so many years. Can anybody ask how they're able to go in and manipulate the market? It cause billions of dollars to be lost.
Sure. Look, I think, as we've spoken about today, the financial markets are changing. There's a lot of new players. I think they saw an opportunity, to drive the price of the stock higher. And today with social media and other means, there's the ability to kind of collectively do so. That was a risk factor that, up until recently we'd never seen. I think, sometimes with retail investors, you think about, and they've been really adept at this, investing in the internet or software stocks or electric vehicles and, ideas with big opportunities and they chase them because they believe in the fundamentals. I think this was very different in that a lot of the meme stocks, these were businesses with real challenges, but they exploited an opportunity, around short interest and the way that was approached. And I think, us at Melvin will adapt, and I think the whole industry will have to adapt.
Well, I understand that, and so I just.
No, quando parlano chiaro non ho difficoltà, però.
What do you recommend to us to try to keep from letting this happen again?
Look, I think to some degrees markets are self-correcting. I know, moving forward, stocks.
Chiede a
I
lui
don't
cosa
think you're
dovrebbero
going to see
fare.
stocks with the kind of short interest levels that we saw, prior to this year. I don't think, investors like myself want to be susceptible to these type of dynamics. I think there'll be a lot closer monitoring of message boards. There'll be software providers. We have a data science team that'll be looking at that. Whatever regulation that you guys come up with, certainly, we'll abide by, and I look forward to, helping, if you guys want to have future conversations about that.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, my time is running out, so I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ranking Member McHenry for his leadership in calling for this hearing today, and also you, Madam Chair, for bringing
Gonzalez, questo.
Mr. Tenov, I'm going to start my questions with you by walking through a series of events from that day in January, just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Un Gonzalez.
So in your testimony, you mentioned that the automated deposit requirements from DTCC came in at 5:11 a.m. Eastern, and it showed a $3 billion deficit, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. At that point, 5:11 a.m., did you have the liquidity to meet the additional $3 billion deposit requirement?
So as we wrote in detail in my written testimony, there were a series of steps that the Robinhood Securities team took to
reclaim my time, sir. At that exact moment, did you have the liquidity for $3 billion? 5:11 a.m.
At that moment, we would not have been able to post the $3 billion in collateral.
Okay. So when you said, and you've said this multiple times, that you did in fact have the liquidity and you didn't have a liquidity problem, at that moment in time, that is not necessarily true, correct? You had to take steps to get there.
Congressman, we did have to, the Robinhood Securities team had to work with our relevant clearinghouses to adjust the risk profile of the trading day in order to meet our collateral requirements.
Right. And in order to do that, your choice was to throttle trading, to prevent your clients from being able to purchase in certain shares, correct?
That's correct. Robinhood Securities had to restrict buying in about 13 securities.
Okay. And if you had not been able to de-risk the profile or the portfolio, excuse me, you wouldn't been able to raise the money, get the VAR requirement and the excess capital charge waived to de-risk the portfolio, then DTCC would have stepped in and liquidated the portfolio, correct?
I'm not sure what the exact, Congressman, what the exact steps that they would take if we weren't in compliance with the deposit requirements would be, but it would not have been a good situation for the firm or the customers.
So reclaim my time. So the letter that Ranking Member McHenry submitted for the record, I would draw everyone's attention to. I'll just read this. If a clearing member fails to satisfy a margin call, it exposes other clearing members to risk and can put NSCC out of compliance. In a case of non-payment, NSCC may cease to act for the clearing member and liquidate its unsettled clearing portfolio. So that was definitely in the cards. For my constituents who are Robinhood clients, what would this have done to their portfolio if it would have been forced liquidation as a result of missing the capital call?
Oh, well, Congressman, if there was forced liquidation, at the very least, it would have resulted in a total lack of access to the markets for your constituents. Not just to the 13 securities that we restricted buying in.
Right. So this would have been an enormous catastrophe for Robinhood, correct? And the clients.
Correct. And not just Robinhood, but the over 13 million customers that we serve.
Yeah, and I think that's really sort of the crux of the issue. So in a sense, I love your company because it does, when correctly managed, provide investment opportunities for individuals who are currently frozen out of the markets for one reason or another. At the same time, though, I believe a vulnerability was clearly exposed in your business model and perhaps in the regime that governs your capital requirements. And we just can't live in a world where my constituents could have their shares liquidated without their consent because you all aren't able to make a capital call. I appreciate that you were able to ultimately satisfy it, but the amount of time you have from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. to figure this out is scary for the company, and frankly, I care more about my constituents than anything, and scary for them. And so I hope we'll continue to look at that. Beyond that, though, I also hope that this hearing highlights a very real problem with our financial markets today and how they're accessed by everyday investors. Today, the Melvin and Citadels of the world, as well as major PE and VC funds, have access to the world's greatest investment opportunities on the planet, whereas the retail investor world, of which Mr. Gill is a great member, it doesn't, for lack of a better term, has access to an ever-diminishing set of investment opportunities. And so while we're debating these vulnerabilities, we're also serious about finding ways to expand access for Main Street investors. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. San Nicolas, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Preciso.
Good morning from Guam, Madam Chair. I've been with the hearing since 3 a.m. The sun is starting to come up out here, but it's always a pleasure to be joining you in these very, very important hearings of the American people. Thank you very much. I wanted to first begin by congratulating everybody who made money on the Robinhood trade. You know, you guys found a low float, low volume, massively shorted stock, and you guys squeezed it. And I think that investors like Mr. Plotkin, large money managers, probably doubled down on their short positions thinking that they're going to win. And in the end, the massive communication networks that we have these days rallied the small to beat the large. And that was absolutely something to behold. And Robinhood made that possible. Robinhood made that possible. Mr. Tenev, you mentioned in your testimony that you've secured $3 billion in funding to address the regulatory deposit requirement situation that you faced. Where did that $3 billion come from?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. To be clear, we were in compliance with all regulatory net capital and deposit requirements without the additional capital infusion. It was simply to provide extra cushion, allowing us to unrestrict trading and be prepared for other black swan events that might happen in the future. The capital came from mostly existing venture capital investors that Robinhood already had.
Chi sono?
So basically, you had to further dilute your position in Robinhood in order to make sure that you secured all of your 13 million customers with that additional $3 billion.
That's correct, Congressman.
Well, that's where I have a serious concern, Mr. Tenev, because not only was your business model designed to profit off of order flow, which caused you to take extraordinary risks in having 13 million customers with access to large margin trading that facilitated the GameStop situation, but you halted buys on that stock and you allowed sells in order to mitigate the capital requirement situation, and you materially benefited from it. You materially benefited from it because it reduced the amount that you would have had to go out and raise an additional capital in order to prevent these kind of crises from reoccurring. You took from your customers in order to minimize the $3 billion from being larger than it probably would have been.
Vuoi che stoppo e andiamo a fare i pronostici? Cosa preferisci? Cosa ti interessa di più? Se vuoi stoppo qua.
Model that you built and the risk that you took on.
A me sembra molto interessante quello che si sta dicendo. Se non vi interessa o mi interessa di più dei pronostici, si può andare a fare.
Existing shareholders and yourself by minimizing the amount of additional capital you had to raise in order to prevent that from happening again.
Non ho capito la domanda.
You basically took from the shareholders in order to do that, and that's just I don't know what to say about that, but I think that this Madam Chair presents a very serious situation where we need to ensure that companies are not taking advantage of customers in this way. Mr. Kenneth, you're quoted as saying in this hearing, buying increases capital requirements, selling does not. So it was something that you knowingly did. It was something that you knowingly did. It was beyond just trying to protect the existing customers. And at the end of the day, while you had to raise an additional $3 billion, it minimized that from being a larger sum. We have customers who purchased the stock who are now bag holders after the price came down because they couldn't continue going up with additional buying. And that was willful, that was intentional. So I'm glad, Madam Chair, that we've called this hearing. I'm glad that we're able to put these things on the record. And I'm just very, very concerned with the implications of this. And I really hope that at the end of the day, those bag holders get a lot more than an apology. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Mr. Rose, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ranking Member McHenry, for holding this important hearing today. And thank you to our witnesses for your testimony and participation today and for the dedication of time that you've made to this hearing. There is still so much for us to learn from this market event. Obviously, speculation has been rampant, and I believe we should not get ahead of our skis, so to speak, and rush to policy recommendations before we understand the full scope of this situation. The committee investigation is barely underway, and I would view a large majority of the policy proposals suggested today as half-baked at this point. At the end of the day, we should all want retail investors to have access to the market and to ensure they have the information they need to participate in the market in an informed way. Mr. Griffin, my colleague, Representative Loudermilk, asked you to explain the advantages of cutting down on the settlement time, but you were cut off before you could complete your answer. Would you like to finish your thought there?
To be brief, the issue in going to real-time settlement is everything has to work perfectly in a world where there's still people involved in many of the processes. We'll get there one day as an industry. I just think it's a bridge too far in the next couple of years.
And then you were also cut off earlier when answering my colleague Ms. Beatty's question regarding the difference between payment for order flow for the options market versus the equities market. Would you like to continue that
Minimo 8
explanation?
o non la faccio?
I think we covered that reasonably well. I think the salient difference is that the options market, every trade must take place on an exchange to start with. In the equities market, the current market structure has been arrived at with the blessing of the SEC as the best way to give retail investors in America price improvement as compared to the exchanges. And to be succinct, we should make exchanges more competitive, not make internalization or dark pools more privileged.
Thank you. And then finally, Mr. Griffin, earlier Representative Lukemeyer asked about how we got to where GameStop was short sold to 140%. Given that naked shorting is an illegal practice, how did that happen given current U.S. law?
So clearly, a number of the purchasers of the short sales, of the shares sold short, are institutions that also lend their securities. And it's very important to remember that institutional investors earn substantial returns from participating in the securities lending market. So if you were lending your GameStop stock out, for example, over the period of the recent crisis, you may have been earning an annualized rate of return of 25 or 30% on the shares that you lent out. That accrues to the benefit of pension plans, of ETFs, of other pools of institutional lending that participate in the securities lending market. And keep in the back of your
Servono
mind,
tre altre bet,
when
se
a
no
bank lends
il game
money
non è
to a
valido.
business, that business may turn around and lend money to its suppliers. Just because, in some sense, somebody can on-lend what they bought doesn't necessarily mean something has gone wrong in the chain itself.
Would you see that as an area ripe for regulatory adjustment, or do you think that that's not a problem?
I think if we were to think about legislative priorities to make our capital markets work better, this doesn't make the top 100 list.
Thank you. Thank you. Despite the intense volume and exposures presented in the markets, the broader infrastructure of our financial markets has performed very well, I believe. My concern, like those of my colleagues, is that forging ahead with new regulations at this point would be harmful and have unforeseen consequences. In the few moments that I have left, Ms. Schultz, can you speak to what the potential dangers are of increased regulation to retail investors?
That's going to take me more than 12 seconds, but there's a lot of potential for unintended consequences here, and increased regulation can drive retail investors out of the market. It can have them have less good prices.
Sorry not to give you more time. Maybe one of my colleagues will give you a chance to complete that. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have Ms. Axney for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I just want to quickly follow up with a question my colleague, Mr. Foster, asked earlier to you, Mr. Tenev. You said that Rule 606 reports detail the arrangements you have with firms like Citadel. However, those only detail the payments you receive. Are you saying that you're prepared to publicly disclose the detailed terms of your payment for order flow with Citadel and other market makers?
Niente, le
Thank you
donne,
for the question,
le donne
Congresswoman.
piccano.
The 606 reports do publicly detail the payment for order flow arrangements we have with Citadel Securities and our other market makers.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to seeing those details then. Will you make sure that you get those over to our committee?
Certainly, we can have that arranged.
Okay, thank you. Last month, of course, as we saw this volatility with GameStop and AMC, and the stock started to rally, everybody seemed to get involved. And one survey recently said that 30% of Americans purchased one of those viral stocks. That includes people like my nephew and his two friends who stayed up until 4 in the morning to see if they could get a piece of this action. So one of the most concerning pieces, though, of this whole episode is how many people really felt like that's what they needed to do to get ahead. To me, this just exemplifies the income inequality across America, and it's one that we need to deal with. And I do appreciate the opportunity for retail investing. I want to make sure that it creates a good outcome, however, for the people who are using it. And right now, what I'm seeing is gambling on the stock market, and it's not a real solution to that income inequality. And I don't think we should pretend that it is. Just last June, when Hertz
Ragazzi, chiudo il game, siamo arrivati alle bettate minime.
Robinhood was actively pushing the
No,
stock
vabbè,
on its
tengo
site.
giusto
It
per
was
tenere, ma
trending
non
on
assegno il
Robinhood,
punto.
and the promotion of that worthless stock, I don't think is good for investors. That's
Mi
a
sa che
gamble
avrebbe
that
vinto
they
il
shouldn't
pezzo.
have taken. That's just one example. But people having access to the stock market's nice. But if they don't have the money to invest, then really it's not democratization. And that's the real reason that 80% of the stock market's owned by 10% of the people. And of course, those are people who don't have to put all their money into healthcare or childcare or a car payment or whatever it is that's just keeping them going through their day-to-day. Earlier, Mr. Tenev, you said that you couldn't tell us what your client's rate of return is, but generally 99% of short-term traders underperform the market. So, Mr. Tenev, you say Robinhood's mission is to democratize finance. Is that correct?
That's correct, Congresswoman, yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you then, you've invested significantly in behavioral research. And just so you know, I own a digital design firm with my husband. So I'm familiar with what behavioral research can do for platforms and websites. And that behavioral research has really shaped how your app is designed. Is that correct?
Congresswoman, like many technology companies, we employ data scientists, user researchers, and designers to provide a better customer experience and understand our customers' needs.
So on the specifics, when people sign up, they get a scratch-off ticket to see what they get. Confetti falls every time they place an order. They get push notifications. They're encouraged to trade. If a friend signs up, they get a free stock, on and on. Why have you added specific gaming design elements to look like gambling to your app? That encourages more frequent trading.
Congresswoman, as I mentioned earlier, we want to give people what they want in a responsible, accessible way. We don't believe in gamification. We know investing is serious, and that's why most of our customers are buy and hold. A very small percentage of our customers utilize margin.
Well, I appreciate that, but folks like my nephew actually aren't your customers. They're your product. Your customer's sitting right next to you, Mr. Griffin, with Citadel. So when you don't pay as much for index funds or Apple or anything like that, your app to me shows me that you're really just trying to encourage more trades, which puts more money in your pocket, not helping people build equity through smarter investing. So I would ask you, Mr. Tenev, I'd ask two things. Who exactly do you believe you're democratizing finance for? And how do you plan to address these conflicts of interest?
Well, first of all, I believe in our business model, Congresswoman. I believe our business model has become the industry standard for a reason. It's because it's good for customers. It's led to the democratization of the markets, and it works. And we're very proud to route to market makers on uniform terms without taking into account any of the payments that we generate from them in the routing, and based purely on the execution quality they provide to our customers.
Mr. Sile is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for holding today's hearing. I'm concerned about investors in the state of Wisconsin and across our country to make sure that they have access to the market, access that is fair and equal to the big banks and the hedge funds in Wall Street. And we've seen great improvements in access, the democratization in finance, and I'm concerned that these hearings are going to lead us down the path of additional regulations before we fully investigated the facts. It was stated earlier that may not be the case, and I'd like to have inserted into the record a Bloomberg article dated January 28th titled "GameStop Trades Show Need for More Regulation, Democrat Says."
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you. I think it'll be helpful for everyone to review that, with the concerns being that we're going to drift away from the democratization of our finance systems. Also, a bit disappointed that we don't have representation in our first hearing here today from the SEC or the DTCC, especially in the early days of the Biden administration. I think that would be helpful, and hopefully we'll be able to have their participation in a future hearing. If I can direct my first question to Mr. Gabe Plotkin at Melvin Capital Management, there's obviously a lot of attention that came pouring in on a stock, GameStop, that you held a short position in. People were tweeting about it, things were building. Do you have any information as to uniquely why folks on Twitter and on Reddit and others uniquely targeted that stock?
First of all, thank you for the question. I think it's a really good one. I think ultimately, I'm not sure kind of how the momentum built around that. There were certainly some signs, as we kind of diligenced after the.
Avevo una posizione short a 25 io. Levo una a 10. Roba che se la tenevo aperta fino adesso facevo così. Quindi
retail experience, and that's sort of the genesis of it.
Oggi è andata bene
Thank you
così.
very much. I'm going to shift gears over to Robinhood and Mr. Tenev, if I can. Is my colleague Mr. Gonzalez was talking about, at some point it became clear that additional collateral would likely be needed. How many of your customers owned GameStop stock or options on January 27th?
I don't have the exact numbers.
Suffice it to say, had it increased dramatically over the days leading up to the 27th?
Yes, that's accurate.
Fair. And you saw additional order flow coming into this. Did you take any steps, and was it reasonable to believe that there would be additional capital requirements? And did you take any steps, either internally or working in concert with the National Securities Clearing Corporation, to mitigate the risk posed by the volatility before the January 28th collateral call?
We did. So on January 21st, we went to 100% market requirement for AMC, and that requires all purchases for those stocks to be fully paid for. So customers would have been unable to use margin to buy those. So that was January 21st in the case of AMC, and January 26th for GME.
No, se i prezzi sono sballati come fa, scusami. Poi sull'intraday devi essere preciso al centesimo, come fai? Anche perché poi prendi i prezzi di giro. È come dire fai così e opera.
To your peers, do you know any other brokerages that were putting in place limitations on their buy orders?
Yes, I do, Congressman. I think that's an important question. Many brokerages put in place similar limitations on buy orders for many of these securities.
For the record, I've heard conflicting reports on that. I think it's something that this committee needs to further look
Io ho sempre
into.
detto
Is to the
come secondo
differential
me va a
between what
finire.
occurred
Multini.
under your control at Robinhood and
E
some
un
of the
po' di
other brokerages. I think
regolamentazione in
it's a
più.
question that we should fully investigate on this committee. Make sure we have all the facts as we're moving forward. Could you detail, Mr. Tenev, your plans going forward as it relates to making sure that an event
Metteranno delle limitazioni sul leverage.
These late collateral
Sicuro.
needs?
Sulle
Absolutely,
leva.
Congressman. Thank you for that important question. Certainly, the additional $3.4 billion helps provide significant cushion. In addition, you could see that between Thursday and Friday, Robinhood replaced the PCO, which was a position closing only setting, with much more granular position
Lui non le
limits.
prende tutte.
Congresswoman Axney.
I'm sorry.
Please, the gentleman's time has expired. The voice that you heard had nothing to do with what you were saying. I think it was a mistake. With that, the gentleman's time has expired, and we'll move on to Mr. Caston. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much to our witnesses. There's a whole bunch of themes in today's hearing, and I want to, if I can, just tie a couple threads together that I think are relevant that we've had corners of.
Fineco, ma è molto costoso. Non ci sono altre alternative.
Time from Naperville, Illinois, killed himself, largely thanks to a bug in the Robinhood system. The bug was that he turned on the app, said he owed $730,000 that he did not have because of options positions that he thought canceled out but didn't appear to. He called the helpline. The helpline, of course, was not manned, as we've discussed. He sent several panicked emails, 3 to be precise, did not receive a response. Ultimately, there was a response from emails saying that, in fact, his positions were covered, but by that point, it was too late because he had taken his own life. This is a gentleman who was 20 years old. Under Illinois law, he was not allowed to buy a beer.
A
But
proposito.
he was allowed to take on $730,000 in positions and exposure that he did not have the liquidity to cover. Now, your mission, Mr. Tenev, is to democratize finance, but the history of financial regulation is to protect people like Alex Kearns from the system. As the old joke goes, if you're playing poker and you can't figure out who the fish is at the table, you should leave the table because you're probably the fish. And there is an innate tension in your business model between democratizing finance, which is a noble calling, and being a conduit to feed fish to sharks. I want to cover a little bit of timeline.
Ah, stavo spaventando.
December 2019, Robinhood was assessed a $1.25 million fine by FINRA for failing to disclose payment for order flow agreements to your customers. 6 months after that, Alex Kearns committed suicide. 6 months after that, December 20, Robinhood paid a $65 million fine to the SEC for, among other things, failing to disclose payment for order flow agreements to your customers. There's a tension in your model. Now, along with that, according to your 606s, as been reported by CNBC, you attract a higher rate for equity trades from payment for order flow from many of your competitors.
A chi avevo dato la dritta ieri sui Dogecoin?
Versus about 11 cents for your competitors, even more over 50 cents per 100 trades for options. I'd ask unanimous consent to enter the CNBC article into the record.
Without objection, such is the order.
Question for you, Mr. Tenev. When did you start offering options on your platform?
Cosa ti avevo detto ieri su Doge?
Thank you, Congressman Caston. And first, let me say.
Cosa ti avevo detto ieri su Doge?
I'm just looking for a date. We're tight on time. When did you start offering
Scrivilo dopo guardo Cardano.
Options trading was offered starting in Q1 of 2018.
Okay, thank you. That's relevant because prior to 2018, your revenue grew basically linearly with user growth. Your revenue any year for your payment for order flow interview was about $10 per user per year. 2020, it got to $50 per user per year. So your revenue model went from growing revenue by growing users to growing revenue by growing revenue earned on the back of each user, consistent with taking on options.
Come è andata oggi?
How many firms do you route options orders to, Mr. Tenev?
Congressman, we have 7 market makers. I can get back to you with the precise number for options under 7.
According to your 606 disclosures, you only list 4: Citadel, Susquehanna, Wolverine, and Morgan Stanley. Are there any others besides the ones listed in your 606 disclosures?
If that's in the 606, Congressman, I'm sure it's accurate.
Okay, so do you route options trades to anyone who you do not have a payment for order flow agreement with?
Currently, we have, Congressman, uniform payment for order flow arrangements with all of our market makers. So they would all be under the same.
0048
Okay, so you have, so how do you ensure that you're getting best
60.
pricing if every single firm, you're ruling out anybody who is not paying you for the privilege to trade?
Congressman, we believe having uniform payment for order flow arrangements with all market makers ensures structurally that there is no conflict of interest because it
Non ci
prevents
metto
payment
mano.
for
Secondo
order
me
flow
scende.
from
Secondo me scende il
being an
gruppo.
input in decision making.
Allora, con le consigliate di oggi io avevo consigliato questo. Non so se lo riuscite a vedere. Cosa sta facendo questo?
If you have an urgent trading need, please make sure to include details of your order when reaching out. Thanks and have a great day.
Mr. Caston, you may wrap up.
Cosa è successo?
You may wrap up. Go ahead, Mr. Caston.
Vabbè.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now call on Mr. Gooden for 5 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
What? Che sta
Is
succedendo?
Mr. Gooden on the line?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gooden's in Texas and he's unavailable to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Then let us hear from, I believe it would be at this time, Mr. Timmons. For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems we're here today to try to find culpability.
Cioè, ha chiamato il customer care di Robinhood e ha risposto un asiatico. Non ho capito cosa è successo.
Spend a lot of my time thinking about capital requirements and the time it takes to execute these trades. So I'm going to focus my questions there.
Sono distratto
Mr.
5
Kenneth,
minuti e...
You have repeatedly invoked capital requirements that both your company and your clearinghouse are required to abide by in order to explain the restriction of trading last month. My friend and colleague, Mr. Barr, asked you about this earlier, but I would like to hone in on this a little bit. Could you explain what specifically about the nature or volume of...
Comunque io, per farla breve, io con GTAC oggi sono stato chirurgico. Ho detto che appena apre bisognava stare attenti a 3 resistenze, 23-25 e resistenza massima 27, e poi da 27 in poi la shortava. Da 27 è andata a 25, a 25 ho aperto una posizione short e l'ho chiusa a 20,50 e mi sono accontentato, e dopo da 20,50 adesso è a 15, quindi io oggi ho operato molto bene.
I believe there was a table, Congressman, that I provided in my written testimony that had the precise value at risk and special charges in the prior days. Happy to refer
But obviously,
to that.
it never been close to this amount, and now you have additional capital that you've raised, and so this should not happen again. Again, I think you referenced 1 in 3.5 million was the likelihood of this situation occurring. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's not a Robinhood number. That's actually a third-party industry number.
Are you aware of the origin of these capital requirements?
I do believe that these capital requirements, and specifically the NSCC deposit, was spelled out in Dodd-Frank.
So the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act is arguably to blame for what happened. You would not have halted trading in this case, but for this exorbitant capital requirement that you were unable to meet. So I think that when we're searching for culpability, we need to realize that the well-intentioned legislation from over 10 years ago is somewhat culpable in this entire conversation. Ms. Schultz, will you elaborate on that? Do you agree that Dodd-Frank is somewhat responsible for the situation that Robinhood found themselves in?
Sì, abbiamo 15
I think
minuti
the capital
delay.
requirements in Dodd-Frank can be seen as responsible. I think it's incumbent on us to evaluate those capital requirements and whether they are appropriate, given the business models at issue. I think that's also a question of settlement times and modernizing our system. But I agree that the capital requirements here put into place are one of the reasons that we're having these conversations today.
And you went to the next place I wanted to go, which is the time it takes to settle these transactions. So, 12 years ago, 10, 11 years ago, we never really considered the whole concept of a Robinhood, of an app-based trade platform that democratizes access to purchasing and selling publicly traded companies. So I do think that needs to be revisited, especially because it is unfair. There are other companies that have far more resources that are not in the situation, and those companies have larger investors. So we really are picking on the little guy in this entire conversation. So between reconsidering capital requirements for retail investor platforms, number one, and number two, trying to find a way to settle these transactions faster, those two things seem to be the best way to achieve our objective of making sure this doesn't happen again. I do hope that we can hear from Michael Bodson from the DTCC in the next hearing, or perhaps someone from the NSC. I'm hearing something strange on my computer. I'm sorry, one second. Thank you. I'll end with this. One of my colleagues across the aisle said the deck is stacked against the little guy, and I couldn't agree more. But in this case, the very committee that is conducting this hearing has more culpability, I would say, than any of the witnesses that we have brought before us today. So we need to make sure this doesn't happen again. I look forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle. With that, I yield back.
This
Thank you.
time has expired. At the request of one of our witnesses, we will take a short recess. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Ragazzi, qui va per le lunghe. Vi state annoiando, stoppo qui, andiamo avanti. Vi può interessare? Se vi a me interessa, io comunque me la guardo. Audio, ma che è? Vai, pezzo, vai. Fammi vedere. Notte, pezzo. Io voglio sapere che in chat vedo spesso uno che si chiama Violets TV. Non parla mai, non dice mai niente, ma mi senti Violets TV? Chi sei? Un sacco di nomi. Bin Cortana, Altem, Another Video, Commanderot, Giulio Evale, FDs, Igrifa96, John DeFort, Rubber Slayer, Shadow sì, Tom Tams, VNK, Violet TV, Virgo, sono tutti bot. Dice che sono tutti bot. Infatti non li sento mai parlare, li vedo spesso. È abbastanza meccanica, però domani Angelo che usa, tranne me, Lucky, no, tranne te. Domani Angelo ci fa vedere un po' di operatività su Interactive Broker, quindi domani lo incastriamo per bene. Domani Angelo ci mostra l'operatività e lo incastriamo bene. XXCRA dopo le 22. Sì, devi scaricare la Trader Workstation, sì. Il problema è che non fai usarla in demo perché non ti danno l'operatività in tempo reale. Cioè non... Ma senza audio. Poi che dice di gemelli non hanno più chiesto e ti hanno bannato. No, non mi hanno bannato, però. Che dice? Lo dici che è online?
Bisogna divertirsi.
Non è online. Eccolo. Bro. Già me. Hold.
Oh shit. Consolidation. Bro, GME hold. I cut my losses on GME, man. That was too painful to watch, and right now it's at $40.
Ha detto
Welcome to order. Mr. Torres, you are recognized for 5
Ha
minutes.
detto non ha il coraggio di guardarci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the concerns about payment for order is that it creates a perverse incentive for a brokerage firm like Robinhood to send retail orders not to the firms that provide the best execution to retail investors, but rather to firms that provide the highest payment to Robinhood. There's a concern about a conflict between the interest of brokers and the interest of retail investors, and that concern seems to have been vindicated by the conduct of Robinhood. SEC previously found that Robinhood misled its customers about how it makes its money. Both SEC and FINRA previously found that Robinhood failed to ensure the best execution for retail customers. depriving those customers of $34 million, resulting in a $65 million civil penalty from the SEC. My first question for the CEO of Robinhood, how much of your revenue comes from payment for order flow?
Thank you, Congressman. Let me first state regulatory compliance is at the center of everything that we do.
I want to reclaim my time. How much of your revenue comes from payment for order flow? The answer to the question is asked, given the time constraints.
Congressman, I don't recall the exact percentage. It's over 50%.
And how much do you know how much of your order flow revenue comes specifically from Citadel?
Citadel is indeed a important counterparty.
No, il pacchi
It's
hold
our largest counterparty in terms of where we route orders to. And I want to explain that a little bit, Congressman.
Well, I want to move on because I want to cover the concerns about gamification. The stated mission of Robinhood is the democratization of finance, but I worry about the
Ma è
real,
chiaro,
I
durante
worry
la
that the
pausa
real
lo pettinano,
world
lo
impact of
truccano, lo
Robinhood
pettinano, lo lisce con il
is the
sudore.
democratization of financial
Ragazzi,
addiction.
ma di cosa stiamo parlando?
Robinhood has gaming features
Cioè, pensi
that
che...
seem to manipulate retail traders
Sai in quanti sono in
into
quello
making
studio?
rash and reckless and
Uno l'ha
potentially
chiesto,
ruinous
quello di
investments.
Citadel, sono oltre
We
lui
all know
5
the
persone.
tragic story of Alexander
Quello di
Kearns.
Robin Hood avrà 10 persone in
According to
quello
a memo
studio.
from the Financial Services
Truccatrici,
Committee,
luci,
there's one feature in
registi,
particular
avvocati.
that encourages retail investors to tap on the Robinhood app up to 1,000 times a day in order to improve their position on the wait list for Robinhood highly coveted cash management feature. Do you share my concern that a retail trader tapping on a Robinhood app 1,000 times a day is a sign of addiction?
Congressman, that
È
particular
una fake,
feature
bro.
that you're discussing was to get
Allora non l'hanno
access
pettinato.
to our debit card plus high yield savings product, which is one of the many features targeting passive investors that we've rolled out over the past.
Mr. Tanev, 1,000 times a day? You are encouraging your customers to tap on an app 1,000 times a day? That to me is a sign of addiction, and it worries me that you fail to see it in the same light.
Congressman, we didn't encourage anyone to tap on anything. To get access to the debit card, people were placed on a wait list, and we wanted to give our customers delightful features so that they know that we're listening to them and that we care about them. And this is just one example of how we add great features that customers love to our products.
Look, addictive
Ma
trading
non ho capito,
might be bad
shorty?
for your customers, but it's not. But it's good for Robinhood. Addictive trading means more trading, and more trading means more money for Robinhood. There's a sense in which Robinhood monetizes addiction. You make money from the quantity rather than the quality of trading. I want to, much has been said about price improvement. One of the arguments for
Bisogna fare i calcoli, non so se ne esci avvantaggiato, sai?
According to the Wall Street Journal, Citadel Securities claims to have
Perché,
saved investors
perché
a total of
ogni,
$1.3 billion.
perché ogni posizione che apri ci paghi le commissioni.
Saves retail investors. Citadel does not transact directly with retail investors, it transacts directly with brokers. And even if you
Cosa vuol
stipulate
dire?
that there
Certo
has
ti fa
been a
shortare, che
cost
c'entra che c'è il pezzo nel
it's
portafoglio?
unclear to me how much of that cost savings is being passed on to the retail investors and how much of that cost savings is
Ma
actually
sempre
being
paghi.
pocketed by Robinhood as profit. Right? We know that there's no commission, there's no visible fee.
Così ad occhio non è che mi convince tanto come tecnica, però dovrei
What is
mettermi
the
lì
hidden
a
cost to investors at the back end
studiarla.
of the transaction? Can you give me clarity about the hidden cost to investors, Mr.
Congressman, I appreciate the question. I think that's a very important question. In 2020, Robinhood provided our customers in excess of $1 billion in price improvement. So that price improvement is measured relative
La mia fucking schiena, ragazzi,
to
vi odio.
national best bid and best offer, which is the reference price per security on all major lit exchanges.
I ran out of time, so I will yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Allo? Allo? È crashata la vecchia? Crashed. Non clicca sto coso, ma che devo fare? Ah, è quello che si sta dicendo lei. What the fuck? Cosa sta... What? Deve dire qualcosa. Parla. Cioè, parla. Ho una domanda.
Okay, we were having a technical problem here, but I think it has been corrected. Mr.
Okay.
Taylor, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay. Will point out that today and this week has been very hard for my home state of Texas and for my district in Collin County. We have faced a record-breaking freeze across the state, which has crushed our power generation capability, and we have had some really heartbreaking stories of need. In fact, during this hearing, I was called away to help.
Vabbè, che mi dia l'ID di TeamViewer, mi connetto.
Stations to make sure that they have water for their citizens in Texas today. So, for those members of the committee, I appreciate you to send your thoughts and prayers to the people of Texas as they go through this really challenging time. On to the topic of this hearing, Mr. Tennant.
Eccolo.
Wanted to go in. I know there's been a lot of questions about the margin call that we got on the morning of the 29th of January. But I'm not sure that we really understand how the margin call changed from $3 billion to $1.5 billion to $600 million. Can you sort of go through how did you negotiate the margin call down? And I mean, and these are very sizable decreases, right? You're 50%, then 50% again, to something that you could then in turn manage. How did you?
C'ha sti grilli in sottofondo. No, mi dissocio.
You're still on mute. I haven't been able to hear a word you said, unfortunately.
How about now?
I can hear you now. Madam Chair, can I have 30 seconds back for that?
Congressman, I appreciate the question. And first, I want to send my thoughts and prayers to the people of the great state of Texas. I appreciate you mentioning that.
E sì che è stata quella che mi è piaciuta di più.
Testimony, which gives the detailed tick-tock of everything that happened. I believe pages 9 to 11.
No, I've read that. I don't. But like, did you go in and say, hey, you need $3 billion, but hey, I will
Notte
sell these
papà,
stocks
a domani,
and
tra un
reduce
po'
it,
stacco
and
anch'io.
That's how you got to the point where people could only sell the stock, not buy it. Is that what you did?
È 23
I
stacco.
believe.
Because that's not in your written testimony. So I'm just trying to get your answer.
I don't believe we had made any decisions on PCOing the stocks between the initial $3 billion request and the subsequent $1.4 billion.
Sì, però soffri dell'abbassamento del prezzo del titolo.
Roughly $700 million. There was a discussion with between our operational team at Robinhood Securities and the relevant counterparts at NSCC.
Perché mentre che fai il tutto, il titolo scende.
To lower the risk of our portfolio.
Okay, so in other words, if you had $3 billion, your customers would have been able to do everything they wanted to do, including purchase more GameStop. Is that correct?
I don't want to speculate on that. You know, if we had infinite capital, certainly. But I think it's also important to note, Congressman, that this was an evolving situation. We hadn't seen it before. We had no idea what Friday would have looked like had we been able to allow customers to buy these securities unrestricted on Thursday. So I think it's difficult to speculate exactly how things would have been different.
But I mean, isn't the reason they said you need $3 billion because your customers wanted to buy GameStop, and then by saying, hey, they can't buy it, they can only sell it, that reduced the capital that you needed? I mean, it seems to me that's what happened, but I'm just trying to get at.
They weren't saying specifically that nobody, I believe, didn't want our customers to buy GameStop. These are regulatory mandated deposit requirements, Congressman, that we had to comply with that were heavily influenced by the concentrated activity in GameStop, AMC, and the other securities.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that your firm was undercapitalized to allow your customers to do what it is that you wanted them to be able to do?
I think, Congressman, that in this case, certainly if we had the additional capital, we would have been able to ease restrictions or perhaps with sufficient capital, unrestrict altogether. I think it's important to note lots of other firms did essentially similar things, if not the same thing, in restricting the buying. So this was really more of a systemic.
Sì, ma a quanto avevi comprato?
Uniquely Robinhood.
Ho venduto a 47, ma a quanto avevi comprato?
Went out, raised more capital so that you can actually answer this problem in the future. Doesn't that also belie that you were undercapitalized on the 28th of January?
Again, Congressman, we met all of our regulatory capital requirements and deposit requirements.
Your customers
La posizione che hai venduto a 47, a quanto l'avevi presa?
Yes, we didn't have the deposit requirements.
O stai continuando a ricomprare? Cioè, non capisco.
Is that you were unfortunately undercapitalized to help your customers do what they wanted to do. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmer. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Am I good side up?
Oh, Madonna.
Mr. Gill, as was previously noted at this hearing, one of your colleagues...
Questo è quello di una pallottola spuntata.
I guess, Mr. Gill, my first question for you is how many people are in the room with you right now?
E quante persone?
Mr. Gill?
0, Congressman.
Gone? Right. That's what I thought, Mr. Gill. And I just want to note for the entire committee that Mr. Gill is actually appearing before our panel by himself, while many others are receiving significant underestimating the sophistication and the independence of these individual investors. Now, we've heard a lot of reasons for concern today. Some are legitimate, but also some proposed overreactions by members of Congress that could create even more problems. Attention has been given to the positive sides of the story.
Ha chiesto a Deep Fucking Value quanti erano in stanza, ha detto che è solo lui.
Limiting its investors from trading, which deserves an investigation. What we saw was a movement of individuals investing to try to make money. I don't see what's wrong with that, even if that motivation is fueled by a desire to stick it to a hedge fund they don't like. Mr. Gill, you're the only retail investor involved in this GameStop situation on our panel today. Why, I don't know, but you are. Yet members on the committee have hardly asked you any questions. We've heard from a lot of the companies and funds involved in this event, but we've barely heard from the people that made this happen. Is there anything you would like to add to this hearing that you haven't been able to add yet, given that we're past the 4-hour mark on this hearing?
I appreciate that, Congressman. I do. I don't have anything to add at this time, just that I would be the first to acknowledge that investing in stocks and options is incredibly risky, and it's so important for people to do their own thorough research before investing. But that said, I tend to agree with you that folks should be able to freely express their views on a stock, and they should be able to buy or not buy a stock based on those views that they may have.
Mr. Gill, on that note, so how would you feel if these brilliant people that are asking you these questions today decided that you should not take the risks that you're making these thoughtful decisions on? What do you think about that?
I would probably ask for an explanation, Congressman, and to try to understand their viewpoint as to why they might think that, and perhaps we'd be able to talk through it.
I appreciate it, Mr. Gill. I think we need to value the right of the individual to make decisions for themselves. And it's fantastic to see so many people getting involved and participating in the greatest financial markets in the world. We should be encouraging individual participation in the market by you and others. We should want more people, more, not less. We don't need the people from the mountaintop deciding who's capable and who's incapable. We need more people having the opportunity to develop financial literacy, to build their own portfolios, to secure a safe and comfortable retirement, to grow their wealth so they can send their kids to college. And most importantly, in my opinion, we should strive for individuals to have the autonomy to do all that they themselves
Mi dici
want to do.
a quanto hai comprato le posizioni che hai venduto a 46?
I also want to thank Mr. Budd for using his time to mention blockchain technology applications in the post-trade settlement and clearing process. In light of this whole situation, it's important now more than ever that we utilize the
Io ho capito l'operazione che fai, però l'operazione che fai perdi capitale.
and we do, I'm sorry, have access to technology that is decentralized and can provide real-time trade settlements. Mr. Lynch and I have a nonpartisan bill that we introduced very soon that concerns this. If we should exercise oversight of anything, it's to ensure that individuals maintain access to our markets, individual investors. And discussing about
Certo,
over and under
ma allora a sto punto chiudi tutto, aspetta al minimo e compra al minimo.
average investors were locked out of the markets at a time of extreme volatility, while institutional investors were not. Well, I understand that a lot of what happened during
Grazie, ha iniziato a scendere Demop.
liquidity issues, individual investors were in a vulnerable position and were at the will of online brokers. We should be taking this time to discuss how to move forward in a way that promotes market access to all investors, just like we did last month. Congress clearly does not understand what credit is and how you utilize social media and catalyze the market movement. We've significantly
time has
underestimated the sophistication of America's retail investors, and we've not been focusing on improving market access.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Chair, I appreciate
You're recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Lynch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And speaking for the families of the 8th Congressional District, we just want the gentleman from Texas to know that we are indeed praying for all the good people of Texas. And hope you come out okay and get the power that you need. I do want to follow up with on Mr. Perlmutter's questions, Mr. Gill. I represent the 8th Congressional District, which includes Brockton, Massachusetts, your home. So I figure I more than anyone owe you the opportunity to respond. But you earlier said that that you began your trading in GameStop when it was around $5 a share, with the hope that it might go to 20 or 25. And I want to say I accept your analysis, your initial analysis that GameStop was undervalued.
Non lo so onestamente ora.
And I think it was fact-based. And in your defense, we are
Non è una domanda che mi pongo, cioè la cosa mi interessa molto. Perché chiedi?
Shopping mall retailer, we all know it. It's a well-known commodity. But at some point, the stock really takes off, right? It goes from $5 to $100 to $200 to $300. It gains escape velocity, as they say, and it ends up almost $500 a share. So we're still in the midst of a pandemic, right? And you can land a jumbo jet in the parking lot of the Westgate Mall in Boston or any major mall in America, right? So no one's going to the malls. Nobody's feeding this company, and so it's up around $400, $500. Is there a role for someone to play here, for you to play, or the SEC or Robinhood to say, okay, this price dislocation has become detached from reality, and a note of caution might be given to other day traders.
Allora ti dico onestamente, a me non mi convince tanto la tecnica mini bars, non mi ricordo come l'hai chiamata, però sono curioso, ne riparliamo volentieri. Cronostoria la dovresti avere delle posizioni aperte e chiuse del tuo broker, no?
Thank you, Congressman Lynch. I do know Westgate Mall quite well. I would say that, just to be clear, I had thought that maybe roughly $20 or $25 per share. I had thought that at that time, but investment theses, they evolve over time. As the fundamental events change over time, it's important to update theses accordingly. And I had mentioned that it appeared as though the stock price had got a little bit ahead of itself last month. But there's a lot outstanding. There's a lot that has happened in recent months to suggest that GameStop could indeed turn around its business significantly.
Okay,
one
va bene,
element of that is indeed one of the largest investors in GameStop, Brian Cohen, and he has brought in some colleagues that could help him turn around this company. And fair value could indeed. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to reclaim my time. Ms. Schulp, I want to ask you, so we got this convergence between fintech, social media, and the traditional markets. And if anything, the GameStop incident and the convergence of all this has demonstrated a certain vulnerability in our markets. And I'm just wondering if a loosely association of day traders could cause all of this upset in our markets. Isn't there a wider national security
Veramente,
issue
tranquillo, da solo.
in terms of other people who
Avrà
might be
sicuramente parlato col
nefarious
suo avvocato,
actors
con i suoi
who are
avvocati, però
actually intentionally
dimostra una
trying to,
tranquillità
disrupt our markets. Isn't there
che altri non
national
dimostrano.
security dimension to all of this as well?
Again, I can say that national security is not my area of expertise, but to the extent that the markets...
Something more specific then. So FINRA, you said earlier that you were with FINRA. They're under regulation SCI. Is there
È quello che c'ha da perdere di meno.
trading platforms under that same
Rischia solo la galera.
regulation, which requires them to develop systems and policies that protect the integrity of their systems?
I think protecting the integrity of systems is important for all trading platforms, not simply the Robinhoods of the world. We need to look to make sure that there is integrity on the platforms. And I would agree with that. Not necessarily SCI in particular, but having platforms that are strong is important here.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a few technical difficulties and we'll be right back. And we are back. Thank you very much. Ms. Adams, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a very interesting meeting. I do want to thank you for organizing this. I think it's been certainly very helpful. Ms. Schultz, let me ask you, first of all, in the case of GameStop and AMC stocks, the prevailing narrative has been that a band of Reddit-inspired folks rose up against Wall Street, forced a short squeeze by professional hedge fund managers who were forced to cover their negative bets or risk catastrophic losses. But according to a JP Morgan analyst, several signs are pointing to institutional investors as big drivers of the wild price action on the way up. In your opinion, and based on historical data on retail investors' ability to move the markets, what is the likelihood that GameStop and AMC's market volatility was largely driven by institutional investors looking to ride the wave?
Look, I think these are questions that we are going to find out the answers to as we get deeper into the data. But I think that it's likely that at some point in this increase in value for all of these stocks, institutional investors were involved. Retail investors traditionally have not been able to move markets in the same way, but it's important to note here that these were not large stocks to begin with. This was not a massive increase in price in Apple or Google. It was GameStop, a much smaller company. So the ability of retail investors to have outsized influence here is entirely possible as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Griffin, Mr. Plotnick, do you have any thoughts on this likelihood as well?
Congress Congresswoman, I believe you are asking one of the single most important questions posed today. And I believe that the decline in the short interest as reported over the 2-week period of time, that the U.S. updates short interest reporting every other week, indicates that roughly, and I apologize for not having the exact number, but roughly 35 to 40 million shares were bought back by parties that were short the stock. This would be a dramatic degree of short covering that could cause a dramatic increase in the price of GameStop.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Plotnick.
Yeah, hi, thank you for the question. You know, I think, I mean, I don't have the exact answer to your question. I do think it's worth noting that, you know, as the stock price moved higher, you know, there was a 3-day period where it traded almost 11 times the entire float. And so I think that kind of volume gave anyone who was short ample opportunity to cover and probably suggests tremendous either frenzied buying or institutional buying or some sort of combination. We did look at some of the options activity in the stock, and you know, on Friday, January 22nd, there was options that were expiring that would have equated to 35 to 40 million shares of stock ownership. So I actually don't think
una tecnica oro.
The biggest driver of the stock. When you kind of look at the volume, I really think the biggest driver was the aggressive options activity, and then whether it was institutional or retail, just the collective buying.
Okay, Mr. Griffin, prior to the GameStop volatility in January, did Citadel have any investments in Melvin Capital, and if so, how much? Mr. Griffin?
So we first invested in Melvin Capital the Monday of the week in question. I want to say that that was the 24th of January.
Mm-hmm.
And prior to that, we had no investment with Melvin Capital. Obviously, Gabe Plotkin, by reputation, one of the best money managers of his generation, well known to my partners here at Citadel. Gabe actually trained one of my best portfolio managers that worked with me over the course of his career. So well known to my colleagues here at Citadel.
Okay, Mr. Plotnick, can you confirm that you worked at Citadel LLC before?
He trained my portfolio manager.
Okay.
For Gabe at a different firm, and then joined Citadel subsequently.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Plotkin, can you confirm that you worked at Citadel LLC before eventually starting your own hedge fund, Melvin Capital, in 2014?
When I was 23 years old, I worked at Citadel for 1 year.
Okay. Did you solicit or receive any advice from Mr. Griffin during the GameStop volatility that occurred in January?
All my conversations with Mr. Griffin really centered around his investment in our firm.
Okay. And did you reach out to Citadel or 172 for significant investments?
Peccato, questa sta facendo domande serie.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
You're welcome. Ms. Talib, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad that we're having this hearing. I'm super appreciative of the leadership of our chairwoman, at least having some sort of transparency on exactly what happened. As we all know, the wealthiest 10% own 84% of all stocks.
Perché c'ha più di una causa intentata. La SEC lo sta indagando perché sembra che lavorasse per un broker, quindi quello che ha fatto pubblicando i suoi post non lo poteva fare. E in più oggi è uscita la notizia che varie persone private gli hanno fatto una class action dicendo che sono stati, tra virgolette, assoggettati da lui nell'investire soldi che poi hanno perso.
We know about half of all stock trading in the U.S. is done by computers. They analyze market activity and instantly complete trades at a profit. So this high-frequency trading allows Wall Street traders to get ahead of transactions done by pension accounts and retirement funds. So, Mr. Griffin, and this truly is a yes or no question, is Citadel's trading algorithm programmed to identify and trade ahead of large trades done by pension and retirement funds? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, today, virtually all trades executed by institutional investors are in the form of program trades such as VWAP and other algorithmic trades.
So that's a yes, right, Mr. Griffin? Just so
No,
it's clear.
I'm answering the question. It's a very complex question that deserves an appropriate level of answer.
Okay.
These VWAP trades are not large trades that you can. It's not like there's 10 million shares about to be bought. It is a trade that is sliced into small slices, 100 or 200 shares, and executed over the course of a day, a week, or a month.
Well, help me out with this one. Does this increase cost, this kind of algorithm or whatever program to identify and trade, you know, the computer's doing the trading, does this increase cost for people who have pension and retirement funds, yes or no?
So given that we, for example, manage money on behalf of pension.
Oh, well, I really, because they're so timed, this is not out of disrespect. We just got a limited time.
We use VWAP orders to execute on behalf of our hedge fund and have generated exceptional returns for pension plans and for endowments. So
well, I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you out, Mr. Griffin. In effect, some estimates indicate that as a result of the high frequency trading, though, pension and retirement accounts pay nearly $5 billion in a tax. This means that Wall Street firms like yours engaging in high frequency trades are actually making money at the expense of my residents' retirement funds. So one way to ensure that this enormous wealth generated on Wall Street actually reaches the real economy, y'all, you know, what's happening right here in our communities and in my district, is to enact and look at proposals like a financial transaction tax. And let me tell you, according to recent polling, the majority of Americans, all of you need to hear this, and it's going to grow, the majority of Americans support taxing Wall Street transactions. Taxing them at just 0.1% would actually raise $800 billion over 10 years, which could fund programs like helping my district expand healthcare, nutrition, public education. I heard my friend from Texas, who we all are praying all the families will be taken care of, talk about access to water and electricity. But guess what? Right now in my community, it's so poor that I have families melting snow so they can flush their toilets because they have no access to water. So this tax to me would discourage risky and high frequency trading, unfair high frequency trading. Mr. Griffin, does Citadel's lobbyist right now been hired to oppose federal proposals to financial transaction tax because it would make high frequency trading less profitable?
So we firmly believe that a transaction tax will injure Americans hoping to save for retirement. Yeah. I believe that Vanguard has publicly come out and said that we'd have to work about 2.5 years.
Well, I want to make this, yeah.
I'd like to finish my answer. I think it's important.
Oh, no. I'm reclaiming my time. The Hong Kong stock market, Mr. Griffin, imposes 0.2% tax on transactions as a result and sees little high-frequency trading, but this hasn't stopped the Hong Kong stock market from thriving or becoming the third largest in the world after New York and London. So just to be clear, let's not gaslight the American people. Y'all be fine with the tax. And it's fair because let me tell you, our folks are tired of bailing you all out when you screw up and gamble with the retirement fund. And that's exactly what happens every single moment. And that's the reason why we're having this hearing, is that sometimes you are irresponsible and it's set up in a way that helps only the wealthy and leaves people like my community here with this large income inequality that I feel like never ever gets the bailout it deserves. Thank you so much. I yield.
Se levata il sassolino e se levata.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Porca.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and I appreciate this opportunity for this hearing to get detailed information and to gather the facts as to what happened over the course of these transactions. So let me start by saying, and I saw that members on both sides of the aisle are interested in this question. The core question that I'm going to be asking is, what did the customers know? What did the users know? And when did they know it? That's the theme of what I want to ask. Because I believe if we understand what happened and what they knew and what they didn't, we're going to be able to prevent
questa tipica housewife americana.
Mr. Tanev, I want to take a look at your page 9. You said that at approximately 5:11 a.m., Robinhood Securities received the automated notice saying that you had a deposit deficit of approximately $3 billion. You then said between
Quella di prima, per fartela molto brevemente, ha detto, cioè io qui c'ho Io rappresento la mia comunità, gente per la maggior parte delle volte povera, che ha da pagare gli affitti, la scuola dei figli, bla bla bla, che vuole fare investimenti e paga tasse sulle aperture di queste posizioni, e voi con dei meccanismi automatici robotizzati fate di tutto per far sì che queste tasse aumentino in modo da rendere praticamente lo scontro in pari. Le ha detto sostanzialmente quello che fate voi unfair, cioè non leale. Ha tirato un bello schiaffone.
And communications on social media explain reason being enhanced deposit.
Gli ha chiesto se praticamente loro operano sul mercato in maniera automatica con intelligenze artificiali e bla bla bla. Gli continuava a dire voglio solo sapere sì o no, e lui continuava a campare cose e lei continuava a dire sì o no e non gli ha risposto, e poi ha sbroccato.
Which, who knows what that boilerplate said or when customers or users agreed to it. Number 2, you said they were notified 2 days later by SEC alert. And we know what that SEC alert was. It was quite general, much more vague. Then number 3, you said you also list a more ambiguous mention of targeted messages to customers. When did you specifically send your customers an alert? This is what we have had to do because we were short capital. When did you do that? What time? What's the clock?
I believe, Congresswoman, that happened at several different points in time. There was a blog post that was published in the afternoon Pacific time. I don't recall the specific time. Maybe it's perhaps it's in my written testimony.
Would it be after the SEC notice? It seems to me you didn't notify your customers for at least 2 days. You relied upon the SEC notice 2 days later. Would I be correct?
Congresswoman, that's inaccurate. Customers were notified several times on that day, and they were notified of other restrictions as they happened days prior to January 28th as well.
But you don't say what those notifications were in your testimony. What did you notify them? Specifically, what would I, a user, have heard from you immediately upon your imposing the restriction?
So, Congresswoman, immediately upon imposing the restrictions, customers would have received communications saying that they would be prevented from opening further positions in the relevant securities. Later on the day, on January 28th, around early afternoon Pacific time, we published a blog post that explained that the decision to restrict these securities was due to collateral requirements at NSCC and clearinghouses, and not on the direction of special interests or hedge funds.
Forgive me. Let me interrupt you there. You admitted to making mistakes. Specifically, what mistakes did you make?
I admit to always improving, and certainly we're not going to be public. We're not going to be perfect, and we want to improve and make sure that we don't make the same mistakes twice.
But what were those mistakes? That's what we're here to learn about.
I think that, thank you for the question. It's an important question. On Thursday, we did restrict the buying of these securities. On Friday, we imposed position limits, which I believe was a much better long-term solution, one that we'll have in the future if anything like this happens again. We also raised $3.4 billion in capital to allow our customers to
Thank you. I yield back.
to
I see
trade
my
with
time
us.
is up. Thank you very much, Mr. Tenev.
È una tecnica per prendere
Thank you
quei
very much.
3-4
With
secondi.
that, we'll go to Ms.
Nel mentre tu pensi alla
Ocasio-Cortez for 5 minutes.
miglior
Thank
risposta
you
a
so
cui
much,
dare,
Madam Chairwoman.
o dai
Mr. Tenev,
questa
Robinhood
picchia.
has engaged in a track record of outages, design failures, and most recently what appears to be a failure to properly account for your own internal risk. You've previously tried to blame clearinghouses for your need and scrambled to raise some $3.4 billion in a matter of days, but you've also, blamed a lack of industry-wide real-time settlement, or rather a lack of that settlement of trades. But Robinhood's requirements for margin have long been far more lax than other brokers for a long
Ti dico una
time.
cosa di
With,
questo.
In December, just a couple months ago, you bragged about having some of the most competitive rates in the industry. And this is evidenced by your recent decision to raise those requirements. When Robinhood prohibited its customers from purchasing additional shares of several stocks, other brokerages merely adjusted the margin requirements on these stocks. So, Mr. Tanev, given Robinhood's track record, isn't it possible that the issue is not clearing houses, but the fact that you simply didn't manage your own book, or failed to appropriately manage your own margin rules, or failed to manage your own internal risks?
Thank you for this question, Congresswoman. Let me address the margin point, because I think this is an important one that has been under-discussed. So in December, when we lowered our margin rates to 2.5%, one of the details that I think was missed is that most other brokerages have tiered margin rates, where the wealthier customers pay much lower margin rates than lower net worth customers. So you'll have someone that has $10,000 paying 9 to 10% for margin, whereas someone with $1 million pays 2%. So our approach was give everyone a uniform rate so that wealthier customers are not advantaged with lower rates than lower income customers. And I think that's a unique approach in our industry and is representative.
Thank you. I have to apologize. I have to reclaim my time for questioning. As many of my colleagues have also pointed out, Robinhood generates much of its revenue from the payment for order flow arrangements with market makers like Citadel, as well as Two Sigma and Virtue. And in 2016, the SEC highlighted ways that the payment for order flow created a, quote, potential conflict of interest with a broker's duty of best execution. And then one of the ideas that the commission floated in 2016 for addressing these conflicts of interest was to require that brokers pass on the proceeds of a payment for order flow. Now, earlier, one of my colleagues, Representative San Nicolas, said that Robinhood owes its customers a lot more than an apology, and I happen to agree with him. I believe that the decisions made by you and this company have harmed your customers. Mr. Tanev, would you be willing to commit today to voluntarily pass on the proceeds of the payment for order flow to Robinhood customers?
Congresswoman, I appreciate that question. When the statement you refer to was made, I believe 2015 or 2016, it was before Robinhood forced the entire industry to drop commissions and replicate our business model, which made payment.
So is that I should take that as a no? You're not willing to pass on the proceeds of payment for order flow to your customers?
When the other brokers dropped,
I'm just talking about today, right now.
Payment for order flow, Congresswoman, allows for commission-free trading. In the context of trading commissions, it's a much larger source of revenue in the past than payment.
Mr. Tanev, I apologize, and I don't want to be rude. I just have limited time. But if removing the revenues that you make from a payment for order flow would cause the removal of free commissions, doesn't that mean that trading on Robinhood isn't actually free to begin with? Because you're just hiding the cost in terms of potentially poor execution or the cost of lost rebates to your customers.
So certainly, Congresswoman, Robinhood is a for-profit business and needs to generate some revenue to pay for the costs of running this business. People were initially skeptical that the model, even with payment for order flow, would work when you remove commissions. And I think we've proven that otherwise by making this the standard model by which brokerages operate now.
I see. Okay, Mr. Tanev, I have to move on very quickly. I have a timeline question here for Mr. Plotkin. I see that earlier your testimony today was that your testimony today was that Melvin Capital had not engaged in. Madam Chairwoman, I'm sorry. I think you're not muted. Sorry about that. Mr. Plotkin, earlier today, you mentioned that Melvin Capital had not engaged in a naked short of GameStop.
Abbastanza,
And Melvin closed out its position on GME on the 28th, correct?
I'm sorry, the gentlelady's time has expired, but we have to go to Mr. Auchincloss for 5 minutes.
Pensavo fosse un po' più efficace la
I want to
cortezza.
thank our panel for being with us through a very substantive and long afternoon. I think
Ma
I
un
might
po'
be a welcome
deluso.
face for them because I, as the most junior member, I'm the last one to ask questions here. And I want to talk with Mr. Tenev about options. I agree with what other members of the committee have said in both parties about the value of democratizing access to assets, and that we should give latitude for independent retail investors' judgment. But in fields where there is an information asymmetry between the user of a product or a service and the provider of it, there's always a professional code of ethics around that. When you go to the doctor, when you go to the lawyer, there is a code of ethics wrapped around that interaction that protects someone who doesn't understand as much about the service being provided. And in finance, as you're well aware, there's a fiduciary responsibility to do what's right. In Massachusetts, where there's 500,000 users of Robinhood, we hold broker-dealers to a fiduciary standard, and the Secretary of State's Securities Division filed a complaint against Robinhood for violating that fiduciary standard. And so some of it was premised on options. 2/3 of customers approved in Massachusetts for options trading identified as having limited to no investment experience.
Perché parlano
And so
2
the first
minuti
question
su
I would ask you,
5?
Mr. Tenev, and please take no more than a minute, is what do you think is the appropriate amount of financial literacy that a user should have before they should be allowed to trade options?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Let me first say that Robinhood really pioneered commission-free and zero contract fee options trading. And I think our market leadership in this space is due to the fact that we not only provide that access, but have improved upon the safety of our product in several ways over the past few years. Number one, we don't allow undefined risk options trades. So no selling of naked calls, no undefined risk. Number two, we made several enhancements to the safety of the product over the past year, including the ability to perform an instant in-app exercise of an options position, clarifications around the user interface, live customer support by phone for urgent options cases. So we've actually proven and are committed to improving in the future the safety of our options offering.
But to be clear here, options are decaying assets. They're binary in outcome. So they are qualitatively and quantitatively different than stocks and bonds in the sense you can lose all your money very fast, and you can make a lot of money very fast as well. But this is getting very close to gambling, and especially when you gamify the options buying experience, as your app does, it can very quickly turn into a casino-like feel. And so I'd ask you just to address the question again, what level of investment sophistication do you think a retail trader should have before they are buying options?
Sure, Congressman, I appreciate the follow-up. So I should first say there's strict FINRA rules and regulations governing who gets access to options that, of course, Robinhood complies with. I also should note, we're in a competitive market. You know, several others have mentioned Chinese-based brokerages, other brokerages that are essentially offering similar products, all having to comply with these regulations. So we're certainly willing to engage in a discussion about how rules should change, if at all. And as long as they're applied uniformly and are fair to small investors and not just benefiting high net worth individuals and institutions, we'd be open to having that conversation.
The standard for my constituents in Massachusetts is not going to be what the Chinese regulators think is appropriate. It's going to be a fiduciary standard. I regret that you really haven't addressed the question, and so I guess I would ask a separate one, which is, would you commit here to offering a higher in-app threshold, including but not limited to financial education, before allowing people to purchase options?
Again, Congressman, I'd be happy to engage in this topic substantively. I think as long as those requirements are uniformly applied to all brokerages, and not just startup brokerages or brokerages catering to small investors, we're open to having that conversation.
well, the fiduciary standard is applied equally to all brokerages, and yours is the one that was singled out by the Massachusetts Securities Division as having violated that, given the way that your users are using the options. I will see the balance of my time, Madam Chairwoman, and I thank you for arranging this.
Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Garcia of Illinois, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, for the important hearing. Long, it's a long day. I'll ask some questions to Mr. Griffin. Would you?
Vabbè ragazzi, ascoltatemi. È anche inutile. Che prezzo ha chiuso il GME? 40. Vabbè, ti posso dire quanto è in aftermarket adesso. 40,85. Mm, 40,80 ha chiuso il mercato regolare. Ragazzi, dai, chiudo qui che tanto ormai abbiamo capito il tenore del congresso. Adesso domani vi ricordo, perché è ancora connesso, che abbiamo un'intervista, la seconda intervista ad Angelo, ci farà vedere Interactive Broker, ci farà vedere dell'operatività, e quindi continuate a seguirci qui sul canale Twitch, sul Discord. Grazie per essere stati qui, abbiamo fatto tardi ma era molto importante la giornata di oggi. Vediamo nei prossimi giorni la SEC cosa deciderà e dopo cominceremo a fare un po' il punto della situazione su cosa si può fare o cosa non si può fare su quel titolo là. Grazie ragazzi per essere stati qui con me fino adesso, mi avete fatto un sacco di compagnia, e grazie a tutti quelli che ci hanno fatto delle donazioni, a chi ci ha messo il follow. Con calma, abbiamo tutto il tempo per parlarne. Vi ricordo che chi non l'avesse ancora fatto, che che avesse Amazon Prime si può abbonare gratuitamente al canale. A voi non costa nulla, a noi ci aiuta a portare avanti questo progetto. Buonanotte, ciao ragazzi, buonanotte.